on YouTube. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to episode 7 of Bright Green Live. I'm just going to make sure everything is working nice and smoothly. It looks like we are good to go. Please do, first of all, let me know in the chat if you can hear me, see me okay, everything is loud and clear. And we'll get started with the show. But before we do that, just a quick ask of you, which is that if you haven't already, please do hit the subscribe button. It helps the show out massively, and it means that you won't miss out on any of the content we're putting out. And please also hammer that like button too. Again, it helps us out massively. So welcome to episode 7 of Bright Green Live. If you're new to the show, this is a monthly show which brings together guests from across the British left, across the global left, and has a series of interviews with people from the UK's Green parties, from the Labour movement, from social movements, and much, much more besides. We have an amazing lineup of guests joining me today, and I'm going to quickly run down who you'll be hearing from over the next 8 hours of your life. We'll be broadcasting on YouTube until 6 p.m. So kicking things off at 10:15, I'm going to be joined by Fergus Green, who is the Senior Campaigns Coordinator for Climate at People and Planet. People and Planet is the largest student activist network in the UK, which campaigns on climate change, environmental issues, and global justice. I'm going to be speaking to Fergus about the Fossil Free Careers campaign, which is a campaign to get universities to stop allowing fossil fuel companies to recruit students on their campuses. It's already had some successes. I'm going to be talking to him about what that campaign is all about and how you can get involved and why it's so important. Following that, at 11 o'clock, I'm going to be joined by Gillian Mackay, MSP. She is a Scottish Green Party MSP who has been doing a range of work on a number of issues, but today I'm going to be speaking to her specifically about her proposed legislation on buffer zones at abortion clinics. So she's got a campaign that she's been working on, and she's been drafting legislation that would see a ban on protests, anti-abortion protests outside of abortion clinics. So I'm going to be talking to her about why that's so important, what stage that legislation is at, and why we need abortion clinics to have buffer zones outside of them. At 11:45, just before lunchtime, I'm incredibly lucky to be joined by Matt Kennard. Matt is a journalist, and he's also the co-author of a new book, which I have here, Silent Coup, How Corporations Overthrew Democracy. He co-authored that with Claire Provost. It's a fascinating read, it's a most depressing read, which runs through the various ways that private companies, private corporations have maintained, built, and secured significant power, influence, and interest in the global economy and in the way that our politics and runs, and the way that various aspects of society is run, including the international development system, including security and policing, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So I'm going to be talking to him about that book and delving into the kind of big overarching issues that it raises. Then at 1:15, I'm going to be starting with the first of a series of interviews I'm going to be doing throughout the day with successfully elected councillors at the just gone local elections. So you may have missed it, but the local elections happened last Thursday before last, and it was the most successful election for the Green Party in its history. The Greens gained over 240 councillors and are now the largest party in a number of additional councils where they've never been the largest party before. They've broken onto new councils, and crucially, for the first time ever, they gained a majority on a council in the UK. That council was mid Suffolk, and I'm going to be speaking to Rachel Eburne, who is the deputy leader of the Green Group on mid Suffolk District Council. I'll be speaking to her about how the Greens managed to get control of that council and what the plans are in administration now that they have majority control. At 2 o'clock, I'll then be joined by the second of my councillor interviewees, Anastasia Weist. She is a newly elected councillor in Manchester. Very different political situation in Manchester at the moment. So there, Labour have an overwhelming majority on the council, and there are 4 Greens. So I'm going to be speaking to Anastasia about how Greens can make impact and influence on councils where there is a vast Labour majority. At 2:30, I'm going to be joined by Jo Bird, who many of you will know. She's been on the show before. I'm going to be speaking to Jo about her re-election as a councillor in the Wirral. So she was re-elected in May in the Wirral. She was one of a number of councillors that made history this year because she was first elected as a Labour Party councillor. She then defected to the Green Party and was successfully re-elected as a Green, one of the first councillors in the country to ever do that. I think there were 4 in this year's local elections that managed it. Jo is one of them. I'll be speaking to her about the fact that she managed to get re-elected in that context and what it means to the party and whether we're likely to see more Labour defections to the Greens as a result of that. At 3 o'clock, I'll be joined by Ellie Chowns, who is a former Green Party MEP. She's also now a councillor in Herefordshire. The Green Party made a small number of gains in Herefordshire, but interestingly, it was one of the few places in the country where the Tories actually made gains too. And so I'm going to be speaking to Ellie about what that means, why it is that the Tories made gains in Herefordshire, why the Green Party didn't make the scale of progress that it was hoping to in that county, and also what the elections mean for the North Herefordshire parliamentary seat. That's one of the general election seats that the Green Party is hoping to target at the next general election. At 4 o'clock, I'll be speaking to Ben Jamal. Ben is the director of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign. Now, tomorrow is the 75th anniversary of the Nakba, the point in which the State of Israel was founded and hundreds of thousands of Palestinians were displaced from their land. Only speaking to Ben about why it's so important to commemorate the Nakba, what Palestine Solidarity Campaign have been doing, and also talking a little bit about the situation in Palestine right now in light of Israel's most recent airstrikes and so on. At 4:30 p.m, I'll be joined by Jodie Beck, who is the Policy and Campaigns Officer at Liberty. Liberty is the human rights, civil liberties organisation. You may be aware of them. I'm going to be talking to Jodie about the recent arrests that took place at the coronation of Charles Windsor and the Public Order Act that appears to have given those police the authority to make those arrests. I'm going to be speaking to Jodie about what the Public Order Act is, its impact on policing of protests, and much, much more. And finally, closing the show at 5:30, I will be joined by Zoe Nicholson, who is a Green Party councillor in Lewes. Now, Zoe is the leader of the Green Group on the council, and the elections last week in Lewes were pretty significant in that the Green Party became the largest party on the council. I believe there's now, I think, 19 Greens on the council, might be 17. A few years ago, the council was run by the Tories. There are now 0 Tories on that council. So I'm going to be speaking to Zoe about Lewes District Council, how they managed to oust every single Tory on the council, what it means, and what the next administration might look like, given that it's likely to be led by Zoe and led by the Greens. So that is our lineup. I hope you agree with me that it is an incredible array of guests we have joining throughout the next 8 hours of your life. Please do stick around and catch all the interviews. If you agree with me and you think that lineup is exciting, engaging, fascinating people to hear from, then please do 3 things. Firstly, I said at the beginning, I'll say it again, please do hit the subscribe button. What it means is that it helps this show out massively. It also means that you won't miss out on any of the future shows that we run, all the other content that we're putting out. You can hit the like button. By hitting like, it means the show will appear in more people's feeds on YouTube. So if you enjoyed this show, other people will do too. Hit like and it'll get to them. The other way that you can make sure the show gets to people is to share the link on your social media channels, preferably using the hashtag #BrightGreenLive, and it means that we'll get more people watching. In the meantime, throughout the show, I'm going to be putting questions to our guests, but it would be great if I can put some of your questions to our guests as well. The earlier I get the questions in the chat, the more likely it is that I'm going to be able to get them put to our guests. So please do get questions lined up in the chat for all of our guests throughout the show, and I'll try and put as many of them to them as possible. And then you get your questions answered. So yeah, please do get questions in the chat, and I'll try and get as many of them to them as possible. We'll be kicking off with our first interview in around 3 minutes' time, which will be Fergus Green from the student campaign group People on Planet, talking to me about the Fossil-Free Careers campaign, the campaign to get universities to stop allowing fossil fuel companies recruiting students on their university campuses. They've already had some success in that campaign, so I'm going to be speaking to them about that, and also a whole bunch more besides. So please do please do share the stream, please do subscribe, and we'll get going with Fergus in about 2 minutes' time. If you're just joining us, you're watching episode 7 of Bright Green Live, which is a monthly show on YouTube, which brings together guests from across the left, from across the UK's Green parties, the Labour movement, social movements, campaign groups, artists, and so much more. We go live on YouTube on the second Sunday of every month, and we have a range of guests joining us today, including our very first guest who will be joining us imminently, which is Fergus Green from People and Planet. And then we will be having a range of other guests throughout the show. Please do get questions lined up for Fergus, and I'll try and put as many of them to them as I can. So I can see that Fergus is just entering the waiting room, so I'll allow Fergus in, and as they are connecting to the call, I'll just do a brief introduction so that you all know who you are hearing from. Fergus Green is the Senior Campaigns Coordinator for Climate at People and Planet, and we're now going to be talking about the Fossil-Free Careers campaign, a campaign to get universities to stop allowing fossil fuel firms from recruiting students on university campuses. Before we delve into any of that, Fergus, thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing today?
Yeah, thanks so much, Chris. I'm doing grand. It's a Sunday, but yeah, I'm doing great. How are you doing?
All right. Sorry, I hope I haven't got you up too early on a Sunday, but hopefully you are all good. So let's kick things off then. So could you just talk us through why you're targeting careers recruitment?
Yeah, totally. I think there's kind of three, like for me, there's three aspects to this question. Firstly, and maybe most importantly, it's a really, really important way that universities in the UK are complicit in the climate and ecological crisis. But it's also a real point of vulnerability for the oil, gas and mining industry. And it's a campaign that we can win. So it's a really impactful one. So maybe just kind of break those 3 points down a little. Yeah, it's a really important way in which universities across the UK are complicit in the climate crisis. Universities actively channeling students into careers in the oil, gas and mining sectors, kind of through a mechanism that we call the recruitment pipeline, right? So you've got things like years in industries being promoted to students. You've got representatives from the fossil fuel industry coming to host exclusive networking events, come to do talks on campus, hosting panel events, attending careers fairs, all these, all the way through a student's university career. And this is kind of, it's not a passive process, right? These are universities actively channeling students into these careers and providing these companies with a steady stream of graduates and recruits. And this is vital for the industry. It's super important for the industry to keep on going because, to be honest, they're struggling to recruit people and they're struggling to recruit young people. So if you look at, there was a Energy Outlook report back in 2021. This was an industry thing, right? This wasn't comrades, this wasn't an environmental movement thing, this was the industry reporting that the biggest challenge that the oil and gas industry are kind of reporting to face is the aging workforce and struggles with recruitment. The industry is saying, this is our biggest challenge moving forward. And study after study has shown that young people just aren't interested in working in the extractive industries. So yeah, it's a real vulnerability for them, this issue of recruitment. Once we're starting to think, okay, it's a way that universities are complicit in the crisis. It's a point of vulnerability for the industry. It's something we can kind of really leverage and have an impact in. Is there a campaign here? And yes, there is, because what we're trying to do is we're trying to end this recruitment pipeline, right? And we're demanding that every UK university puts in place ethical careers policy, is what we're calling it, basically ending fossil fuel recruitment on campus. That's our demand. And this is something that we know that they can do because they already do it for other industries. So about a fifth of UK universities already have a similar sort of exclusion, most prominently for the tobacco industry, but some for the gambling and adult sex industry too. So we know that this is something they can do. We know that they can, put in place an industry-wide exclusion, and that's what we're demanding of career services. So yeah, that's the plan basically, and that's what we've been doing, building a grassroots student-led movement to make that happen and make that a priority for university career services.
And so this campaign is kind of spawned out of the fossil fuel divestment campaign, which People and Planet has obviously led in the student movement in the UK for a long time. And with divestment, I think, the arguments are relatively straightforward, right? Which is that universities shouldn't be financing and funding an industry which is killing the planet. With careers, it's slightly different. And I wanted to ask you whether, with recruitment issues, you are getting pushback from students who are concerned about, getting good jobs when they've graduated and so on, because that's often the argument that's made with it when it comes to recruitment and careers, is that students need jobs, they need to go into the economy after they've graduated. Are you getting that pushback from students at all?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question, and yeah, it's totally true that this campaign is kind of building off that divestment movement. So the movement to get universities to drop their investments in the fossil fuel industry. We're seeing this as the kind of the next step of that. We're kind of systematically breaking those ties with the fossil fuel industry and universities. And we're saying that those arguments around divestment are hard won, and there was a lot of pushback at the start, and that's kind of we've overcome those arguments now. It's common sense across the sector. But to be honest, the pushback from students, hasn't really materialized. That their students are broadly supportive, because, like I say, students aren't interested in these jobs anyway. That's kind of true across the board. So again, another bit of research, not from Comrades, this is PwC, put out they did a big study into millennials and kind of job habits and kind of career aspirations. And over half of the millennials they surveyed said that they'd refuse to work in the sector because of its image, and oil and gas came out as the most unappealing globally because of that. We see, for example, Imperial College has recently suspended its petrochemical geoscience course, I think it was, which was reportedly due to lack of interest, right? So all across the board in all these different metrics, students, young people, graduates, turning away from the industry kind of wholesale. It's not a job that folks are interested in, partly because of, folks don't want to work for the very companies that are responsible for driving us into the crisis, but also because we know that these aren't jobs with a long-term future. They can't be if we're to, build a safe and livable climate for all. So we know that these industries are going to have to be wound down. We know that these aren't, good long-term career bets. And so, there's kind of not a huge appetite to be working in these industries anyway. So in fact, student support has been incredible. It's kind of been the campaign's been energetically taken up to sort of all across the UK, which has been really exciting to see. And there's been really sort of positive movement from career services as well. Again, people, it's a pretty new campaign, so it's taken a while to kind of get these ideas accepted and in circulation. But I think we're making real progress.
So in terms of that progress, what sort of successes and victories have you had so far in the campaign?
So we've got 14 student unions who have pledged to basically sort of boycott all oil, gas and mining recruitment. So they won't host those careers fairs in their spaces, they won't promote them, they'll condemn them if university holds them, which has been, again, really exciting to see. And that's kind of put in policy. We've got 3 universities that have made a kind of full commitment to end fossil fuel recruitment on campus, which is incredible. So that's Wrexham Glendale University, University of the Arts London, and University of Bedfordshire. So they've all put in place an ethical careers policy saying, yeah, fossil fuel recruitment ended on campus, which is fantastic. And so they're the kind of, the real campaign victories, with many more in the pipeline, I'd say. But we're building, sort of beyond that, we're building support all across the sector. So been working with UCU branches to sort of find local support. So branches, off the top of my head, I think it was Edinburgh, Durham, Swansea, Sheffield, branches of all sort of passed the motion to support the campaign. I've been working alongside student organisers and the UCU National Congress last year passed the motion backing the campaign as well. So it's kind of been real student self-solidarity on this issue, which has been fantastic to see. And I think it will be a really important way that will drive the campaign forward. Students and staff working together, fighting for this change on campus. The NUS officially endorsed the campaign too, and that was last year as well. So I'd say that there's been a real groundswell of support from all different sectors, and yeah, we're sort of building from that support, turning up the heat, and starting to turn the screw a little bit on universities and really force the issue and get some more campaign victories across the board.
So before I ask you how people can get involved, I just have a question about how this campaign exists on different university campuses, because presumably if you're at Norwich University of the Arts, the amount of fossil fuel company recruitment that's going on there is pretty limited. Whereas if you're at the University of Aberdeen, next to most of the UK's oil industry, then presumably the amount of recruitment is much greater. So how does that affect the campaign in terms of the different institutions and the different level of involvement they have with fossil fuel recruitment?
Yeah, thanks. It's a really interesting question. I think so. The first thing to say is that this is a campaign that any student at any university can pick up and run, because before we started, there wasn't a single one that had a policy in place that officially said, in policy, in written policy, we're not going to work with the oil, gas and mining industry in terms of recruitment. So this is a campaign that any student at any university can run. But you're totally right that there are some universities in the UK that have even stronger ties with the fossil fuel industry that have been, it's fair to say, totally captured by the interests of the fossil fuel industry. And it's a tough campaign to win there. I think that it's just, we can sort of stuff and say that it'll be tough. At that sort of university, this is a fight for the very soul of the university, right? We're fighting for what education can be, for what a university can be. It's a case of totally reconfiguring what that university looks like. But there are a few special cases like that. I think Aberdeen, it's fair to say, is one of those. But the fossil fuel industry is recruiting all across the UK, and we can fight it, wherever it pops up. And students are employing a real variety of tactics, as they did with divestment, depending on the group, what folks are comfy with, what feels good, and what's effective at that university. Different universities respond differently to tactics. So there's a real, I would say, diversity of tactics that we're employing, from all the usual stuff, building support, petitions, lobbying, through to the spikier stuff. There's a real variety of stuff going on, and it's proving pretty successful so far.
And then finally, how can people get involved in this campaign?
Yeah, awesome. So if you're up for supporting, we need you. We need everyone here. Eyes on universities, highlighting this as an issue. First up, we've got a petition that every single person, anyone can sign that. So we've maybe put it in the show notes, or you can find it if you search fossil free careers. Sign that petition, send it around to your pals. We really need to show universities that we're united on this, that kind of increase the pressure, show that there's a broad base of support for an end to fossil fuel recruitment on campus. And beyond that, well, this is already, like I said, it's a fantastic movement. It's going really well, and we're building an extraordinary amount of momentum so far. But we're a small team, and there is so much more that we could be doing, that we want to be doing. But yeah, we're up against really well-funded opponents, and we're not well-funded. We're a small radical charity doing what we can, and we'd absolutely love to be doing much more. So if you've got the funds, if you'd be up for it, we'd really appreciate a small regular donation to kind of allow us to grow even further, push even further, and really take the fight to the industry in the ways that we want to. If you're involved in university spaces, if you're a staff, a student, academic, or have comrades or pals who are, get in touch with us. Start up the campaign at your uni, or we can put you in touch with folks who are already working on it. We can ramp up the pressure, and we'd love to have you involved.
Thank you so much for joining us, Fergus. I popped the petition in the YouTube chat so people can click away and sign that if they wish to. It's been an absolute pleasure, Fergus. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Cheers. Thanks so much, Chris. See you later. Bye.
So that was Fergus Green from the Student Activist Network, People and Planet. Let me know what you thought about that interview and that conversation, that campaign in the chat. I would love to hear your thoughts on that campaign and the movement to get fossil fuel companies prohibited from recruiting students on university campuses. And as Fergus said, please do sign the petition. It's in the YouTube chat so that you can find it there and sign at your leisure. So that's our first interview out of the way. Amazing. We still have 9 more guests to come on the rest of the show. Just quickly before I take a little bit of a break, just to remind you of who we have coming up. Before I do that, please do hit subscribe, please do hit like, and please do get questions lined up for the rest of our guests in the chat. I'd love to put as many of them to them as possible. Our next guest will be Gillian Mackay, who is a Scottish Green Party MSP. I'll be talking to her about the legislation she's proposing to introduce, which would introduce a buffer zone outside abortion clinics in Scotland. Following Gillian, I'll be joined by Matt Kennard, who is an investigative journalist who's just written a new book with Claire Provost called Silent Coup: How Corporations Overthrew Democracy. I'll be speaking to Matt about that book and the kind of key themes in it, and his central charge that corporations have overthrown democracy and what we can do about it. I'll then be joined by Rachel Eburne, one of the newly elected councillors on Mid Suffolk Council. That's the place where the Green Party now has its first majority on a council anywhere in the country. So I'll be speaking to Rachel about how that happened, how it is that rural Sussex elected the first rural Suffolk, sorry, not rural Sussex, elected the first ever Green majority council, and what the Green Party's plans are in that council. I'll then be joined by Anastasia Weist from Manchester Green Party. She's a newly elected councillor there, talking about a very different political situation there, where the Green Party have a massive, where the Labour Party have a massive majority, and how Greens can influence councils where that's the case. Jo Bird, a Green councillor in the Wirral, will be joining us at 2:30. She's been on the show before. You may know her. She was first elected as a Labour councillor, defected to Greens, and Thursday before last, she became one of the first ever Green councillors to be elected who was first elected on a Labour Party ticket and had defected. I'll be speaking to her about what that means for the Greens. 3 o'clock, I'll be joined by Ellie Chowns, the former Green Party MEP and now councillor in Herefordshire. I'll be speaking to Ellie about the local elections in Herefordshire, which the Greens did okay in. They gained 2 seats, but also it was one of the few areas in the country where the Tories gained seats. So I'm speaking to Ellie about the election results there and what they mean for the Green Party, and crucially what they mean for the North Herefordshire parliamentary constituency. That's one of the constituencies the Green Party is hoping to win at the next general election. It's one they're planning on targeting. So the perhaps underwhelming performance of the Greens in the local elections, I'll be speaking to her about what that means for the general election. At the end of the show, I'll be joined by Jamal from Palestine Solidarity Campaign, Jodie Beck from Liberty, and Zoe Nicholson from Lewes District Council. That is our amazing lineup of guests still to come. If you're excited to hear from those people, please do hit like and subscribe, because if you want to hear from those people, other people will too, and it means that more people will get to see the video, more people will get to see the interviews, and you can also share the stream on your social media channels, preferably using the hashtag BrightGreenLive to get more people watching too. I'm going to take a little bit of a break in a moment, but before I do that, just a massive welcome to everyone. Thank you so much for joining me on this sunny Sunday morning. It's very sunny here in Oxford. I hope it's sunny where you are, but I hope it's not too sunny that you feel the need to leave this stream. Please do let me know where you're watching from in the chat and get questions lined up for our guests. I'd love to put as many of them to them as possible, and also any questions that you have for me. I'd love to talk about the local election results, what that means for the Green Party, for the left, and so on. Get questions lined up in the chat around that. I'll either put them to the councillors or I'll answer them myself. So get them in the chat. I'll be back in a few minutes' time, and I'd love to get a load of questions lined up to talk about soon. So I'll be back in 5. Catch you very, very soon. Hello, hello, hello. You are watching episode 7 of Bright Green Live. I'm going to be speaking to an amazing array of guests throughout the show. We're going to be broadcasting until 6 p.m. I've already run down the list of guests and you can find the description, so I won't do that again. But please do get questions lined up for them in the chat, and I'll do my best to put as many of them to them as I can. In the meantime, let's talk a little bit about the local elections, because we've got councillors who were elected this year coming on the show, and let's talk a little bit about why I've invited so many on today. So this year's local elections were, I think, the most important in the Green Party's history. They were the most important before a single vote had been counted, and the reason for that is because the last time the seats that were up for election that were this time in 2023 were up for election was in 2019, so 4 years ago. Now, in 2019, the Green Party won more seats than it had ever won before. The party doubled its number of councillors overnight, and as part of that, that meant that the Green Party this year was defending more seats than it ever had done before. So historically, the Greens had maybe been defending, a few dozen seats, double digits, somewhere in the region of 30 to 40 to 50 to 60 seats, depending on the election cycle year. This year, the Green Party was defending over 200, which is more than ever before. So the Green Party went into these elections with a huge set of defences to make. But not only did they defend those seats, they also wanted to make significant gains. And indeed, they did. So they were hugely important as an electoral test to see whether not only could the Greens win big, i.e. as they did in 2019, but also defend big and continue to make progress. And the results that came through just over a week ago now were absolutely astronomical for the party. Over 240 gains, net gains for the Greens. So that's when you add up the number of seats that the Green Party won and take away the number that they lost, you're looking at over 240 as the net figure there. That's huge. Not only was it the 240 gains, which is absolutely huge in and of itself, it was bigger than the number of gains they made in 2019, which was then the record number of gains. So therefore, in 2023, the Green Party had its best ever election night in terms of the number of new seats it added. But on top of that, it was also defending more than ever before. So on two fronts, the elections are hugely significant, just in the sheer national numbers. When you delve into some of the local results, it becomes even more significant. So the Green Party this year took majority control of a council for the first time ever. So yes, the Green Party has been running councils before. So it's been running Brighton Hove as a minority administration. There's a number of other councils across the country where the Greens have been in coalition, in joint administration with other parties, but never before had the Green Party ever won a majority. That changed this year when the Green Party took control of Mid Suffolk Council. This is huge. So in Mid Suffolk, 24 out of the 34 council seats are now held by Greens. The Green Party doubled its representation on the council, leapfrogged the Tories, and now running the council as a majority. Never happened before anywhere in the country. It means that in Mid Suffolk, the Greens will now be able to implement their programme without having to negotiate with other parties. And it's the first time that's happened anywhere in the country. So hugely, hugely significant in and of itself. It's also really significant because a number of the wards in Mid Suffolk Council cross over with the parliamentary boundaries of the Waveney Valley seat. That's one of the parliamentary constituencies the Green Party is hopeful that it could theoretically get a second MP. Adrian Ramsey, the party's co-leader, is the candidate there. And the fact that the Greens won a majority in Mid Suffolk bodes well for the potential results in Waveney Valley. Now, next door to Mid Suffolk is East Suffolk, another council which the boundaries cover part of the the Waveney Valley parliamentary constituency. In East Suffolk, although it hasn't had as much attention as Mid Suffolk because it's not a place where the Greens gain a majority, the Greens emerged as the largest party in East Suffolk nonetheless. So they don't have a majority, but they're the biggest party there. As I said, East Suffolk also contains some of the wards which make up the parliamentary constituency of Waveney Valley. So you've got 2 council areas there where the Greens did really, really well, are the largest party of the majority, and it covers that parliamentary constituency of Waveney Valley. It brings that parliamentary constituency potentially into play at the next general election, which for the Green Party's future is really, really significant. There were other results that were really significant as well. So you look at East Hertfordshire. Now, in 2015, East Hertfordshire had a council which was made up solely of Tories. There were no councillors from any other party except the Conservatives. In 2019, the last time the elections took place in East Hertfordshire, the Greens gained 2 seats. That was significant in of itself because it meant the council was no longer solely Tory, which is, a significant enough result in and of itself. This year, in 2023, the Green Party gained 17 seats, meaning that they're now on 19 councillors. They went from 2 to 19. That's absolutely huge. They also, as a result of those gains, displaced the Conservatives as the largest party on the council. That means that it looks possible that the Greens will be running East Hertfordshire, but the scale and pace of that growth is really, really significant. Now, East Hertfordshire, Mid Suffolk, East Suffolk, there's other places where the Greens performed really, really well in similar areas. And this is a really interesting phenomenon because historically, the Green Party has kind of been, successful in urban areas, in university towns and cities, places like Norwich, in Oxford, in Brighton, in in London, in places where you have a relatively young population, you have a high number of students, of graduates, of private renters, of all the things that you normally associate with with strong green with the strong green vote. Now the Green Party is winning big in places that don't look anything like that. There's a few interesting phenomenon going on there. So firstly, there's demographic change in some of these patches. So partially as a result of the housing crisis in cities, you have quite a substantial portion of people that are who are sort of young-ish, who have started to move out of cities into sort of semi-rural areas that border on major conurbations or urban areas, because house prices are cheaper. They want to settle down and have kids, and that was accelerated by the pandemic. And so you're seeing some demographic shift in these areas, and you've seen that over a few years where the Green Party started to do well in places which are sort of semi-rural, have small towns, villages, but that are commutable distances to major urban areas. So we saw it in South Oxfordshire in 2019. We're seeing it in places like East Hertfordshire, Mid Suffolk, and so on now. That's really, really significant. The other thing that's at play is the fact that in some of these patches, like East Hertfordshire, like Mid Suffolk, you've got huge areas where essentially they've been run by the Tories by default for a very, very long time. And no other party had really put effort into campaigning and working those patches. And the Green Party comes in, runs an effective campaign. The Tories, whose membership is, is relatively small, relatively demobilised, they don't have the ability to fight off a strong election campaign from another political party. In this case, the Greens, and the Greens have come in and been the primary anti-Tory party and been successful like that. Now, there's some really interesting analysis that I think was in the New Statesman very recently, which looked at some of these areas and looked at the Green vote. And what that analysis found was that actually in a lot of those areas, the Greens did very, very, I'm really sorry, I'm going to have to interject this monologue. I think I'm going to sneeze. I think it's now gone, but a sneeze may still be coming. I was talking about the New Statesman's analysis of those elections. One of the things that analysis found was that actually in the Green areas where the Green Party did really, really well, turnout increased quite significantly. And so it suggests that actually what's happened in some of these patches is, rather than people switching their vote from the Tories to the Greens, what's actually happened is that the Green Party has been effective at driving up turnout among non-Tory voters in local elections, which is really, really significant, because it suggests that, you know, these areas could have been run by other parties than the Tories for quite some time, but people weren't voting because they assumed that it was always going to be Tory. Lots of other things happened in those elections as well. So one of the things that I think was really interesting is that in these elections, there were, I think, 8 former Labour councillors who had defected to the Green Party whilst in office and were standing for re-election as Greens. Never before had a councillor who'd made that journey been re-elected as a Green. That changed this year. So in 4 of those 8 were re-elected as Greens. So among them was Joe Bird in the Wirral. There was a councillor in Leicester who was re-elected after defecting as well. That's really significant for a number of reasons. The first one being, well, they were elected under a Labour ticket. They stand for re-election in the ward that they were elected under Labour, not necessarily a patch where the Greens have been performing well or campaigning before. And the Green Party managed to hold those seats despite that, and the fact that, you know, they were initially elected under the Labour brand and so on. It's also significant, I think, because it weakens the hold that the Labour Party has on some of its members and councillors, because at the moment, you know, there are lots of disenfranchised left-wing socialist councillors, members of the Labour Party, who are not particularly happy with Keir Starmer's leadership of the Labour Party, given what, you know, he's been saying in the last few days about, you know, Labour being the true Conservatives. I can see just very much why. And one of the reasons why councillors are unlikely to either leave the Labour Party and stand as an independent or to join the Greens or others is because there's this fear that they won't get re-elected and they can have more influence elected as a Labour councillor than they can not elected. These elections show that actually councillors who do defect can get re-elected. So half those Greens that defected from Labour were re-elected. There's also some other really interesting results across the country. So in Portsmouth, Cal Corkery, who was expelled from the Labour Party on very spurious grounds, he stood as an independent in his ward and was re-elected. Similarly, in Liverpool, a number of socialist ex-Labour councillors were re-elected as independents as well. So that kind of stranglehold on those on sort of left-wing socialist councillors may start to slip a little bit, and you may start to get some more defections over time as well, which I think is really interesting and significant. You've also, alongside that, I mentioned the kind of semi-rural areas earlier. There are a bunch of other places across the country where the Greens emerged as the largest party in these elections. And that includes places like Lewes, like Warwick, like the Forest of Dean. The Greens are now the largest party on those councils. And I think there were close to a dozen where the Greens emerged as the largest party. That means that they don't have a majority, but it's quite likely that they will be in administration either as a minority or jointly with other parties after negotiations have taken place, some of which will have done already, and we just haven't heard the results of those yet. And so why am I telling you all this? Well, one of the reasons I'm telling you all about all this is because I think it's really interesting what happened in this year's local elections, but also because coming up on the show, we have a series of those councillors that fit into some of those brackets. So I talked earlier about Mid Suffolk. I'm going to be joined by Rachel Eburne later today, who is the deputy leader of the Green Group on Mid Suffolk Council. I think if she's not yet, but she will very likely be the deputy leader of Mid Suffolk Council. I'll be talking to her about how the Greens won that majority and what they plan to do with it. I mentioned, you know, places where the Greens emerged as the largest party. Lewes District Council is one of those, and I'm going to be joined by Zoe Nicholson, who is the Green Group leader on Lewes District Council, probably going to be the next leader of the council, yet to be seen. I'll be speaking to her about what's going on in terms of negotiations and so on there. Herefordshire is another area where the Greens made gains. I'll be speaking to Ellie Chowns, one of the councillors there and a former Green Party MEP, about what those elections mean. Interestingly, Herefordshire was one of the places where the Tories actually made gains. The Greens also made gains, but not quite as much as they were hoping to. Now, Herefordshire is interesting because it was a place where the Greens were in administration before. They had a joint administration with some independents. The Tories made massive gains in Herefordshire at the expense of the independents who were in administration. The Greens weren't hit to the same extent by the kind of pushback against the administration, so they didn't lose lots of seats to Tories in the way the independents did. So we're talking to Ellie about all that in the mix. I'll also be joined by Joe Bird, who I mentioned earlier, as one of those councillors who defected from Labour to the Greens and was successfully re-elected this year. And I'll also be speaking to Anastasia Weist, who is a councillor in Manchester, one of the newly elected Green Party councillor in Manchester. That's in a patch which I haven't spoken much about yet, which is one of the councils where the Greens have started to make inroads into councils where there is a massive Labour majority. So there are some councils across the country where Labour, for a long time, were essentially running them as one-party states. So if you look at some of the councils in London, that's the case. And also other big cities, Manchester being one of them. The Green Party started to make inroads there. So so Manchester is one of those places. You've seen similarly in places like Newham, where the Greens gained 2 seats, the first opposition councillors, I think, for a decade in Newham. Islington, the Greens, are the only opposition councillors there. There are a number of places like this. So there's a lot we can talk about and learn about how Greens can have influence and make change within councils that have a massive Labour majority. So we're speaking to Anastasia about that. So that's some context behind the local elections. That's some context behind why I've invited so many Green Party councillors onto today's show. I think half our guests are going to be Green councillors. I think it's really important to delve into to what happened in those elections, and who better to speak to than the people who were elected. So that's still to come. If you're excited for that, please do hit subscribe. Please do hit like. It helps the show out massively. It means you won't miss out on anything that we're putting out. I'm hoping to get to 50 likes on the stream by the end of the show. You can do it by pressing that like button right now. I'm also hoping to get to 700 subscribers on our YouTube channel by the end of the show. If you haven't already clicked subscribe, please do right away. And throughout the show, please do get comments in the chat for our guests. I want to put my questions to them, but most importantly, I want to put your questions to them. So please do get your questions lined up. The earlier they come into the chat, the more likely I am going to be able to get them to them. So please do get them lined up. Our next guest is going to be Gillian Mackay, the Scottish Green Party MSP. So if you have any questions for her, again, pop them in the chat. She's going to be joining me in about 5 minutes' time, so stay tuned. I'm actually, however, going to have to take a really, really quick additional break because I need the loo. So I'll be back in about 1 minute's time. So please bear with me, and I will return very, very soon. Apologies for that brief intermission. We'll be joined very, very shortly by Gillian Mackay, our next guest. In the meantime, please do get questions lined up for her and our other guests in the chat. Please do hit subscribe, please do hit like, and please do share the link to the show on your social media channels, preferably using the hashtag BrightGreenLive. So as I say, Gillian Mackay will be joining me very, very shortly. She is a Scottish Green Party MSP who has been working to introduce buffer zones outside abortion clinics. I'm going to be speaking to her about why that's so important, and where the legislation currently is, and much, much more. So please do stay tuned for that. Following Gillian, I'll be joined by Matt Kennard, who's the author of this book, Silent Coup: How Corporations Overthrew Democracy. It's a brilliant read and account of the role of the way in which private companies have, in various different ways, undermined democracy through their role in private security, in private, in some instances, private cities, in the way that disputes are managed between corporations and states, and much, much more. So I'm going to be delving into all the themes in Matt's book after I've spoken to Gillian, and I can see that Gillian has just joined the call, so I'm going to let her in, and then as Gillian is connecting, I'll just do a brief introduction so that you all know who you are hearing from. So Gillian Mackay is a Scottish Green Party MSP, and I'm only speaking to her about her proposed legislation to introduce buffer zones outside abortion clinics. But before we delve into any of that, Gillian, it's an absolute pleasure to be joined by you today. How are you doing?
Morning, Chris. I'm not too bad, thanks. How's yourself?
I'm all right. Yeah, doing well. Thank you very much. I've not yet hit the tired bit of the show. I've got 7 hours still to go, so I'm still fresh and sprightly now. So that is good. So to kick us off, nice and simple, can you talk us through what a buffer zone is?
So a buffer zone is an area around, in this case, a health setting that provides abortion services that would be free from protest, to make sure that people accessing these services are free from the kinds of intimidation and harassment we've seen in recent years and escalating in recent years around healthcare settings, not just in Scotland, but in Northern Ireland and England and Wales as well. Several other countries across the world already have these in response to some of the behaviours that we're seeing here. And hopefully, in not too long a time, Scotland will have passed this legislation and we'll see them in place.
And so why do you think that buffer zones are so important?
I think they're important because as I said, we've seen the rise in behaviour, in the frequency of the behaviour and the number of people outside these settings, and an escalation in the types of behaviour we're seeing as well. Whereas previously there may have been people holding signs, giving out leaflets. We've seen at certain sites, certainly in Scotland, where some protesters were wearing body cams and using loudhailers, disrupting not only people on the street going about their business or people going in for appointments, but actually some of the services that were happening in the buildings themselves as well. I know of rape counselling clinics, for example, that had to be moved to different parts of a building because you could hear the protesters inside. It's really important because of reproductive health and reproductive justice. It's a human right that you should be able to access your health services without fear of intimidation or harassment, or in some of these settings being monitored going in and out. And for some people attending some of these services, that's one of the biggest barriers for them, is potentially being identified going to access these services. The vast majority of abortions now do not take place in clinical settings, so the people attending these services are often the most vulnerable, either with health complications, with language barriers, or other issues that would prevent them from being able to take the abortion pills at home. So for me, that's why these protests are probably, I find them definitely unacceptable, because they are targeting the most vulnerable, because we know those are the people who are having to attend for these services. Also in Scotland, it's slightly different to England and Wales and Northern Ireland, where we already have this bill, because often our abortion services are housed on multiple use hospital sites. So often these buildings also house various gynecology services, sexual health clinics, all these sorts of things. So it's affecting quite a large number of people if it's just that's being housed there, or in the bigger complexes like the Queen Elizabeth. We know from clinicians there as well that some of these protests have been able to be heard within the neonatal intensive care unit. So the disruption for the wider hospital sites as well, and the patients just wanting to access their healthcare is quite vast.
And so before we talk about the kind of legislation that you're proposing, I wanted to ask you about, I guess, the wider context in which this is taking place. So there was a lot of talk and reports earlier this year about anti-abortion activism being on the rise in the UK, particularly, I think, after the overturning of Roe v. Wade in the US, and there was talk about, a lot of the tactics and activity from the US being imported to the UK in opposition to reproductive rights. How have you seen that play out in Scotland? Have you seen that kind of significant rise over the last year or so?
We've certainly seen the number of people turning up at things like 40 Days for Life Action increasing. We've seen people who are maybe higher up in those organisations putting out comment on things that are happening in Scotland. A lot of that was targeted towards the former First Minister rather than myself. But there is always a danger that the overturning of Roe versus Wade emboldens those in other countries who feel that their country should be next in repealing reproductive rights legislation, or many other things as well. As we're seeing, it's just a slippery slope to other things in the US. So I think that's partly why this bill is so important, because while other countries are going backwards, we should be striving to move forwards. Roe versus Wade was overturned partway through my consultation being open, and you can see the effect that had on people wanting to get in touch and have their say. And I'm really glad that people have shared some really harrowing stories with me about their experiences and why they think this legislation's so important. I think we need to continue to counter the narrative that comes from the US, and I think that's where I'm quite pleased at the amount of support I've had cross-party in the Parliament for this proposal. It doesn't give, like the US two-party system, it doesn't give anti-choice activists a party to hide in. For want of a better phrase, it doesn't give them a natural home anywhere across the chamber. In Scotland, there's members of every party who have said they'll support this legislation. So that pleases me quite a lot as well, that there is that progressive want to protect people's rights across the chamber. So I hope that everybody else takes some comfort in that. But I'm not under any illusion that just because this bill passes doesn't mean we won't see some activity in attempting to breach these zones once the bill comes into effect. And how we handle that, both in terms of political narrative and the practical handling of those incidents, is going to be really important to make sure that safe access zones are all that we want them to be.
So on the legislation then, what's the current state of the bill? Can you talk us through the kind of parliamentary process and where it's currently at?
Yep. So I said in the chamber a couple of weeks ago now that we will have the final proposal lodged before summer recess. That will allow MSPs to show their support again, and hope that many of them will. Once we come back from summer recess, the final legislation will be lodged, and then it will start its process through the Parliament. So through stage 1, where the committee will take evidence, there'll be a debate on the proposal in the chamber. Stage 2, which is the committee amendment stage, and then stage 3, which is another amendment stage, but essentially takes the whole Parliament as a committee, and kind of replicates what happens at stage 2 just in the chamber. And once that happens, it will go through the usual process of going for royal assent, have its commencement date, and we will go from there. But the other thing we do have to keep in mind is there is more than likely, as happened with Claire Bailey's bill in Northern Ireland, that there will probably be a legal challenge, which is why we've been so careful up to now to make sure that we're dotting I's, crossing T's, because we've shown, Claire Bailey in all her glory showed that this can be done in terms of balancing rights. So what we will probably be challenged on is process. So we've got to be really careful that we make sure we follow all the processes, make sure we're doing everything right, and that this bill isn't knocked back because of process. So something we're very live to, and I'm always of the opinion that I'd rather take an extra week to make sure that it was right than rush it out and find out down the line that we've not done something the way it should have, and it potentially be an issue. So yes, lots of nerves in our office at the moment, making sure that we've done everything we possibly can to make sure that it's completely watertight.
And so you said earlier that the bill's got cross-party support. There'll be some people watching who'll be quite surprised to hear you say that from all parties there's been support. And I wondered if, I think a lot of people would expect there to be elements in the Conservative Party who'd be opposed to this kind of legislation. I think especially, in the current context where the Tories, at least in Westminster, but also increasingly in Holyrood, are kind of pushing culture war issues as a seemingly an election strategy that's somehow going to save them from catastrophic defeat at the next election. But I wonder if you could talk about where the Tories are at it. Is there division within them? Are there likely to be Tories who are opposing this?
I think there probably will be, but I think that we will be in single-digit numbers of MSPs across the chamber who will oppose this. And out of 120, you have to exclude the presiding officer. So out of 128, if we're down to 8 or 9 who don't support this, then to be honest, you'll probably have to stop me doing cartwheels through the chamber, to be quite honest. The Conservatives have surprised me so far, and maybe that needs a wee bit of self-reflection on me. But there are a couple of them who have told me in the presence of other MSPs that they're going to vote for this. And honestly, I had to pick my jaw up off the table, because in other issues, they are some of the most conservative and socially that I think there potentially are in their party. So many of them have expressed support, and even before a final proposal or legislation is lodged, which is very odd for a members' bill. We're all usually quite cagey about each other's members' bills and give the whole, we'll wait to see what comes forward in the detail of the legislation and all those sorts of things. Where we had last summer, when the consultation was going on, there were a whole of MSPs who just absolutely said, yes, we need to do this. This is the right thing to do. I think it's partly because it's quite actually a simple concept. And a lot of it is about how we deliver it rather than whether the concept is right or wrong, which is probably where the support was maybe easier to gather. But certainly every single party has expressed support for this. I'm very grateful to them all, and we need to keep that going as we get through the next few months and get it through Parliament.
So then finally, in terms of those next few months, how can people support the bill and the efforts to get these buffer zones introduced?
I suppose doing all the usual things. Get on Twitter and retweet everything. Share your stories with us if that's something that you would like to do. More than happy to share my email address with anyone who would like it to share their stories. Once it does come to being open for signatures from MSPs and things, if people wanted to write to their MSPs to encourage them and check up that they have signed the proposal, that would be fab. And really just expressing how important this is. Obviously there's an amendment to the Public Order Bill, which is still going, as far as I'm aware, still doing its ping pong stages between the Commons and the Lords. It has an amendment on safe access zones to it without the entire problems of the rest of that the rest of that piece of legislation, people expressing their support for safe access zones wherever you are is really useful. We'll obviously be looking to how the implementation of Claire Bailey's bill happens in Northern Ireland as well, and what we can take from that. We're in a slightly different position where Police Scotland have so far been quite supportive, rather than PSNI, who haven't been as supportive. So I think there are differences in every place, but if people can just keep amplifying what they think about these, sharing their stories, and retweeting, sharing, liking whatever they see come up, give some of the organisations who have backed this so far some love on social media as well, because they've had some horrendous abuse at various points. Back Off Scotland, BPAS, Abortion Rights Scotland, and Gender, all these sorts of people who have been phenomenally supportive, and just make sure that this is something that can't be, the reproductive rights continue to go forward and can't be rowed back on.
Gillian, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Thanks so much.
So that was Gillian Mackay, who is a Scottish Green Party MSP and is introducing new legislation which will hopefully introduce buffer zones around abortion clinics in Scotland. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that interview, on that issue. Please do get them in the chat. The chat's very quiet today. I feel very, very lonely here. So please do let me know how you're doing. Let me know what you thought of the interview so far. Get questions lined up for your future guests. Get questions lined up for me. Tell me anything about yourself in the chat. I would love to hear from you. I'm feeling lonely. As I said, that was Gillian Mackay, the Scottish Green Party MSP. If you're just joining us, you can rewind and watch that interview. It started about 11 o'clock. We still have an amazing lineup of guests to come throughout the rest of the day, so make sure you stay tuned. And whilst you're waiting, please do hit like, share and subscribe, and make sure you get that chat nice and active, because I'm feeling very, very lonely. So coming up next on the show, we have Matt Kennard. Matt is the co-author of this book, Silent Coup: How Corporations Overthrew Democracy. I'll be speaking to him about the book and the key themes within it, so stay tuned for that. It's a brilliant read. He's a fantastic journalist, and the level of things that they've exposed in that book, Claire and Matt has been. Well, reading it was quite shocking, so I'm going to talk to Matt about all of that, and you'll learn more about it later on. I'll then be joined by a swathe of Green Party councillors throughout the afternoon. Rachel Eburne from Mid-Suffolk, Anastasia Heist from Manchester, Joe Bird from the Wirral, Ellie Chowns from Herefordshire, and Zoe Nicholson from Lewes. And I'm also going to be joined by Jodie Beck from Liberty, talking about the Public Order Act and policing of protests, and Ben Jamal, the director of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign. So please do stay tuned for all of those. We should be kicking off with our next interview with Matt Kennard very, very soon. In the meantime, nobody's put in the chat, and I feel very, very lonely. You're making Chris sad. Make Chris happy. Let me know where you're watching from in the chat. Let me know what you thought of the interview so far. Get questions lined up, and I'm going to take a very, very short break. And whilst I do, I'd love to see a full chat lively popping off with all your questions and comments in there. So I'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes time to crack on with the rest of the show. But in the meantime, please do get things in the chat. Before I go, though, thank you to Akira for obeying my instructions about populating the chat. Akira Zilla says that the interview was interesting. So thank you very much, Akira. I'll be back in a few minutes time, so please stay tuned. You're watching episode 7 of Bright Green Live. We've got an array of guests coming up soon. See you in Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to Bright Green Live. You're watching episode 7 of Bright Green Live. If you're just joining us now, we're going to be talking to a range of guests throughout the next 6.5 hours, broadcasting on YouTube till 6 p.m. We've got an amazing lineup of guests who I'll run through again in a moment. Before I do that, just a reminder to hit like if you haven't already, to hit subscribe if you haven't already. Both those things will help Bright Green out massively. It means that more people will get to see the show, and also if you hit subscribe, you won't miss out on any of our future episodes, as well as all the other interviews and content that we're putting out. We're aiming to hit 50 likes by the end of the show. There's 10 on the stream right now, 40 to go. You can do it if you hit like. We're also aiming to hit 700 subscribers. We're on 682, just 18 to go. So please do follow those things. I implored you to fill the chat whilst I was gone, and I see that some people have done so. Thank you very much. Use the chat, please, to let me know what you thought of the interviews, and also to get questions for our remaining guests in there as well. The earlier the questions come in, the more likely it is that I'll be able to see them and get to them. So I can see there are a couple of comments in the chat which will just come to now. So Akira says that they are looking forward to hearing from all of the guests. Thank you, Akira. I'm also looking forward to hearing from them. Tom Standing says, good morning. Interested in any thoughts about the opportunities for Greens and Labour to work together in light of declining support for the Tories? Very, very interesting question. I'm guessing, yeah, I mean, there's a number of things to unpack there. The first one, I guess, in terms of Labour and Greens working together, this set of local election results that we've just seen means that there are lots of councils where the Tories were previously running it. They're either a majority or they were the largest party, where the Tories are no longer the largest party, and either the Greens or Labour are. And in that scenario, it's increasingly likely that we're going to see joint administration between Greens and Labour, possibly with some Lib Dems and independents thrown into the mix as well, in a number of councils across the country. So I definitely think that in terms of running of local authorities, it's very, very likely we're going to see more collaboration between the Greens and Labour after this set of local elections. I guess in terms of pre-election collaboration, that's a much more tricky question. So, there was 3 years ago, 5 years ago, the last two general elections, there was lots of talk about a so-called progressive alliance, whereby the Greens and Labour, sometimes including the Lib Dems and others, would, not seek to compete against each other in constituencies where the other party or another party was best placed to defeat the Tories. Now, we saw in 2017 and 2019, the Greens, in particular in 2017, we saw the Greens stand down for a number of Labour candidates. Some of those possibly got elected because of the Greens standing down. In 2019, there was a electoral agreement between the Greens, Lib Dems, and Plaid to try and get more sort of anti-Brexit MPs elected. That was how it was badged under Unite to Remain. Now, you look at those two elections, and it's hard to say that collaboration was a massive success. In 2019, Unite to Remain, the Greens gained no more MPs. There was no second Green MP as a result of that collaboration. Plaid Cymru and the Lib Dems, I think, ended up on one less seat than they went into that election in. So that's not a great record. Labour weren't involved in that, and Labour obviously are the largest opposition party, and they're probably absolutely crucial to the success of any electoral alliance. Now, there's a few things I would say about that. The first is there is a major difficulty with the Labour Party and so-called progressive alliances. And that's multifaceted. So the first thing is, this is something that's talked about a lot, which is that the Labour Party rule book says that the Labour Party will stand in all seats in a general election. That's challenging to overcome. It has been done before. In 1997, the Labour Party stood down in favour of an independent in, I think, the Tatton constituency. But it happens very, very rarely. The second thing is that, looking at the polls right now, the Labour Party doesn't feel like it needs, the support of other political parties in order to get into office. It looks like unless something drastic changes over the next few months, that the Labour Party is heading for victory at the next election, possibly not an outright majority, looking increasingly like not a substantial majority, but nonetheless, it doesn't look like the situation we were in 2017 and 2019, where a small number of seats may potentially have made a difference. And then the third thing I would say is that I guess, okay, sorry, just quickly on that last point. So it's not necessarily in their interests to, support the election of additional MPs by standing aside, if that's the form an agreement would take. The third thing I would say is that I don't think Labour are necessarily keen on there being lots of MPs from other parties, even of the left or the centre left, elected, for a number of reasons. One, because Labour quite likes the status quo, where if they do win an election, they're in sole control. And the reason why they've never introduced electoral reform is because actually it does benefit the Labour Party, even though the current system benefits the Tories more. It does benefit the Labour Party relative to the smaller parties. And the other thing I think I would say is that, Keir Starmer is not a radical, and I don't think he wants to be seen to be a radical, and I don't think he would want to be seen to be working with Greens. All that notwithstanding, I think what I've talked about there is a kind of formal agreement, electoral alliance, electoral pact, where different parties stand down in different constituencies. That's one thing. Another thing altogether is what I think is likely to happen, and what happens in most general elections, which is that political parties expend the most resource in the constituencies that they're most likely to win. And the reality is, going into the next election, that for Labour, Lib Dems and the Greens, most of the parliamentary constituencies that they are seeking to win, they're not in competition. So for the Labour Party, they are mostly going to be, the places that they're targeting that they need to win back in order to build up to that parliamentary majority are in towns in the Midlands and in the north of England. Some places in the south of England that demographic change has meant that they are increasingly competitive. So you look at somewhere like Canterbury, which Labour won in 2017. That's the kind of place where, it's been Tory forever. Labour Party have now won, partially due to demographic change. There's a handful of seats in the south of England that are similar to that, but mostly it's going to be the so-called Red Wall towns in the Midlands and the north, either places that have been traditionally Labour for a long time or are swing seats, as well as the normal kind of bellwether swing constituencies in places like Swindon and Stevenage and so on. The new towns, a lot of them are. Now, the Liberal Democrats and the Greens aren't competitive in a lot of those places, so Labour expending resource there doesn't undermine the Liberal Democrats and the Greens. Similarly, for the Greens and the Liberal Democrats, with the exception for, let's start with the Lib Dems. The Lib Dems mostly are going to be targeting seats in sort of semi-rural or rural areas, typically in the southwest of England, some elsewhere as well in the southeast, in Surrey and so on. These are patches that the Labour Party's never been competitive in, hasn't really campaigned in properly for a long time. And, the Liberal Democrats gaining seats in Surrey, in the southwest, in Sussex and so on, doesn't undermine the Labour Party because they're all Tory seats. And so in those places, you've got the Tories in first place, the Liberal Democrats often in second, with Labour, getting a negligible amount of the vote. And for the Greens, with the exception of Bristol West or the new Bristol Central seat, the primary target parliamentary constituencies are also Tory seats. So you're looking at Waveney Valley and North Herefordshire. If you're on the call earlier, I talked a little bit about both those earlier on. And in those patches, again, Labour Party aren't competitive really. And so what I think is quite likely that you're going to see is that the Greens, Labour and the Liberal Democrats are all going to be targeting different Tory constituencies, and the other parties are going to be standing back and not particularly active in them, essentially to give the other parties a free run without standing down and without formally agreeing any pact. That's, I think, the most likely scenario. I think that's quite probable. I think, in the run up to the 1997 general election, this happened, like very explicitly happened, where Labour and the Liberal Democrats didn't target the same parliamentary constituencies and sought to take seats off the Tories in areas where the other party wasn't competitive. Now, in '97, that went beyond just where you put resource and where you stood and where you campaigned heavily. It also manifested into a sort of it wasn't written down anywhere, but it was essentially being done, which was that Labour and the Liberal Democrats sort of agreed not to criticise each other in the general election campaign and to aim all their fire at the Tories. So they had their campaigning resource of boots on the ground, leaflets being delivered, canvassing and so on, happening in constituencies where the other party wasn't competitive. And they also had essentially a non-aggression pact in terms of national public campaigning. I think that's very, very unlikely this time around. I think for the Greens in particular, a huge part of the election campaign for the Green Party is going to have to be distancing and differentiation from the Labour Party. Because, you know, if the Greens are going to win in Bristol Central, that's going to be, you know, crucial, because in Bristol, the Labour Party currently has a huge majority, and part of the reason the route to victory for the Green Party there is going to be showing clear difference between Labour and the Greens on a number of issues. You know, look at, for example, migration, whether the Labour Party are, you know, increasingly triangulating or going towards the Tories on that, on other cultural issues like LGBT rights and so on, and on economic radicalism. The Green Party is going to want to really do lots of differentiation. And when you get to a leaders' debate, the best way to do that is to be a bit aggy on those things. Similarly, the Liberal Democrats, I can imagine doing something very, very similar, which is going to be, you know, on stuff like proportional representation, on the other issues that they're campaigning on, like around water pollution and so on. They're going to want to be a bit to be more critical of the Labour Party on that, and similarly Labour Party will push back as well on those things. So I don't think we're going to get a '97 style non-aggression agreement in terms of public campaigning, but I do think that the political parties, Labour, Lib Dems, the Greens, are going to target their resource in the places that make most sense, with the exception of some constituencies where there is going to be, you know, the two parties in contention are one of those three. So you look at Bristol West or Bristol Central, as it's going to become. It's been the classic example where it's a Green Labour fight. You look at constituencies like Sheffield Hallam, which was a Liberal Democrat constituency for many years. It was Nick Clegg's old seat, now a Labour seat. That's where you're going to get contention between the two. But for the most part, it's going to be an election that's fought between the Tories and the primary non-Tory candidate in that constituency. Interestingly, this last set of local election results, I think, illustrate that there's a really good prospect of that kind of campaigning being effective. So, you know, you look across the country and the Liberal Democrats made over 200 gains, the Greens made over 200 gains, Labour, I think, made over 400 gains in the local elections, mostly at the expense of the Conservative Party. How did that happen? Well, the parties allocated resource into the places they were most likely to win, and the electorate voted for the, you know, by and large, for the candidates that was most likely to beat the Tories. That happened, you know, loads of places. That's partially why you saw those massive Green gains in certain areas. It's partially why the Lib Dems performed well. It's partially why Labour performed well. And yeah, so I think if that's replicated in the general election, then you'll see some really interesting results. Interestingly, Professor John Curtis, you know, the BBC's favourite pollster, he said in advance, I think in advance or maybe after the elections, that this was the first set of elections he'd seen for a very, very long time where there appeared to be mass tactical voting going on. He said it was on a similar scale, I think he said this, I hope I'm not projecting upon Professor John Curtis. He said that he'd seen tactical voting going on the scale of what was happening in the 1997 general election, where the Tories were absolutely routed, partially by the Labour landslide, but also by the Liberal Democrats gaining a lot of seats as well. And so I think if that is the case, and you're seeing that scale of tactical voting, which it appears to be the case in this year's local elections, translate into a general election, then you can see very, very interesting things. So that's a very long answer to your question, Tom. I think basically the short answer is yes, we'll see collaboration in local councils where the Tories have lost control and Greens and Labour can form an administration. And yes, we'll see the parties targeting their resource in Tory seats which they can win rather than in Tory seats that they can't, and essentially run a paper candidacy where they still have someone on the ballot paper but they're not campaigning in other constituencies where the other party is in contention. So I wouldn't expect a massive Labour campaign in Waveney Valley or North Herefordshire, but I also wouldn't see a massive Green campaign in, say, I don't know, Stevenage or whatever the constituency is as well. I don't think we're likely to in any way get anything that resembles an electoral pact between the parties. But I've been wrong before, so we'll wait and see. But thanks so much for the question, Tom. Really, really interesting to talk about that. Akira said in the chat that Labour are just like the Tories now. No deal between Greens and Labour, please. Thanks for that comment, Akira. Tom said that was really helpful. And Adriana Splinky, a regular viewer of the show, says we can only hope. I assume we can only hope for the Tories to be out of office, which indeed, well, we can hope, but we can also act and make sure that does happen. So we can do more than just hope, Adriana. I hope we can collectively work together to oust the Tories. Luke, I've just seen your question. So Luke has asked, do I think that if Corbyn stood as independents, the Greens would stand down? I'll tackle that question, if it's okay, after my next interview, because I'm very, very shortly going to be joined by my next guest. So I want to prep you all for that, run down what's going on for the rest of the show, and then I'll pick up your remaining questions. So those just joining us now, you're watching episode 7 of Bright Green Live. Please do hit subscribe, like if you haven't already. Share the link to the show on your social media channels, preferably using the hashtag Bright Green Live. If you're enjoying the show, other people will too. So the more you share it, the more people will see it, and everyone will be happy, especially me. Just to run down what we've got coming up for the rest of the show. So coming up next, we have Matt Kennard, who is a journalist and the author of this book, Silent Coup. I'll be talking to him in about 3 minutes' time about that book. At 1:15, I'll be joined by Rachel Eburne, who is the deputy leader of the Green Group on Mid Suffolk Council, the place where the Greens won a majority in this year's local elections. I'll be talking to her about how that happened and what the Greens' plans are for that council. Anastasia Weiss will be joining me at 2:00. She's a newly elected councillor in Manchester. I'll be talking to her about how the Greens are having influence and making change in places with big Labour majorities. Jo Bird, a former guest on the show, is a councillor in the Wirral, recently re-elected. And I'll be speaking to her about what her re-election means for the Greens and for councillors who defected from Labour to the Greens and their prospects of re-election. Ellie Chowns, the former EP and current Herefordshire councillor, will be speaking to me about the results in the local elections in Herefordshire, what they mean for the North Herefordshire constituency in the next general election, and so on. Ben Jamal is the director of Palestine Solidarity Campaign. He'll be joining me at 4:00 to talk about the 75th anniversary of the Nakba. At 4:45, I'll be joined by Jodie Beck, who is the Policy and Campaigns Officer at Liberty. And then closing the show at 5:30, I'll be joined by Zoe Nicholson, who is a district councillor in Lewes and probably the next leader of Lewes District Council. The Green Party is now the largest party in Lewes, and there are no more Tories on the council. So we're speaking to Zoe about how that all happened and what the next administration will look like. If you're looking forward to all those guest interviews, please do hit like, hit subscribe. We're aiming to get to 50 likes by the end of the show. I'll just do a quick refresh and check how many we're on now. We're on 10. We've got 40 to go. Please do hit like if you haven't already, and hit subscribe as well. We're aiming for 700 subscribers. We've got 18 to go. Please do it. It'll make me very, very happy. It helps the show out massively. It means more people will see it, and it means that you won't miss out on anything we're putting out in the coming weeks and months. So without further ado, I'm going to bring Matt into the call now. And as Matt connects, I'll just do a brief introduction so that you all know who you're about to hear from. Matt Kennard is a journalist and the author of a new book called Silent Coup, How Corporations Overthrew Democracy. We're going to be talking in depth about that book and much more. But before I do that, Matt, thanks so much for joining me today. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for joining. So let's delve straight into it then. No frills, no messing about. So your book is split into sort of 4 kind of key sections about the role of corporations in undermining democracy. And the first section is all about the Investor State Dispute Settlement System, or ISDS. Could you explain to our viewers in brief what that system is?
Yeah, well, it's essentially a global system that allows multinational corporations to sue states for enacting policies which they say infringe on their investor rights, often it's expected future profits. So, for example, if it's such an extreme system and it's been so abused that includes things like raising the minimum wage. There was a case in Egypt where a French water company took Egypt to a tribunal for raising the minimum wage because they said it impacted their profits. But it's more often used, for example, if a government decides not to allow a mining company an environmental permit, they say, well, we've invested X amount capital into prospecting for these minerals, and now you've not allowed us an environmental permit, so we're going to take you to these tribunals and sue you for up to, well, in some cases are billions, huge amounts, or millions. So and this is this system is enshrined through mainly through two different types of agreement. One is free trade agreements, which is kind of a misnomer, because free trade agreements make you think that they're all about trade in the sense of the mutual reduction of tariffs. But often, I mean, that is obviously a component of them, but often it's just about enshrining corporate rights in a legal framework within those countries. So the ISDS system actually is often part of free trade agreements. NAFTA, for example, the sort of flagship one that has common currency people know about, that one enshrines ISDS. That CAFTA, which is another one in Central America, but the other treaties and agreements which enshrine it is what are called bilateral investment treaties, which are less well known, and are kind of almost seen as kind of a bit of diplomatic goodwill often. So countries don't really know what they're getting into. So they'll be approached. We went to South Africa for the book, and one of the cases there, they were it was maybe the craziest of all the cases we looked at, but the South African government was sued by an Italian granite company for its black empowerment policies post apartheid, which said one of the provisos of that was that they companies had to give a certain percentage, I think it was 30, to historically disadvantaged people, so black people, and they said no, we don't want to do that. That's against our infringes on our corporate rights. So they took South Africa to one of these tribunals, and they didn't win the case, but the case was settled out of court, which and they were exempted from that legislation. But anyway, that case was activated through a bilateral investment treaty, which I think Mandela had signed post apartheid, and at that stage I didn't know they were reintegrating into the global economy, and they'd go to these nice dinners in Europe, and they'd say, oh look, we're friends now, let's sign this agreement. They didn't know what they were getting involved in. And actually, after that case that I just talked about, the South Africans tried to remove themselves from the system, but we can talk a bit about this later. It's quite hard to do that as well. I'll just finish with this. So on the bilateral investment treaties, often there's this thing called jurisdiction shopping, where you can just open, if you want to take a case against the government, you can just open a shell company in one of the countries where they have a bilateral investment treaty and just activate it that way. So it's a really, really important system which crisscrosses the globe and affects most of humanity, and has seen the transfer of huge sums from some of the poorest countries in the world to some of the richest corporations. And that is those are only the cases that get to court. There's also the issue of regulatory and policy making chill, by which I mean that now it's a consideration that often governments take when they are making policies. So if this was a real example that we got documents about. So for example, Guatemalan government is deciding whether to grant an environmental permit to a foreign mining company. Obviously, that should be a sovereign decision by a government that is made on the basis of health concerns for their population. But actually, if you see the internal we saw this one case where the internal wrangling within the government was all about, are we going to be taken to court if we don't give this environmental permit? And in the end, they didn't give it because they were so worried about getting hit by a huge suit by the mining company. But that happens writ large across the global economy. Countries all over the world, when they're making policies now, have to take into account whether they might get sued in this system. And it's not just developing world countries, because the system was set up effectively in the 60s, and it was about how to enshrine corporate and investor rights in the developing world as decolonization happened. And they didn't have satraps in power. They couldn't tell them what to do. So they were saying, we're going to have to go above their head. And that's what the system was. And so it was designed for that purpose. But actually in the book, we went to Germany. There's cases against Germany. There's been cases against the UK. There's been cases against the US. So it's what we call in the book the boomerang effect, where these strategies for corporate power, which were designed for the developing world, are now coming back to the rich world. And really, we can move on to the other parts of the book, but that goes for nearly all the strategies we looked at. the state in the West and in the rich world is now being eaten by the corporations as well.
And so before we move on to the other aspects of the book, just to stick on the investor state dispute settlement stuff initially, your kind of core contention on this is that, you know, this is a mechanism by which essentially democracy can be undermined by virtue of the ability of corporations to sue governments. What's your overarching assessment of how this system has impacted on democracy across the world?
Well, very, very badly. And I think it completely undermines democracy. How can you have a democracy if there is an international system? And I will get onto how it's a kangaroo court in itself, but an international system which can bypass local courts. Because, okay, I'm not against if there's being some rule of law and investments there should be investment law, and companies should have some security when they go to places in terms of if they start prospecting and they've been granted a right to prospect, they should have recourse to local courts. But the whole point about this is it's meant to go above the heads of local courts, and you see that time and time again. That companies, if they try local courts and lose, they'll just go to the supranational system. So that completely undermines democracy because it takes the power away from accountable institutions in those countries and gives it to these seriously secretive courts. Like the main venue where these cases are heard is called ICSID, the International Centre for Investment Settlement Disputes, and that is in an arm of the World Bank. Which was created in 1966. It's hugely secretive. You can't really get any information about the cases. The arbitrators, the cases are decided by 3 arbitrators. One chosen by the defendant, one chosen by the company, and then there's one agreed by both. But the arbitrators, if you look at them, they're just really establishment figures. There's a load who were in the Bush administration. There's ones that have been affiliated with corporations, and you have to. There's no. There's no expertise you have to have in terms of, you don't have to have a legal qualification or anything, which was crazy to me when I found that out. So it's really unaccountable institutions now have this huge power, and it massively undermines democracy, as I said, because of the regulatory chill impact, but also because it takes the power away from the local communities. They have no recourse, and I'll just finish with this. There's no parallel system which allows communities to sue corporations for their crimes in their countries, which, as everyone knows, it just happen everywhere all the time. You know, oil spills, not cleaning up properly after mining. There's no international system that allows citizens to sue those corporations. So it's a massively unbalanced system which just enshrines and enforces corporate rule around the world.
Let's move on then to the second section of the book, which is around international development and aid. And you sort of argue in this section that the international development system has been oriented towards sort of corporate interests and profit over poverty relief. Could you give us an overview as to why you make that claim?
Yeah, so I think this is one of the areas that the perception, particularly on the left, of what it is completely at odds with the reality. Now, most of the left still think that aid is the transfer from rich countries to poor countries, direct to the poor governments, or direct to poor communities in those countries. That's just not the case, and it's never been the case. Again, like the ISDS system, this development and aid industry was one that was built on the back of the fall of former empire. And what it was about was, again, the same thing, enshrining corporate interests and promoting corporate interests in a way above the heads of local governments, which might fall into the hands of rebellious peoples or liberation movements. And we focus quite a lot on one particular institution, which is another arm of the World Bank, and the World Bank is an aid organization, and development. Its stated aim is to reduce global poverty, but this institution is very revealing of its real role, and it transposes over to the rest of the development community. But in 1956, so again at the same sort of time when the countries were becoming independent of the Western empires that had previously ruled them, they created this thing called the International Finance Corporation, the IFC. Hugely powerful, massive, and has gone more and more powerful. Is actually a huge part of the World Bank now, and actually makes money for the World Bank. It's basically an investment bank, but what it was about was private sector lending. So it's not a part of the World Bank that gives money to poor countries. It gives money to corporations to go into poor countries and expand their markets. In the stated theory, what this was about allowing corporations to go places that they wouldn't normally go. It was about giving them cheap loans or non-recourse loans that they could use to go into markets. But that was what it said on the tin. But the reality was, it was about expanding capitalism. This was also during the Cold War, so they wanted to bring more and more countries in the developing world away from the threat of communism and promote corporate interests. And it's now, and again, like the ISDS system, what's quite interesting is you see that the development aid sort of promotion of corporations exploded after the end of the Cold War, because there was no other pole for poor countries to organize around. So they were at the mercy of these hugely powerful institutions. And the World Bank, through the IFC, a lot of the time is the major culprit for privatization around the world of resources and public services. So the IFC invest in private healthcare companies, for example, around the world, and private hospitals. And they also have an advisory arm. And the advice, you won't be surprised to hear, is always that the market does it better and private companies do it better. So, and this is all done in the name of poverty alleviation. It's a real bugbear of mine, actually, because the other thing is, I don't know if you remember during the first austerity government, under Cameron and Osborne, who won in 2010, and they completely the level of vandalism that they enacted on British society is horrific. So much suffering, needless suffering. It was, even on the economic terms, it didn't make sense. But at the same time they were doing that, they committed to 0.7% of GDP for aid. And no one sort of asked themselves, why did they want to hammer the British poor so much? But yet they were prepared to give, like, to have this target, which they were praised for by sort of liberals and parts of the left. But that's because it's that 0.7, the aid budget is not a gift to the poor world. It's a subsidy to corporate power, number one. And it's also a way to project geopolitical power, because I've done tons of work. I work for Declassified UK, which is about UK foreign policy. And I've done so many stories about how the aid budget is used, aside from the corporate subsidy angle, is used to promote UK state interests. So I've done one, for example, on how UK aid was being used to set up an anti-government coalition in Venezuela, how it was being used to open up Mexico's oil deposits to British companies in the aftermath of the privatization of Pemex. All this stuff, and it's all out there. The aid stuff, they do publish it. So if you go through the pages and pages of propaganda about what the aid project is about and get to the real nuggets, they actually say it on paper about what the real goal is. The development in the development world, the aid industry is a massive racket, really, and it's and completely opposite to what it says on the tin. And again, it's a bit like ISDS. People get bored when they hear the word development, right? It's just a boring word, and it doesn't really describe. It's hard to kind of define it. But actually, development describes how the majority of humanity runs their economy. Development is about what strategies do you use to promote growth, to promote progress economic progress in a society. And the people who have their levers on power, the levers on power mainly in Washington, because it is the Bretton Woods institutions that have the major say on this stuff. They're all extremists, economic extremists, who believe in a very, very dogmatic economic ideology, which is often called neoliberalism, about deregulating your economy, promoting the private sector, getting rid of capital controls, getting rid of any public subsidies for fuel, food, anything like that. And it's an extreme ideology which has failed pretty much everywhere it's been practiced. It's caused untold amounts of damage and suffering around the world, but it persists because it's in the interests of the people and the class that run those institutions.
So at the start there, you mentioned the International Finance Corporation, the arm of the World Bank that you're extremely critical of in the book. And reading the second section, this was, you know, the stuff that you write about the IFC was some of the stuff that I think was the most shocking in there. You know, you've got an arm of the World Bank that's using development finance to fund companies to build and refurbish hotels in Central America, invest in diamond mines in Tanzania, and supermarkets in Eastern Europe, right? This is not things that we would, you know, think of as development or aid in any meaningful way. I found it really, really shocking reading that section. But what are the examples that you found in your kind of investigations of that were the most egregious in terms of what the World Bank and the IFC is doing in the name of development?
Yeah, well, you mentioned a couple of them, because a couple of the ones you mentioned, we actually reported on the ground from those countries. So one I went to was in Tanzania, which was a diamond mine, which had got cheap loans from the IFC. And this is a diamond mine that one of its best diamonds had found its way to the royal family, and it was one of the Queen's favorite diamonds, I think. But anyway, it was. I went there, and it was like so much of the geography of corporate power around the world. It was emblematic. It was because I arrived there. Tanzania is a pretty poor country. It's not one of the poorest countries in Africa, but it's very poor. Like, you see a lot of poverty around, and then you arrive at the campus of this mining company, and it's just, you go through like the metal gates, and it's perfectly paved roads. There's a hospital, but it's only available to the people who work on the mine, and there's like a nice school, and everything works well. But it's these little oases. But I was talking to the company, and they were saying that, yeah, they said to me, the finance officer said, we didn't need this cheap loan, but it was really good to have the IFC involved and to get this cheap money. And also the other thing is, it's a reputational thing for them, because if your diamond industry, mining industry, has obviously had a lot of PR issues over the decades. And if you get the imprimatur of the IFC and the World Bank, then it gives you a sort of gravitas in that world. And they also said to me, oh yeah, we haven't made a profit for like 10 years, which you're sort of like, wait, why are they investing in a profit losing diamond mine in Tanzania? It makes absolutely no sense. There's no social benefits that are accruing to the population. And I think that my sense is that there's some funky stuff happening with the reporting that means that they were reporting no profits, because obviously you have to pay tax on profits. So that often happens, you know, if you think about it, if you've got these massively powerful mining companies or whatever, or oil companies or whatever it is in a poor country like Tanzania, whose HMRC, the equivalent of the HMRC, is probably like 6 or 7 people working in an office. There's a massive imbalance of power, so they can just do any kind of clever accounting or that they want, or siphon off the profits through another company. It's very, very hard to get money off these corporations. But anyway, the IFC had invested in that mining company, again on the proviso that it provided jobs to the local community and provided benefits. But actually, I went to one of the schools that they'd helped build outside the gates of the campus, and it was a tiny little. It must have cost them, I don't know, about maybe $5,000 or something. Like, when you compare to the loss to the central government of them not paying any taxes for their profits, it's just minimal. And it goes to another part of this story, which is corporate social responsibility, which became huge in the 90s and 2000s, because mining companies and other companies working in the developing world were having problems with the local communities and what they call a social license. They were losing their ability to operate because they were so unpopular. So they invested huge amounts of money in corporate social responsibility, which is about doing all these wonderful things for the local community. It's mostly hot air, and it's all about trying to get the local community on side, but it's a bare minimum, and compared to what they're avoiding in paying tax to the central government, is tiny. But again, it's this whole thing of then we're all meant to celebrate these companies for giving these beneficent gifts, when in fact they're just taking the piss, really, and not paying tax. So that was a really emblematic example. Another one was one we went to Myanmar, which is really, really poor country. I think like it has the least doctors per capita than any country in the world, maybe. and the IFC had invested in this 5-star hotel in the middle of Yangon, which we went into, and it was just unbelievable. It was so decadent, you know. It was just like, we went to the buffet, and it's just like every lovely bit of lovely food you could ever imagine, like huge prawns on sticks and stuff like that. And this is in the midst of some of the worst poverty I've ever seen. And the IFC had given huge loans to this oligarch who had built this hotel, which is called the Shangri-La. Again, on the proviso that it provides jobs and invest, but it's just not true. Like, when you start looking at, we interviewed the IFC head in Myanmar, and we said, can we get some figures on how many jobs has been provided to local communities? He said, oh, we haven't got figures for it. So you sort of like, why not? I thought that was the whole purpose of it. But it's about creating, what I believe is, it's about penetrating new markets. Like Myanmar was opening up then. But it's also about creating an environment that allows rich corporate executives to want to go there. Like that like the Shangri-La, I think they thought was probably important, because once they were opening up, all these sort of oligarchs from the Western world were going to go there. They needed a nice 5-star hotel where they could eat like huge prawns to stay in. They're not going to. That's how they operate. So, but that was a really sort of shocking case, because it made me feel sick to see this in the middle of such poverty, and then also to think, well, this is being publicly funded, you know, like this is public money. The World Bank is funded by governments, by people, us taxpayers. So they were a particularly egregious case. I'd tell people to look into it, because there's just so many completely. I barely found any IFC investments that I would say would have a tangible impact on development in any country. But I think there's a reason for that. That's not the goal. That's the stated goal, but not the real goal.
So one of the things you mentioned, this will be my last question on this section before we move on to the next one, but one of the things you mentioned there was corporate social responsibility. And one aspect of corporate social responsibility that we've seen over, you know, recent decades has been, you know, private companies working with charities to partner on various projects. So you see the likes of, I don't know, Unilever partnering with aid charities and development NGOs in the UK. So charities like Oxfam or Save the Children have partnerships with corporate entities that sponsor and support their development work. Now, some people would argue, well, you've got a really, really tight funding environment for these organisations. You've got, you know, they struggle to get state funding. You know, you've got difficulties with private individual donations and so on. Grants are hard to come by, and therefore one of the source of income for these organisations is sort of these corporate partnerships with charities and so on. You're really, really critical of this. Why do you think the problem is with these kinds of arrangements?
Well, I'm not just critical. I think that it shouldn't happen. I think it's a huge conflict of interest, which goes completely against the stated aim of the charities and the aid organisations. Oxfam is one example, which we looked at. And Oxfam does do a lot of good works, particularly disaster relief. They're one of the better ones. But I'll give you an example. So we went to El Salvador, and we went to this community called Nejapa, which was just outside the capital of San Salvador. Visited local communities who were living on top of this massive aquifer, but they couldn't access the water at prices that they could afford. This is their own water, but there was a huge, there were loads of multinational companies bottling companies using it to make Coke and other drinks like Fanta and the ones we know in the West. We did a story for The Guardian about that community, which was quite strong. And then when I went to Sab Miller, which is the bottler of Coke, and it's a huge multinational, they were like, this is before the article was published, but I think they were probably nervous that we were going to be critical. They were like, no, you got it all wrong. We're helping the local community. Look, this is the report we co-authored with Oxfam about all the good stuff we're doing. And I was shocked. This was early on in our journey, so I wouldn't be shocked now if someone said that to me, but I was shocked. But because we were quite critical and of corporations, and we had some awareness of how it all worked, we could push back against that. But the way the system usually works is journalists just sort of think, oh, okay, well that's, you have to have some kind of knowledge or a deeper knowledge of how the whole system works to push back against it. And I think most journalists don't. So they just sort of think they've got the imprimatur of Oxfam. They're a good organization doing good things. They wouldn't do a co-author a project with this company if they didn't. So, and then the company's propaganda goes seamlessly into the media. In the case of the Guardian, Sav Miller was also funding the Guardian. We found out subsequently. So after we published that El Salvador story, a couple of days later, the Guardian ran an interview with the Latin America head of Sav Miller as a news piece, which I thought was extremely strange, taking on what we'd said. It wasn't a letter. It was like a feature, 900 words or so. So I started looking into it, and then I found out that Sav Miller funded a part of the Guardian website. So I imagine that they must have called up. They wouldn't have said, "We fund you, so we have to have our word," but they probably just said, "We want to have say something." And the way the funding works, I'm sure partly implicitly they knew that there was a more predilection to give them a voice. So anyway, in the end, because of the whole, that shows really encapsulates how corporations own discourse, because they fund the NGOs, they fund the media, and unless you want to just work completely outside the system, which I now do, I don't, and I did then actually. I was working kind of a lot in the Guardian at that point, but then I just thought, F this, I don't want to work in a system where it's a beautifully integrated whole and it just enforces corporate power. And the Guardian essentially gave the final word to one of the world's biggest corporations over some of the poorest people in the world that we'd interviewed. They had the corporation of the final word. So it's not benign, because this is what the places like the Guardian, Oxfam will tell you. They'll say that argument you gave. I know you weren't saying it was your argument, it might be, but that is an argument you often hear, and it's important to take it on, because they say, "Oh well, there's massive funding difficulties. If we don't do this, then we're going to go under." My argument would be, we'll either think of some other way to fund it, or do go under, because what you're doing is the opposite of what you should do. If you're enforcing corporate rule, and you're an aid development agency, and corporations are not benign institutions. They're not there for charity. They're not there to promote development that will help people. They're there to promote a development model that increases their profits and gives them more access to resources. So you can't work with them if your stated aim is to, or your real aim is to help people take control of their resources and take control of their political systems. Because that's the other thing. Sav Miller, again, were funding NGOs within El Salvador as well that were promoting deregulation and other neoliberal reforms. So I don't think it works, and I don't think it should work. And I think that obviously it's seductive if you're running an NGO, because they do probably say, I mean, I'm sure that they have in their contracts, we can say what we want, blah 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 blah, but that doesn't matter. It's about how the structure eventually has an impact. And actually, you see it quite clearly with the Guardian. Again, I'll just to finish with that. Like, I think that probably they say you don't have to say anything. Like the Bill Gates Foundation funds their development site, and I'm sure they in the contracts where they give millions, they say you can write what you want. But of course, over the years, that structural pressure is felt in implicit and maybe, and in the cases you saw with our story, explicit ways. So I think we need to get corporate power out of the media completely, out of NGOs, out of civil society. I know it's hard, but there's no point doing it if we're just going to, this goes for the media as well. At Declassified, we don't take money from corporations or governments, because they are the two power centers in society. And that I think that if your goal is to seek truth, having any kind of structural pressure from either of those two power centers means that you're going to stray from truth. And in the case of development, it goes for that as well.
Let's move on then to the third section of the book. And in this section, you discuss special economic zones. Can you talk us through what they are?
Yeah, so special economic zones are another, what I call them, or what we call them, is corporate utopias. So they were created, actually, funnily enough, an interesting story is that the first ever special economic zone was set up in Shannon in Western Ireland in 1959. and this it was kind of an entrepreneur, very pioneering figure there called Brendan O'Regan, they were trying to strategize how they were going to make Shannon relevant when aeroplane technology got better, and they didn't need to stop that. At that point, they needed to stop in Shannon on the way to Europe, transatlantic flights, and they were going to stop doing that. And he had this idea of having a free zone. He also invented duty-free shops, funnily enough. That was a Shannon invention as well. But the free zone was much more important in terms of the global economy. And he said, well, let's carve out a zone where national law doesn't apply. And corporations can avoid export duties, tariffs. Tax regimes are different, all this sort of stuff. And it was a big success for Shannon, and then just took over the world. And probably the most portentous place that they've been opened is China. Like when you start looking into it, China's rise to economic supremacy since the 80s is all really on the back of the SEZ model. And the first SEZ in China was opened under Deng Xiaoping in 1980. So we're seeing now the fruits of that. And it really suited the Chinese communist regime as well, because they could maintain power on the national government and not have to go super capitalist and give money to give power to the private sector on the national level. They could carve out these zones where they just had it, which were corporate utopias, and they could do all the things that they wanted on a micro scale. They're all over the world. I mean, and they're also here again. It goes that boomerang thing I've mentioned, which is that it's coming back to the rich states. Like in Britain, in 2020, the British government announced that they were doing these free ports, which is exactly the same thing, outside the national tax regimes and export regimes and corporations, and it's all about just trying to bring investment. And that's effectively how the global economy is set up. It's a race to the bottom. The countries that are most successful, if you base your whole development model on attracting foreign direct investment, the only way to do that really is to make it your country as attractive as possible. And what is an attractive country for a multinational corporation? Low wages, low tax regime, not paying any kind of tariffs or duties. So the whole world is because the World Bank and the IMF and they push this export-oriented development model. The whole world is fighting for all this transnational capital and just creating these sort of wastelands now. But the SEZ is a really good way to quicken up. Like if you there are obviously on a national level, there's big obstacles to enacting really extreme neoliberal policies. I mean, they try and do it here, and they have done it, but it's a slow process. There's parliaments, there's organised labour, trade unions that stop it. They don't exist in these SEZs. But again, I'll finish with this, an interesting part that we sort of saw when we went to SEZs, because again, we went to SEZs all over the world. We went to Shenzhen, we went to the first one in India. What you saw is that a lot of the policies that we get now domestically or on a national level were trialed in special economic zones. So I call it special economic world. That's effectively what we're living in. A lot of these extremist economic policies that were trialed in SEZs now become national policies. And interestingly, I'll finish with this, a good example of this is Shannon now. Because Shannon, we said to him, because there is still a free zone there, and we said, what's the difference with the national government now? Why do you have like defence and stuff? And he said, oh, that doesn't mean anything now. It's just branding, because effectively the Irish government, which is famously pro-corporate, that low tax regime, he said that we just have the same now, and that shows you like the government's copied these SEZ model. But it's a hugely, actually I should mention this because this is another factor on it, the impact on labour. One of the most profound reporting experiences I've ever had actually was when I went to Cambodia to look at some two SEZs there near the border with Vietnam. They're often near borders because of export and stuff. Now I tried to get so I did go into, there was one just outside Phnom Penh, the capital, and I went once with the PR company which worked for the company which ran the SEZs, because the SEZs themselves are privately owned and privately built, often with development finance, by the way. because it's a massive part of the menu of the World Bank. Alongside the IFC loans, they say you should open an SEZ, and there was one being opened in Myanmar. But sorry, too many incidentals. But I was going to this. I went to this special economic zone outside Phnom Penh, the first in Cambodia actually. Once with the company that was the PR company that was working for the company that ran it. So I went inside with them and interviewed the guy that ran the SEZ, and then I went back with the union and interviewed some workers who had been fired for organising outside the special economic zone. And it really showed this kind of parallel worlds that you live in this corporate empire. Because if I had been a Financial Times journalist and been taken in this like air-conditioned car to this SEZ and talked to this guy, I would have thought everything worked great, you know. Like he was saying, oh look, the workers are really happy they don't need unions because there's no problems. Everything's nice inside, workers walking around, like investment, everything. But I wasn't working for the Financial Times at that point, and I was interested in getting the other side, and the union basically just blew up all these myths. So when I went back with them, they said these 5 guys that I interviewed were scared as well, because a guy sat down next to us and we were in a cafe outside the SEZ, and they were saying, oh, he's probably been sent by the company, and they'd all been fired because they were organising inside the SEZ. And what SEZs do is they lock workers off from the surrounding society, and they don't allow in organisers, they don't allow in unions. Some even explicitly say you can't unionize in there, but the Cambodia, they didn't do that. They just made it extremely hard to do. And most of the unions in Cambodia are basically just arms of the state. It's a dictatorship, has been for decades. And they're called yellow unions, but these independent unions, just amazing people, like, and coming under huge amounts of repression for organizing workers independently. And they were talking to them about the SEZs. They said it's the hardest place to organize in Cambodia. They said we're technically allowed in, but they only allow in the yellow unions. And if we ever try and get in, they'll just like kick us out instantly. And I'll finish with this. The interesting thing about the Cambodian labor movement, what in the SEZs is, they said because they're not allowed to organize legitimately with actual unions that represent their interests, they're only allowed to do it with the state affiliated ones. All kind of actions just always end in violence because there's no organization. So there's always like riots and stuff inside these SEZs because the workers just can't, there's no way to channel it through legitimate institutions. So they just go nuts. Yeah, it was a very more profound for me was just like the power of independent unions and how important they are for. It just made me think that they're the most civilized institutions that human beings ever created, really. And yeah.
So you mentioned a little bit earlier on that a lot of the SEZs are kind of privately built, financed, and so on. You also, in this section of the book, talk about private cities. Beyond just the special economic zone. So you talk about the example of Lavasa in India. Could you explain Lavasa, how it operates, and what other kind of developments of these kinds we're seeing? Yeah,
so another part of this, so SEZs is kind of the flagship part of that section, but it's all about, it comes under a bigger rubric, which is the chiseling off of physical space from states and handing it over to corporations, which is happening hugely all over the world. SEZs is one example, but another one is, like you say, gated communities, whole private cities. Now, Lavasa was one I went to. You got to say, how does it operate? It doesn't work, basically. Like this really corrupt Indian oligarch, hugely rich, just had this idea of creating a wholly private city in the middle of the jungle, like literally in the middle of the jungle. I went, and it basically, as an engineering project, was just insane. Like, and it hadn't worked, and they'd pumped way more money than they wanted to. And I actually haven't looked at it for a while. I don't know if they've just sacked it off now. But it was extremely sinister. It was like one of the most freaky weeks I've ever spent anywhere. But like, you go into like American diners in the middle, and it's just Elvis Presley playing on the tinny speaker, and no one in there apart from you. And every time you put your glass down, someone, like, there'll be like way too many waiters, like 6 waiters that would just fill up your water. And I did see a couple of Indian, because it's based on a hill station, which was something that the British created during the Empire. because all the British men who were running the country they didn't like the frenetic hot cities on the weekends, so they built these hill stations where it was cooler and they could go on the weekends. So it was based on that idea. So there were some parts of the new middle class in India would come for the weekend, but there was basically no one there, and it was that theory of like, if we build it they'll come, but they hadn't. But they didn't have a mayor, they had a CEO. Every single part of the government was run by a different corporation. It was a real dystopian vision of the future. And I think that unless there is kind of a fight back, this trend, alongside the other ones, will just increase, because states have sold everything. It's part of the thing, like, especially in this country, in Britain, since the 1980s, we've got nothing left to sell off. Like, so we actually only have the land left to sell off. So we're selling off the land in a huge way. And there's, I mean, another example of this, Lewes is an extreme example, but privately owned public spaces, like, which is a phenomenon which is taking off as well. They're everywhere in London. Like, it's often that you're, like, as a journalist, I often get told, oh, you can't take a photo here. And I'm saying, well, this is a public street. And they're like, oh, no, it's owned by XYZ. City of London's a good example. The City of London we think of as a square mile. But if you live in London, you'll often go to places. I was in Epping Forest the other day, which is in East London, and it just says owned by the City of London, which is a private corporation. That's not new, obviously, but that kind of trend is just taking off massively. So yeah, the private city thing, we also went to some in Vietnam, and it goes back to this parallel existences. If you're creating a global economy where you're just going to have vast reservoirs of really poor people that are desperate for jobs, and living in awful conditions, all the social problems that creates, you want to be insulated from them. So you have to create these enclaves where you can avoid having to interact with the society that you're creating by your greed and the corporate system that you're enforcing. And that's what it is. It's all about security in South Africa. If you go to anywhere, we were in Joburg, which is a hugely rich, the gold seam under Joburg is just one of the biggest in the world. It should be some of the worst poverty you've ever seen, but then some of the richest people you've ever seen as well. But then every house has like a 12-foot wall and huge alarms, and that's kind of what this corporate system has created, two parallel realities, where the 1% who are benefiting from it just lock themselves off from all the problems that are created through the system that they're enriching themselves through.
Finally, then, onto the last section of the book. So this is the section that's all about kind of private security and military firms. And I think there's two areas to kick us off with first that our viewers will be particularly interested in. So to start with, could you talk us through the role of private security firms in enforcing the occupation of Palestine?
Yeah. So I went to that was a trip I did in 2016. And I had been hearing from colleagues and friends about the privatization of the occupation, but I didn't actually realize how extreme it was. And I went there and went to the checkpoints in the West Bank, and they're all now manned by a private company called Israqi. And what that's it's emblematic again of this system that takes accountability away from anyone, because the Israeli government does not need to subcontract out its occupation of Palestine, because every Israeli citizen has to serve. There's a lot of people that are in the regular army, but what this does is it allows them to withdraw accountability, because although there's no real accountability for Israeli soldiers, but when you subcontract out to private companies, even less. And that is what the Palestinian activists we talked to were saying, is that we just don't even know who to contact now if we have a problem with a private company. And then it's confusing for the victim population as well, because they don't know who they're up against. You know, it's not just that one company I mentioned. There's others as well. And then there's also the profiteering side of things. So the securitization of the West Bank stands to make these companies very rich. So it has policy implications as well, because if a lot of private companies are benefiting from the occupation and expanding it and making it more securitized, then that has an impact. That they're lobbying the government all the time in terms of bringing the occupation to an end. It's much harder, you know. So there's all these kind of dynamics happening under the surface. To be honest with you, the interesting thing in Palestine was they were just people were just so it's just such a horrific regime that there wasn't much concentration on this issue. We talked to people at the West, as I said, at the checkpoints, and they were just saying that, look, everyone's rude to us and is a threat to our lives when we go through. We don't really notice whether they've got black patch or the IDF, what's called the so-called IDF. But yeah, I think that it's the profiteering and the lack of accountability, and that goes for here as well. You know, there's for some reason there's a massive problem with this. We in a democratic society, where our tax money that we're paying, when it goes to private corporations, we should have some way of getting information from those corporations. That doesn't happen here. The Freedom of Information Act, we can only use at public institutions. If our government give loads of our money to G4S to run an immigrant detention center, we can't, or Serco, we can't access any of that information. We don't have a right to ask Serco, even though we're paying their contract. So I think there should be a massive movement to try and bring about that change. I know there are campaign groups that are doing that, but I think it's a massive hole in the democratic journalistic system. But anyway, I think that goes for Israel as well. Also, Israel is an interesting case because it was moderately it was always a racist state in the sense that it was founded on the principle that there needed to be a Jewish supremacy. But it was founded on mildly sort of socialistic, domestic, like for the Jewish population anyway, mildly socialistic principles. And they went through a similar process that we did in the 80s, where their country was carved up for corporate interests. And actually, I'll finish with this. One of the stories I did, which is in the book as well, I think, is about how the private arms industry in Israel also benefits from the occupation because it's what's called a laboratory. Now, this isn't conspiracy stuff. Like mainstream people say this, academics, people even within the Israeli government say that having a captive population in the West Bank and Gaza and they've got a huge arms industry, Israel, and surveillance. A lot of their technology, as we've seen recently with various stories about Israeli companies exporting surveillance technology around the world. But they've got part of the reason they've got this huge surveillance arms industry is because they've got a captive population where they can test it all out. Like even when they're bombing Gaza again now, but I mean they bomb Gaza every couple of years. Well, they bomb Gaza all the time, but in terms of real massacres, they do it every couple of years. But they often say, like I looked at some of the sort of brochures from these companies, and they'll say battle proven. They'll use that word in Gaza for their newfangled technology. And in Bilayin and Nilayin, which are two towns which were being sliced in half by the apartheid wall that Israel were building, we talked to activists there who would say, yeah, they trialed skunk water in our village, which is this putrid smelling substance, which they then export around the world. In fact, there's a really good journalist called Anthony Lowenstein, who I actually did some of the reporting with. And he's got a new book out called The Palestinian Laboratory. I think it's out later this month or maybe next month. But this idea is definitely true. And it probably is one of the major reasons that they want to maintain control over the West Bank and Gaza rather than just allowing a Palestinian state to exist, because this whole securitization system, which they can export, is based on that captive population.
So the other area that I think in relation to this section of the book that I think our viewers will be particularly interested in is the role of private companies in enforcing Europe's migration system, particularly around issues around detention and so on. Could you talk us through that element?
Yeah, I mean, they're massively involved in immigrant detention. Probably the most knowledgeable or interesting thing I can talk about is immigrant detention centres in the UK, because I did quite a lot of work on that. But they're all owned and run by private companies, and not sorry to be repetitive, but it's the same issues. Like, I tried to get into Yarlswood, and because it's a private company, even if you're a journalist, Diane Abbott, when she was Shadow Home Secretary, couldn't get in. They lock these people off, and these companies are making huge profits from this system. So there's very, very little pressure politically to get rid of them, because the other thing is they run them really badly, because a private company is all about getting its margins, improving its profit margins, and profit margins are impacted by providing services in a proper way, because you want to get as few staff as possible. You want to invest as little as possible in the resources that you provide to the detainees. And yeah, I mean, this is a specific case, but it goes at all these tools of repression, all these systems of keeping people detained, keeping them in prison. In the States, I've done quite a lot of work on private prisons in the States. They're all, the profit motive is pretty much penetrated all of them, and it goes with this whole idea of we need to guard ourselves against the great unwashed, who there's more and more of, and are more and more desperate because of the system. And yeah, and it's extremely difficult to fight, because, as I say, it's that there's not much information, and it's just so assumed now that the only way to run anything is through a private company, even though for me it's the opposite of the truth. But the corporate, the whole the discourse is created by a corporate media and a corporate funded NGO sector and corporate funded think tanks. So it's hard to penetrate that. Like, as I said at the beginning, the ideologies which underpin this whole system are extreme. They're extremist ones. They're in the 70s we would have been seeing extremely extreme, to just this idea that everything has to be run by a private corporation. But now that is the mainstream. That is the centrist position. And anyone like someone like Jeremy Corbyn, who wanted to tax the rich a little bit more and tax corporations a little bit more and bring nationalize the railways and stuff like that, that's seen as extreme far left. That's how far the spectrum has moved. And I think the spectrum has moved like that because of the increasing penetration of our society in all levels by corporations. That is the variable that's changed. That there's less and less space. They've cannibalized the state. They've cannibalized all our institutions, and they've moved the political spectrum. I don't know. I don't know how you fight it when you're up against such power. But I can say that someone asked me in an interview about this book the other day, like, how do you go on when you just go around the world seeing like the power of these institutions and seeing how they're destroying a lot of the economies around the world. And I said it's because there's amazing people fighting back everywhere, and it works if you can get a critical level of opposition, and the victims understand these systems a lot better than the people in the places where they kind of originate. So, for example, in El Salvador, just to go back to that, like I mentioned, that ISDS, ICSID, barely anyone knows about them. Fair enough. I didn't really know much about them at all before I started looking into them. But you go to El Salvador, pretty much everyone you speak to knows about it. And they know it's called CIADI, and because that's ICSID is called CIADI because it's its Spanish acronym. But everyone would talk really eloquently and knowledgeably about CIADI, and they won. Like, they won that case, but they also that El Salvador was the first country in the world to outright ban metallic mining in the whole country. Because there was a massive movement, and so there's two sides to it. One is, yes, it's depressing going and seeing this stuff, but it's also, you see a level of resistance and you see a level of organization which is just on a level that I've never seen in the West. You know, Bolivia, I was there last year to interview Evo Morales at his house, and I stayed around the little village that he lived in with a couple of people that I know, and we're talking to them and talking to the unions and stuff, and it was just the most inspiring experience I've ever had. You know, like the level of organization is insane, so democratic. Like every day they're having these huge meetings. There's like 10 different unions that cover different sectors, and they're all run by, seem like people who are like 21 or something, but huge. That there's just the level of engagement with the political process was like I've never seen. Everyone knew all the issues. So I think that there is hope in that, you know, but I do feel like that it doesn't really exist here. Like, I'll finish with this. One of the interesting examples I thought was that, and a kind of an expression of how distracted we've been made by the media is, I don't know if you remember, I think it was last year, there was this proposition to do a Super League, to get rid of the Premier League and to get all the top teams in Europe to enter a European league. That was nixed in the bud, probably, I think even the day after or 2 days after, because there was such outpouring from all football supporters, and everyone was like, this is just a money-making corporate scheme and it will destroy football, and everyone understood that, and it was stopped instantly. But yet, for the last however long decade, they've been privatizing the NHS, and now there's G4S logos on ambulances and stuff. They're selling it off to different corporations and to America, in America and other places. There's none of that level of mobilization, even though the issue is much more serious. And I think if people understood it, or not even understood it, if people heard about it, they would be exercised in the same way. But we've been distracted and pushed again by a corporate-friendly discourse, corporate-friendly culture, into really, really passionately caring and understanding sports, or like, do you know what I mean? That there's this, they're herding us into obsessions to distract us from the root causes of everything, which is that the corporations run everything now. And I do. This is probably a more controversial statement, but I do think that also transposes over to the obsession on the left and the liberal left with identity politics, because that again obviously is important, and I think that the left and progressives should be fighting for gay rights, trans rights, all these things, but the level we talk about it more than anything else, and we don't bear like the sort of the issues that we deal with in the book, barely anyone ever talks about, like it comparatively. And I think that's not a coincidence. I think that the discourse is generated by corporate interests largely, and they want us all talking about these issues more and more, and not talking about private power and the corporate takeover of all our institutions. But that's just my take.
You could have opened a massive can of worms that we could talk about for hours there, about the role of identity politics on the left, so we won't go there for now.
Yeah.
But I've got one final question for you. But before we do that, I just wanted to, you talked a little bit about G4S's role in NHS outsourcing, or Serco, whoever it is, managing detention centres. And I think one of the things that I think is really important for people to understand and know about the role of these companies is companies like G4S and Serco. They're not firms that have a speciality in a particular area, right? They're not firms that have for years and years and years developed expertise doing XYZ thing. Their only expertise is bidding for and winning government contracts, and they essentially now operate like privatized arms of the state. They essentially function like the state but in private hands. So Serco, G4S, these are firms that run everything from private security to railways to ambulances, like you say, other elements of the state. And I think they're the most indicative, I think, of how far this kind of this drive towards privatization of public services in the state and so on really has gone, where essentially what we've said is we, the state, are no good at running these services. Instead, we're going to get a company that has no experience doing this to do it instead for us, which is just an absolutely insane way of running your country. There's a particular. So I used to work for We Own It, the campaign for public ownership. So it's a particular bugbear of mine. But the final thing I wanted to just ask you before I let you get off is, you've talked a lot there about kind of, the state of the left's response to this, some international movements. I mean, reading the book and listening to this interview, I think a lot of people can come away feeling quite despondent, as you said there, like, how do you stay motivated and keep going and so on. And looking at the current situation in the UK, we've got no political party that is on the prospect of winning a general election, that is remotely looking at taking on any of the things that you discuss in the book. We don't have a mass movement around these issues like we did, say, possibly in the 90s with the anti-globalization movement, in the UK at least. So I guess for people watching this, or who've read the book or are about to read the book, if you could give them something to take away that they can do in terms of organising, campaigning, struggling against the corporate takeover of democracy, what would it be?
Yeah, well, I think, as I mentioned earlier, I think join a union, and not only that, get active in your union, because not all unions are good. I won't name any names, but there's some unions in the UK that are basically Starmerite, or supporters of Keir Starmer, and support that kind of, as you said, policy prescriptions, in as much as they have any policies, but ones that are just in keeping with this whole system. But join a union and make them and use your democratic rights within that union to try and push for radical proposals, because organised labour is the only structural obstacle to the corporate empire that I've described. There's other ways of doing things, but in terms of actual historical forces that can actually push back and change things, that is what we need. And we need an independent one, because of the power of organised labour, it's co-opted often by state and corporate interests. But independent, Unite's pretty amazing under Sharon Graham, for example. It's so powerful to have a union of that size under someone who is independent and is pushing radical policies. I also think that they should disaffiliate from the Labour Party. I think that would be an amazing move for progressives in this country, because I did a video for Double Down News about this the other day, about how the Labour Party is part of the reason we're in such a bad situation, because the Labour Party absorbs so much energy from the left, and obviously it's funded by the unions partly, and unions are massively involved. And the Labour Party, essentially, its role is to stop any radical proposals ever getting anywhere near the top or getting near number 10. And they showed that during Jeremy Corbyn's time, right? They went to war with him, the party itself, because of his radical policies, which weren't even that radical, but I mean, fringed a little bit on corporate power. So I think we've had so many decades of just putting so much energy into the Labour Party and no evidence that they're ever going to do what we want them to do. So if we can harness that energy and get organised labour independent of the Labour Party, we can use that. That was a massive reservoir of and also it's popular, because the other thing about Corbyn, like everything with that guy, what the media said is opposite to the reality. So they say that the thing was, well, we don't like Corbyn because he's unelectable. But the thing is, he was too electable. Like, if you talk to people on the streets about the policies that Corbyn had, people like them. That's what the real danger to the establishment is. They don't want to be able people to even have that on offer, because they are popular. People don't want the NHS sold off to corporations. They don't want us to be arming Saudi Arabia, all these different things. So I think if we can unhinge organised labour from the Labour Party and from the legacy institutions of the British oligarchy, because they got control of all of them, then we might get somewhere. But yeah, in terms of practical stuff, I think unions, I think they're the way to go. I'm a member of the NUJ, but I don't have much to do with it. But yeah, I can't. There's no silver bullet, is there? This is a battle that has been fighting since the dawn of time. But yeah. I mean, I'll finish with this. I'm not massively despondent, actually, because I think that we're entering a crisis now. Well, we've been in a crisis for a while, but we're entering a stage of history where people do not want Rishi Sunak or Starmer. The problem we have is they're going to go one way or the other, that we need to make them go left rather than, but the real benefit, it looks like in the balance of forces now, the far right have a much more currency, because their messaging is more simple, and also they're more conducive to the oligarchy prefer them to the far left, because they get to blame it all on immigrants or minorities, rather than actually take on the real interests which are creating these crises, which is corporate power, the greed of the 1%, whatever it is. So I think we basically it's a massive project. It's a multi-decade project, but we need to start work on it now. In that Double Down news video, I used the example of Latin America, and I think we should, the British left and the left all over the Western world should look to Latin America to learn, because if you want to create democratic, socialist, liberation governments here, surely you should look at the place which has successfully done it for the last 2 decades. And there's only one place really in the world that has, and that's Latin America, with Chavez, Lula, Rafael Correa, Evo Morales. And all of them had to create their own parties to get into power, because they knew the oligarchical left liberal parties were there to stop them getting into power. But also they had huge, they did interesting things to get there. So I think we need to have a massive political education program looking at how they did it and learn from them.
Matt, thank you so much for your time today. For viewers, this is the book that we've been talking about. So Silent Coup, How Corporations Overthrew Democracy. You can get a copy of it. It's published by Bloomsbury. You'll be able to find it on all book retailers, wherever you like. Make sure you read it. It's a brilliant read. Matt, thank you so much for your time today.
Having me. Take care.
So that was Matt Kennard, the journalist and the co-author of Silent Coup, How Corporations Overthrew Democracy. Please do let me know in the chat on YouTube what you thought of that interview. Love to hear your reflections on it. We still have an amazing array of guests to come in the rest of the show. Coming up very, very soon, I've got my few hours back to back of interviews with Green Party councillors who were recently elected in the local elections, and we have many, many more guests still to come. If you're just joining us or you enjoyed that interview, make sure you hit subscribe, make sure you hit like, and let me know what you thought of that interview in the chat. I would love to hear from you. Please do also share the link to this show on your social media channels. That was a long old slog. We were talking for over an hour. So what I'm going to do now is take a very, very quick break, and then I'm going to get back to the chat and the questions and the comments that have come in there. Please do pop more in for me to come back to for when I'm back. But I'll be back in about 5 minutes' time. Hello, hello, hello. We are now back. You are watching Bright Green Live. If you haven't already, please do hit like and subscribe. We're aiming to get to 50 likes by the end of the show and 700 subscribers. We're on 13 likes at the moment. That means 37 still to go. We can do it with your help. We're on 682, 18 subscribers still to go. So if you're just joining us, we've had 3 guests so far on the show. Already today, I've spoken to Fergus Green from People on Planet about the Fossil Free Careers campaign. That's the student campaign trying to get universities to stop allowing fossil fuel firms to recruit students on university campuses. I then spoke to, who did I speak to second? I spoke to Gillian Mackay, the Scottish Green Party MSP, about her proposed legislation to get buffer zones introduced around abortion clinics in Scotland. And then third, I spoke to Matt Kennard, the journalist who's the author of the new book, co-author of the new book, Silent Coup, How Corporations Overthrew Democracy, which is chronicling through years of investigative reporting around the role that corporations are playing across the globe in undermining democracy. You can rewind through the show and watch any of those back if you wish to. We've still got an amazing lineup of guests to come on the show, including up next in about 10 minutes' time, I'm going to be joined by Rachel Eburne, who is the deputy leader of the Green Group on Mid Suffolk Council. We're going to be talking about how the Green Party won an overall majority on that council and what the Green Party's plans are going forward for the council. Now, following that, I was supposed to be joined by Anastasia Weist, who is a newly elected Green councillor in Manchester. I've just unfortunately heard that she may need to pull out, but I'm hoping to get her on the show at a different point. But I'll keep you informed as I get more information. But very soon we'll be joined by Rachel Eburne. Now, I'm going to go to the chat because I know that there were a few comments and questions that came in during that interview with Matt, which I hope you all enjoyed. Let me know what you thought about it. I thought it was fascinating. And if you haven't got the book, get the book. It was out about a week ago now, published by Bloomsbury. You can get a copy of the book in all, I'm sure, good and or bad book retailers. Someone called Eastbourne Lass said that it was great to see Matt here. Luke, I'm very, very sorry for missing your question that I could have put to Matt. But what I will do now is I'll answer your previous question, Luke Brown, which was, I think if Jeremy Corbyn were to stand as independent, the Greens would stand down. So for viewers who aren't aware, I'm surprised you must be living under a rock, but Jeremy Corbyn is currently a Labour Party member, but is sitting as an independent member of Parliament for Islington North. That's because the Labour Party's NEC has firstly, that's because the Labour Party has removed the whip from him, but he remains Labour member. And very recently, the Labour Party's NEC, the National Executive Committee, decided that he would not be permitted to stand as a Labour candidate at the next general election for Islington North. Now, there is lots of speculation as to what will happen next, whether he will stand as an independent, whether he might stand for London Mayor as an independent, but at the moment, we don't know what he's going to do. Luke has asked whether I think the Greens would stand down if Corbyn were to stand for re-election as independent. Now, I can't pretend to be particularly close to the conversations that may or may not have happened about this in Islington. My suspicion would be that the Greens wouldn't stand down. The party's already selected a general election candidate in that constituency. I think it's public knowledge, but I won't name them in case it isn't. But they have selected a parliamentary candidate in that constituency, and realistically, I can't see the Greens standing down at this stage. Had they not selected a candidate, it might be possible that the Greens wouldn't stand the candidate, and that might go ahead like that. But as they have, I can't see a world in which the Greens will stand down. That doesn't mean they're going to be necessarily actively campaigning if Jeremy Corbyn does stand as an independent, because essentially, if he does stand, it's going to be one of the most hotly contested races in the country, with the Labour Party pushing to retain the seat for the party, with Jeremy Corbyn trying to retain the seat for him as the MP. And realistically, the Greens' prospects of polling well there are going to be very, very slim because the vote's going to be massively squeezed there, especially because the interest that will be generated about a Corbyn independent candidacy will naturally lead to a huge influx of campaigners and activists to support him in that constituency from the wider left, including ex-Labour members. And it will be one of the most intense general election campaigns in a particular constituency of that election. So realistically, I think what's likely to happen is the Greens will stand and not be particularly active in campaigning were Jeremy Corbyn to stand as an independent, which is interesting because realistically, I think Islington North is the kind of constituency that in the medium to long term is a really interesting prospect for the Greens. Demographically, it's obviously the kind of place that the Greens could do well, and there's a long history of the Greens of Green support there. So the 3 Green councillors in Islington are all in that constituency. The Green Party has historically polled pretty well there, even despite the fact that Jeremy Corbyn's been the MP. And essentially, I think that in the mid to long term, when eventually Jeremy Corbyn does retire, whether it's this election or a future one, it's a kind of constituency the Greens could and ought to be campaigning hard in to win from Labour, particularly, I think, if Labour selects a right-wing candidate there, because with which is the way that all Labour Party selections are going at the moment, it's incredibly likely that it will be a pretty right-wing figure selected, because so far in all the selections that have taken place across the country for Labour Party parliamentary candidates, realistically, I think only one could be described as genuinely left-wing. That's Faisal Shaheen in Duncan Smith's seat of Chingford and Wood Green, I think it's called. The rest of the candidates are all kind of Starmerites or right-wingers or Blairites. The Labour Party's got quite a strong hold. The leadership's got quite a strong hold on the Labour Party internal selection process at the moment. So that was a very long way to say the answer, I think, is no. I don't think the Greens would stand down. I'd be surprised, but strange things have happened. So if you're just joining us now for the interview with Rachel Eburne, please do hit subscribe, please do hit like, please do get questions lined up for Rachel in the chat. Rachel is the deputy leader of the Green Group on Mid Suffolk District Council. That's the council the Green Party made history in this year's local elections by winning a majority. The first time the Greens have won a majority on any council anywhere in the country ever. I believe it's also the first time a Green Party has won a majority control of a council or local authority anywhere in Europe. Don't quote me on that, but I think that's the case. I'm going to be speaking to Rachel about how the hell that happened, how this patch of Suffolk ended up becoming the place where the Greens had that first major breakthrough. And I'll also be speaking to her about her plans, the Greens' plans for running the council going forward, and what the Greens have in store for the people of Mid Suffolk. So I'll be speaking to her in about 5 minutes' time, so stay tuned, get yourself nice and comfortable for that. Later on the show, I'll also be speaking to more Green councillors who were elected in the last set of local elections, just a week or so ago. Jo Bird, who's been on the show before, is councillor in Wirral. I'll be talking to her about what the elections mean for councillors who defected from the Labour Party, and the fact that there were 4 such councillors who were successfully re-elected as Greens, the first time that's ever happened. I'll also be speaking to Ellie Chowns, who's a former MEP and the current councillor in Herefordshire, about the local elections there. What that means, because it's one of the places where the Tories actually made gains, and they made gains from independents who were in administration with the Greens. So what that means there, and also what it means for the North Herefordshire parliamentary constituency, which is one of the seats the Green Party is campaigning hard in as a potential area where they could gain a second parliamentary seat. Later on, at the end of the show, I'll also be speaking to Zoe Nicholson, who's the leader of the Green Group on Lewes District Council. Lewes is one of those places where the Greens emerged as the largest party after the local elections. It's a place where the Tories were in control until quite recently, and now there are 0 councillors on Lewes District Council. So I was speaking to her about how the Tories were ousted from that council and what the administration will look like going forward. That'll be the end of the show at around 5:30. So 5 hours to go. We are trying to get to 700 likes and 700 subscribers on our YouTube channel and 50 likes on the video by the end of the show. Please do hit subscribe and hit like if you haven't already. It'll help us out massively. And if you have questions for any of our guests, including Rachel, who is up next, then please do pop them in the chat. Now, if you're new to Bright Green, you may not be aware that we do not have the backing of billionaires or big business. We rely solely on the kind and generous support of people just like you. If you are able to, please do head to our website, bright-green.org/donate. There is a link in the description down below, and set up a regular donation. We ask people to give about £5 a month. That's what allows us to put on these shows and to publish all the articles and the rest of the videos that we put out regularly. The only reason we're able to cover the Green parties to the extent that we are, the only reason we're able to have great guests like Matt Kennard, who's a pioneering journalist, the only reason we're able to cover the Labour movement, social movements, and the wider left to the extent that we do and in the way that we do is because of our donors. So if you are able to, please do set up a donation right now, bright-green.org/donate. It'll help us out massively. And independent media needs funding. So please do, if you are able to, fund it. So I can just see now that Rachel has joined the call. So I'm going to let her in. And as Rachel connects to the call, I'll just do a brief introduction so that you all know who you are going to be hearing from. Rachel Eburne is the deputy leader of the Green Group on Mid Suffolk Council. Mid Suffolk is a place that you might have heard a lot about over the last week because it is the council, the first council anywhere in the country to have elected a Green majority. And I'm going to be speaking to Rachel about how that majority came about and what the Greens' plans are for the council going forward. But before we delve into any of that, Rachel, thank you so much for joining me today. How are you doing?
Very well indeed, Chris. Thank you very much. And thank you for inviting me on today. It's good to talk to you.
Brilliant. Well, let's crack straight into it then. So, as I said, Mid Suffolk saw the Green Party make history in this year's local elections. It's the first time ever anywhere that the party has taken majority control of a council. How did that happen?
A lot of hard work, I suppose I'd say. I mean, we have had our first councillor here was 20 years ago, 2003. I myself was elected in 2010. So we have had Green councillors here for quite a long time. And I think what people have liked locally is the fact that all the Green councillors that they've seen in their communities work hard, really represent them, and kind of value what they want to achieve, value our communities, value their environment, and that has been noticed to the extent that in these elections, we already had 12 councillors in the run-up to these elections, and we found that some electors were saying, well, we've seen in a community next door to us that there's Green councillors and they work hard, and we'd like some of that, please.
So over the last couple of weeks, some of the narrative that we've seen from some quarters has been that the Greens have been winning in traditionally Tory areas by leaning into sort of NIMBYism, particularly on areas like house building. Do you think that's true?
Not particularly, no. I think we've seen we're in a very rural area of Suffolk, and we've seen a huge amount of development over the last 5 to 10 years. And part of that's down to government's targets, house building targets, and part of it's down to the Conservatives and our council actually not doing enough to put in a local development plan in place so that we can actually guide those developments how that our communities want them. But what we found is that where we've had Green councillors in place, we've actually been able to affect those developments. I mean, from the absolute simplest things such as saving trees that are, it's like a classic one where a tree was in the way of a footpath, we'll move the footpath, or ancient hedgerows, do we really need to take out a hedgerow purely for a housing development? But to more sort of prosaic issues in terms of, in my own community, we've got people who are not able to afford to live in the villages that they grew up in, and because they can't afford housing, or there just is not housing available. You know, there's the kind of nice 4 or 5 bedroom executive homes, but not the 2-bedroom houses. But as green councillors, we've been able to actually work with developers, work with the community to say, look, can we change the housing mix? Can we get some more 2-bedroom homes? Can we get something that's more affordable? And so we've been able to do that. So I don't really think the NIMBYism issue is something that has, you know, arisen here particularly. And I don't think that's a sort of valid argument from the Conservatives in this instance. I mean, you know, yes, people might say they don't want development, but in their backyard. But when I speak to some people, I mean, I've got a classic example of someone actually coming up to me and saying, my grandson is now able to live in the village down the road from me, you know, and so that particular person living in the village wanted that development so that they could see their, you know, grandchildren actually be able to live there and not have to move away or whatever else. So I think there's you know, it's quite a complex picture, but I don't think that you know, the NIMBYism point really stands up to much scrutiny, really.
And so you're now in administration. What are your priorities? So what does the first 100 days of a Green administration in Mid-Suffolk look like?
Well, I think the interesting point on that, Chris, is that we've had, you know, over the last few years, we've been constantly put ideas into the, you know, when the Conservatives were running the council based purely on the chair's casting vote, we would every year at budget time, we would put in our ideas for things that we wanted to see happen. We would put motions forward to councillors. I'm sure lots of other councillors are fully aware of how that works. But now some of those ideas, we can actually get them happening. So, for example, last year we said, you know, there is not enough happening on insulating properties and actually making sure that existing homes are more environmentally efficient. Can we affect the cost of living crisis? Can we reduce people's housing bills? So we've got a project that's already got funding in the budget from last year that we need to get underway immediately so that can actually impact this winter and we can actually get some insulation projects going. For example, that's one. We've had another one where it's such a rural area here, we have a big problem with rural transport. You know, unless you've got a car, you know, there are no buses. You know, we had a classic example of a development in a village near me where as part of the development, the developer had to provide a bus stop. And we said, well, that's all very well, but there's not actually a bus to stop at the bus stop. So, you know, we want to work with the county council, to work with voluntary groups, to see if we can get some solutions for rural transport. And that's not just people being able to access the town or access GP surgeries or whatever. It's kind of very social in terms of, you know, we find lots of elderly want to, when they travel on the bus, they talk to each other, you know, it helps with sort of isolation and so on. So looking at that, but I think kind of some of the real issues are kind of around about improving sort of access to the council. You know, it's been kind of rather distant, and we haven't really asked communities what do they want the council to do for them. And so we're looking at how we can improve that and actually going to communities and asking them what is it that you feel that you need, you know, what are the big issues or even the small issues in your area. And I think in the first few months we really want to get to grips with, you know, obviously we know from kind of talking to our communities and through the election process what some of the issues are, but actually, you know, show our communities that we can act on that and we can do some things that really will help, you know, in their sort of day-to-day lives and so on.
So that's the short term, but so Mid-Suffolk, you have elections once every 4 years. You have all-out elections, so you're now in office for the next 4 years. What's the longer-term vision for the district?
Well, I think that we've got a lot of plans. I mean, I think the one of the key things that, you know, as I said in the short term as well, is sort of reconnecting with our communities. We want to kind of make our district much more, you know, vibrant in terms of kind of, you know, really exciting place to live. We want to improve the livability of it in terms of access to services, but also the rural economy, not so people don't have to travel miles just to get to work, that they're able to live and work in their own communities. We want to kind of ensure that everyone has access to green spaces. For example, people think, oh, you live in a rural area and you've got, lots of footpaths through farmland, but, a toddler can't play on a footpath through farmland. A young, 12-year-olds can't build dens in rural farmland. So improving access to green spaces and areas like that. So looking at also the sort of culture and heritage of our district, we don't feel there's been enough sort of focus on bringing that to the fore, not just for the sake of culture and of people's enjoyment in that and so on, but actually the kind of jobs that come with that, the pride that comes with that, and the community involvement. So we've got a lot of plans, and I think, what we hope is that people know that we work hard and that we will see those things come to fruition and actually be able to progress them beyond those 4 years and really make some positive changes that people are asking for.
And so in the local elections a week or so ago now, whilst you were taking control of Mid Suffolk Council, further south, the Greens lost control of Brighton and Hove, which is one of the other places where the Greens have been in administration. It's the second time the Greens have been in administration in Brighton and Hove, and they've lost control once they've faced the electorate. What are the lessons that you think that you need to learn in Mid Suffolk from the Brighton and Hove example that means that you don't endure the same fate in 4 years' time?
Well, I think, Brighton's a very, very different kettle of fish. For starters, we're a very rural area. In Brighton, understanding its kind of Labour has been very strong there. We don't have any Labour councillors at all here, haven't had any for absolutely years. So it's a very different area, and I think the actual issues that we face are extremely different. So that's one point. I think secondly, because we've been steadily building, so as I said, we had 12 councillors prior to this election. So we've been working hard in our communities, and we know what the issues are. So we've just been steadily building that, and I think that is something that it's not been a sudden leap. Yes, the majority that we've got at the moment was slightly more than we expected, but we were expecting to get a majority. So I think that the sort of steady progress is something that will hold us in good stead. It's not all of a sudden that this has been achieved. And I think we're very, very focused on our communities. So one of the main areas really is actually listening to and talking to communities. So areas such as community engagement and even setting the budgets, looking at participatory budgeting, proper participatory budgeting, going out to the communities and saying, this is the money we have, these are the services we want to provide. What do you really want? What's important to you? What would you like us to be spending that money on? They've never been asked that, or haven't been asked that in years. And I think if we re-engage, and reconnect those communities much more with their council and what the services we're providing, I think that will sort of stand us in good stead, really.
And so finally then, our viewers may or may not know, but the Mid Suffolk district has wards which cross over with the parliamentary constituency of Waveney Valley, which is the constituency which Adrian Ramsey, the co-leader of the Green Party, is standing in at the next general election. What do you think these elections mean for Adrian's chances of getting elected as the first MP for Waveney Valley?
Well, I think if locally people have put their faith in us in terms of what we're going to address for them locally, and we need to follow that through. And I think it's our role really to kind of work on that and be able to show that that's what can be delivered and that's what can happen. And I think with that, when people see that happening, that they will then translate that to a national level, and hopefully that will provide us with a good springboard, and Adrian with a good springboard to be elected as a Green MP in the East. And I think to add to that, we've also got, because in Suffolk we've got so many more Green councillors elected, so not only do we have a majority and therefore administration at Mid Suffolk, we've got the largest group on Baber District Council, we've got the largest group on East Suffolk District Council. So, there is a, huge amount of Green councillors in Suffolk, and I think that all provides a really good, strong base for Adrian in whenever there might be a general election.
If I were to ask you to look into your crystal ball, do you think Adrian will be MP for Waveney Valley at the next election?
It's hard to tell. I think it'll be a really tough competitive situation. But the interesting thing for us is there doesn't seem to be, it's such a green area in terms of this part of Suffolk now. I think there's a very good possibility. I think it would depend on who the Conservatives put forward, for example, or not depend on, but that'll be part of the issue is who they to stand, and tellingly nobody has come forward yet on that front. So that's very interesting, and so I think he's got a very, very good chance, and it would be so fantastic to see, because we've shown that, with the percentage of vote we got, I think, I'm just checking my notes. I mean, we got 57% of the vote at these elections. You translate that into a kind of general election. I mean, that would be absolutely amazing. But we have to make sure that, one, we're working hard to actually make that happen. And, like I say, I think Adrian has got a very good chance, and we would love to see that happen. But also needs to be replicated across the country as well.
Rachel, thank you so much for your time today. It's been an absolute pleasure.
That's okay. Very nice to join you, Chris. Thank you very much indeed.
So that was Rachel Eburne, the Deputy Leader of the Green Group on Mid Suffolk Council, the first council in the country where the Greens have ever had a majority. Please do let me know what you thought of that conversation in the chat, and I would love to hear your comments and thoughts on that conversation with Rachel. We've still got an amazing array of guests to come on the rest of the show. We've got a small difficulty with one of the guests, Anastasia, who's no longer able to join us. So I'm in the process of trying to rearrange things whilst also interviewing people, so that we can have a smooth show that runs evenly throughout. But up next will be Jo Bird, who is a Green Party councillor in the Wirral. It's just a question of whether she'll be joining us at 2:30 or slightly earlier, so you don't have to wait as long for the next guest. But unfortunately, Anastasia isn't able to join us, so I'm going to try and get her on the show at a later date. In light of that, in light of the fact that we may have to get her on at a later date, just to let you know that the next episode of Bright Green Live will be taking place on Sunday, April the 11th. So Bright Green Live goes live on YouTube on the second Sunday of every single month, and the next one is on June 11th. So get that in your diaries now. Maybe we'll have Anastasia on it then. In the meantime, the best way to make sure that you don't miss out on the next episode is to hit the subscribe button. By hitting subscribe, you'll get a little notification when we go live in June, and you won't miss the show when it comes on. So please do hit subscribe. Still to come on the rest of the show, as I say, we've got Jo Bird, a Green Party councillor in the Wirral, coming on very, very soon. We've then got Ellie Chowns, who is a Green councillor in Herefordshire and a former MEP. Talking to Ellie about the Herefordshire local elections and what it means for the Green Party's chances in the North Herefordshire constituency at the next general election. I'll also be joined at 4 by Ben Jamal, the director of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign. At 4:45 by Jodie Beck, the Policy and Campaigns Officer for Liberty. We'll be talking about the Public Order Act and the impact it's having on the policing of protests. At 5:30, closing the show, I'll be joined by Zoe Nicholson, who is a Green councillor in Lewes and leader of the Green Group on Lewes District Council, one of the places where the Greens are now the largest party. So that's all still to come. I'm going to take a really, really quick break. Sorry for the additional break. I'm going to try and sort things out behind the scenes to get the guests lined up properly because of the Anastasia not being able to make it. So in the meantime, whilst I'm off camera, whilst I'm away, please do get any questions or comments you have in the chat. I'd love to put your questions to the rest of our guests. It's been quiet today in the chat. Please do keep me company. Questions for the rest of our guests, questions for me, comments or thoughts on the interviews we've done so far, and anything else you want to communicate via the medium of YouTube's chat. So please do that in the meantime whilst I'm just taking a quick break. You can also share the link to the show on your social media channels, which is something that really helps get more people watching. So please do that. But main thing I'd like you to do in the next 5 minutes is just to pop things in the chat whilst I go and sort things out behind the scenes. I'll see you very shortly. apologies everyone for that relatively lengthy break. I've just been rejigging things behind the scenes in light of Anastasia not being able to join us at 2. The good news is that Jo Bird, who is our next guest, is going to be brought forward a little bit. So she'll be joining us at 2 instead. So that's there's a nice flow throughout the rest of the show, and we don't have long gaps between guests. So thank you so much for bearing with me. Jo's going to be joining us at 2, so please stay tuned for that. In the meantime, just to give you a little bit of a rundown as to what has happened so far, if you're just joining us now. So we've had 4 amazing guests thus far on the show. So I was joined earlier on by, first thing in the morning, I was joined by Fergus Green. Fergus works for People and Planet, the largest student activist network in the UK. We had a conversation about the fossil-free careers campaign, which is a campaign to get universities to stop allowing their campuses being used for recruitment for fossil fuel companies. So at the moment, there are across the country on university campuses, fossil fuel companies, that's oil companies, gas companies, mining companies, which recruit students on the university campuses. So they operate careers fairs, they have partnerships, graduate schemes, and so on. And People and Planet is campaigning to stop that. It came out of the fossil fuel divestment movement. That's the campaign to get universities to cut their ties, financial ties to the fossil fuel industry. And they've already had some great successes. So if you want to watch that interview, you can rewind back 10:15. So what's that, 3.5 hours ago to catch that interview. I then spoke to Gillian Mackay, the Scottish Green Party MSP, who's been proposing new legislation to introduce buffer zones around abortion clinics in Scotland. You can see that interview at 10:45, which is 3 hours back in the show, including you can find out what the current state of that legislation is, where it is in the parliamentary process, and how you can get involved in supporting it, as well as why, of course, it is so important. I then spoke at 11:45, I think it was, I'm losing track of time, to Matt Kennard, who is the co-author of this book, Silent Coup: How Corporations Overthrew Democracy. It's a book which, through years of investigative journalism work, exposes the role that private corporations have played in undermining democracy across the globe. It's really, really powerful, insightful insight into the role of the way in which companies have been able to do that, both through international mechanisms which allow corporations to sue governments over environmental legislation or labour rights legislation and so on, through the way that international development and aid operates, and so on and so on and so on. I spoke to Matt for about an hour about everything in that book and more. You can rewind to 11:45 in the interview to, I'm losing so much track of time. What time was it that I spoke to Matt? I think, let me check my notes. It was 11:45, so that will be 3 hours ago, 2 hours ago. You can see it's that point of the day where I'm needing coffee. 2 hours ago in the show to find that interview with Matt. And then just now I spoke to Rachel Eburne, who's the deputy leader of the Green Group on Mid Suffolk District Council. That's the council the Green Party won an overall majority on, the first council anywhere in the country that's happened. I spoke to her at 1:15, so rewind about half an hour and you'll find that interview as well. As I say, next up we've got Jo Bird, who is a councillor in the Wirral. She's been on the show before. She's a friend of Bright Green, and she was elected in the Wirral after defecting from Labour to the Greens. She's one of the first councillors in the country ever to have been re-elected, having made that journey from Labour to the Greens, along with 3 others in this year's local elections. So I'm going to be talking to Jo about what that means, and much, much more. I'll then be speaking to Ellie Chowns, another Green Party councillor. She's based in Herefordshire. I'll be talking to her about the elections in Herefordshire and what it means for the next general election and the parliamentary seat of North Herefordshire. Ben Jamal, the director of Palestine Solidarity Campaign, will be joining me at 4 p.m. to talk about the 75th anniversary of the Nakba. At 4:45, I'll be joined by Jodie Beck, the Policy and Campaigns Officer at Liberty. We'll be speaking about the Public Order Act in light of the way in which that protests around the King's coronation were handled by the police, and what the Public Order Act is, how it is leading to those kinds of mechanisms of policing, where we saw, 40 odd people arrested, often on very, very spurious grounds. And finally, I'll be joined by Zoe Nicholson, who is a district councillor in Lewes. That's a place where the Green Party are now the largest party, and I'll be speaking to her about how the Tories went from running the council to having 0 Tory councillors on it. That's the rest of the show. Please do stick around to watch it all. If you're new to Bright Green, then you may or may not know that this is the 7th episode of Bright Green Live we've done, which is this mammoth show that we do once a month with guests across the left, the Green Parties, Labour movements, social movements, and much, much more. And we've had an amazing array of guests over the time that we've running the show, including the likes of Natalie Bennett, the Green Party member of the House of Lords, Zach Polanski, the Green Party's deputy leader. I've had Mark Sawatka, the General Secretary of the PCS Union. Who else have I had? I've had, nearly 50 people on, and I can't remember anyone but those 3. I've had Benali Hamdash, the Green Party's migration spokesperson. We've had Michael Chesham, the author of a book on the British left, from the student movement and austerity through to Jeremy Corbyn. We've had loads of guests. The point is, you can find all those interviews with those guests on our YouTube channel. So every interview we do as part of the show goes up on our YouTube as a standalone video. You can find all those interviews on there. The best way to make sure you don't miss any of them is to hit subscribe, so that we get a little notification and we appear on your feed, and so on. So we'll be joined by Joe Bird very, very shortly. Throughout the show, I'm trying to put as many questions as possible to our guests that you want to see put to them. Now, the chat's been really, really quiet today. I'm feeling very, very lonely. Feeling very, very lonely. So please do keep me company and get some questions lined up for the remainder of our guests. It's really hard for me to pick up questions coming through sort of 3/4 the way through an interview. So please do get them lined up as soon as possible. And I'll try and put as many of them to them as I can. You can also get questions on the hashtag BrightGreenLive, and I'll try and pick them up from Twitter as well. So please do get your questions in. And please do share the link to the show on your social media channels as well. The more people that see the show, the more people will see the show. So the more people who see the link appearing in their feeds, the more people will see the show. So if you've been enjoying the interviews, other people will too. So please do pop that on your socials. Apologies, just doing a little bit of admin. Fantastic. So if you're new to Bright Green and you haven't yet followed us on all the socials, we are on all of the socials. We're on Twitter at BrightGRN, on Facebook, facebook.com/BrightGRN, on the Instagrams at BrightGreenOnline. You can check us out on there. You won't miss any of the stuff that we're putting out on our YouTube channel, but also on our website. So if you only interact with us through YouTube so far, bright-green.org is our website, and that's what we primarily do. We primarily publish news, comment, articles on the UK's Green parties, on the wider left, social movements, the Labour movement, and much, much more. bright-green.org. If you follow us on the socials, you'll get all the articles there, including an exclusive that we published earlier this week. So after the local elections took place, the Green Party saw a massive increase in its membership. Between Thursday, when the elections happened and polls closed, and Tuesday, the Green Party saw an additional 800 members join. That's really, really significant. Firstly, because it shows that there is a wave of growing support for the Greens. Secondly, because it means that obviously they are members who will be paying their subs, their dues, and therefore helping with the party's finances, allowing it to fund more campaigns and elections in the future, but also because that's 800 more foot soldiers on the ground in local council elections and general elections and so on. We broke that story that membership increase has happened. It means that there's been almost 1,000 new members join the Green Party since the start of May. And there is a wave of additional support and resource going towards the Green Party. You'll only get that kind of coverage and reporting of the Green Party of England and Wales on Bright Green's website. The rest of the media tend to ignore the Greens at best, or at worst, treat them with contempt. Bright Green never will do that, so please do head to our socials, follow us there, and also you can sign up to our newsletter on our website. It goes out every Sunday. We don't spam your inboxes, but it just means that all the articles and videos we put out, you get to see them as well. Akira has asked whether we are on Mastodon. We are on Mastodon. What are we on Mastodon? We're at Bright Green, and we're on the UK server. There's a link in the description to this video, so if you scroll down there and find it, you can find us there. We're not super active on Mastodon at the moment, but we are on there, so you can find us on there as well. Thank you so much for the people who are just joining us now. You're watching episode 7 of Bright Green Live. Very, very shortly, I'm going to be joined by Jo Bird, a Green Party councillor in the Wirral. If you're expecting to hear from Anastasia Weist, apologies, she's no longer able to make it, so we've rejigged the order a little bit, and Jo Bird's going to be joining us very, very soon. So please do stick around for that. As I say, Jo Bird, our next guest on the show, she is a councillor in the Wirral. She was first elected as a Labour Party councillor, and she was expelled from the Labour Party and restood in this year's elections as a Green. Really, really significant. She was re-elected as a Green in this year's elections. She's one of 4 other councillors who defected from Labour and then joined the Greens, and was successfully re-elected as a Green Party councillor. There were 8 people who made that journey, who were standing for re-election in this year's election, and 4 of them got elected. That's the first time that's ever happened, so really, really significant. We're going to be delving into what that means for the Green Party, and indeed the Labour Party, very, very shortly with Jo when she joins the call. In the meantime, please do hit like on this video. We're over 50 likes by the end of the show. We're nearly at the halfway point. We're only on 17. Please do hit like. And of course, also hit subscribe. We're aiming for 700 subscribers by the end of the show. I'll just do a quick little bit of a refresh and find out where we are. We're still on 682. So 682, so 18 still to go. If you haven't already, please do hit subscribe. And my last plea for you before I let Jo into the call is to please pop any questions you have for Jo in the chat. The earlier they come in, the more likely I am to be able to put them to her. So without further ado, I'm going to let Jo into the call. And as Jo is connecting to the call, I'll just do a brief introduction so you all know who you're about to hear from. So Jo Bird is a Green Party councillor in the Wirral. She made history this year by being one of the first Green councillors who was re-elected as a Green, having defected from the Labour Party. But we're going to talk about that and much, much more besides. But before we delve into that, I just wanted to say a massive thank you for joining me today, Jo. Welcome back to the show. How are you doing?
Hi, Chris. Thank you for inviting me. It's brilliant to be here, and I'm still buzzing from the brilliant election results on the Wirral. 3 Green councillors were elected in the ward that I represented for the last 5 years, I got 57% of the vote share, and a year ago the Green council got 20% of the vote share, so that's a 37% vote share swing. Might be a record. Still buzzing off it. It's great.
So you say you're buzzing. So talk me through how it feels, to have been re-elected as a Green in the Wirral.
Yeah, we're clearly winning hearts, minds, and votes on in Bromborough and also on the Wirral, where we got 22% of the vote share overall, just 2% behind the Tories, and we won in 5 different seats out of 22 on the Wirral, which is great. There's now 13 Green councillors on the Wirral, and I'm also delighted to be elected co-leader of the Wirral Green Group along with Pat Cleary. One of the reasons I think we're winning hearts, minds and votes is because of the work that we do all year round. This is what people said on the doorstep. They also liked some of the specific campaigns that we ran, defending train services, for example, defending libraries and public services, promoting walking and cycling and reducing speed limits down to 20 miles an hour. We're also staunch defenders of the green belt and green spaces and support new housing on regenerated brownfield sites. And those kinds of issues landed with voters. They also like the way we do things. Like, we ran a very positive campaign, what we're standing for. We mentioned the track record of the parties we're standing against, but we didn't go like nasty like our opponents did sometimes. So the Labour Party put out a leaflet saying kind of peel back a green and you get a Conservative underneath. We didn't do stuff like that, and I think Labour, I think voters appreciate that. They want to see us working together where we can, and we do.
Of all the people to accuse of being a secret Tory, Joe, I think you're probably the least likely
Indeed,
to be
even
one.
the mayor of Wirral Council said so when it was joked about in full council.
So, as I said at the start, you're one of the 4 ex-Labour councillors who was re-elected as Greens in this year's local elections. What do you think is the significance of this, of you and other ex-Labour councillors being re-elected as Greens, having defected?
Yeah, well, we've made Green history. It's the first time that former Labour councillors have been re-elected directly again as Green councillors, and congratulations to my other colleagues for achieving that. And it shows that voters are open-minded, fair-minded, and they value what we're standing for. It also shows that the Green Party is a welcoming home for people with principles who put people and the environment first, not big business first. It shows we've got that we don't accept the Labour Party's discredited disciplinary system, which is their business, and the Green Party has its own checks and balances, quality control on councillors and members coming in.
And so, obviously, there is the 4 of you who are re-elected, but there were, in this set of local elections, there was another phenomenon which happened, which was ex-Labour councillors who had left or been expelled from the Labour Party standing as independents. This is left-wing socialist ex-Labour councillors standing as independents. So there was Hal Corkery in Portsmouth, who I went to university with, so I know very well, and there's also Alan Gibbons in Liverpool, and others. Do you think that the fact that now we're seeing Labour councillors defecting to other parties or becoming independents and being successfully re-elected means that we are likely to see more left-wing Labour councillors leaving Labour and joining either the Greens or standing as independents in the future, now that it's clear that they don't need the Labour Party machine to get elected?
I don't think there's a clear answer to that. I think some Labour councillors on the left, in fact, to remain as a Labour councillor, you have to keep your head down if your own convictions are different to the party's. The Labour Party does not tolerate dissent or diversity. They've made that very clear internally and externally. The Labour Party is very much part of this move towards a police state. They're not going to repeal draconian laws, things like that. And it's the same, not what they do internally. So as a Labour member and councillor that you have to keep your head down if you want to keep your position. So those that have taken that deal are in place, and those that can't do that deal are in the process of leaving. Most left-wing councillors have just come to the end of their term for Labour and haven't re-stood. Some have, and some have stood under the Green Party banner, which is brilliant, and some have stood under an independent banner. That's very difficult, and it's that their success has been more limited than those that have stood under the Green Party banner and embraced the Green Party ways of working. There's and you can see that, the running joke on the Wirral is the new name for Wirral Labour Left is Wirral Green Party, and it's been It's not like you can just wake up one day and suddenly go from Labour to Green. Like there's a very definite process and a transition. In my case, I was expelled. I didn't choose to leave Labour. I was expelled. I was still a councillor at that time. I was independent for a while. There's a transitional process for people leaving Labour. One, we have to like recover from the political trauma that we've experienced and the witch huntery that goes on inside the Labour Party, and also there's a process for existing Green Party members to get their heads around welcoming people from a different political tradition, and sometimes with different policies or different priorities, more accurately. So, for example, I will talk much more about supporting trade unions and supporting the workers who are taking industrial action to defend their jobs and services, and particularly to defend public services. You know, the trade unions and their members are at the front line of defending our NHS and our rail service and so on, whereas more like existing Green Party members might emphasize or prioritize other issues more easily or more first. But between us, I think it's a very strong platform because we marry social justice and environmental justice to get together under one banner, the Green Party.
And so in the Wirral, in your seat, Labour pulled out all the stops to try and unseat you. You know, the General Secretary of the Labour Party came to campaign to get you out. Why do you think they were so keen on making sure you weren't re-elected, and why do you think they were unsuccessful in their efforts?
The Bromber election was a flagship indicator of the direction of travel. That's why 7 big cheeses from the Labour Party came to my ward in person to campaign, including the General Secretary, the former Labour Party leader, Ed Miliband came. There was, you know, Metro Mayor, you name it, because it was emblematic of the shift in politically, nationally and locally from Labour to Green, and we're seeing that in the election results. It's not uniform, but that's the general direction of travel. And I keep saying our past may be red, but our future is green. And that Labour didn't want that to happen, obviously, but they couldn't stop it. They don't really have the tools or the policy positions to do that.
And so, I guess thinking more broadly, then, so there's your journey is not unique, right? So we talked earlier about the other councillors who defected from Labour to the Greens. We're also seeing a journey with increasing numbers of people who were involved in the Labour Party during the Jeremy Corbyn era, prominent and not prominent, but left-wingers, socialists, and so on, who are increasingly disenfranchised by Keir Starmer, have been increasingly frustrated by the rightward trajectory of the Labour Party. And you've seen lots of examples of people joining the Greens, often with a period of not being in any party at all. So there's some high-profile examples, like, for example, Matt Zarb-Cousin, the former spokesperson for Jeremy Corbyn, or Al Folan, who runs Stats for Lefties, and others. What do you think the impact is going to be of an influx of ex-Labour members joining the Green Party?
I think it would be very positive. It's to be welcomed at all levels, locally and nationally and so on. On the Wirral, for example, we've had more than a 50% growth in membership. This is both people who were former members of the Labour Party recently, but also in the period up to 2015. And also people who are new to party politics. We are the party of choice. We're attracting the future candidates of the future. We're attracting young people, a diverse range of people. And so Wirral's had a 50% growth in membership over the last year, which is great. Also, a good chunk of our future and recent candidates have come from the Labour Party tradition, and loads of active members. If you want an outrage issue, then Labour Party's treatment of members has caused such an outrage, and has really motivated people to enthuse about the Green Party at all levels. So I find just the enthusiasm on the doorstep for people for Greens was phenomenal. I hadn't experienced anything like that as a Labour candidate, and the lack of enthusiasm for Labour this time was like where are they? It was purely like traditional Labour voters who were voting Labour, or So from the doorstep to members, to active members, to candidates at local level, and maybe at MP level as well in the future.
And so I think I've asked you this before when you've come on the show, but I'll ask you again. How do you think that if you're people watching who are Green Party members, activists in their local parties, possibly even councillors, how do you think that they can work to firstly encourage lefties, socialists, either currently in the Labour Party or previously in the Labour Party, to make the jump to the Greens? And secondly, how do you think that the Greens can provide a welcoming environment for those people as and when they join?
Yeah, keep doing what we're doing, organising well, putting out information, sharing the join link, encouraging, leaving the door open and encouraging potential members to join. And then when people do join, then making it a welcoming and a positive experience. A few one-to-one conversations, quite a lot of information that people need to know and learn. And then treating members equally. So every member is a member like anybody else and is entitled to stand, to put themselves forward, and also to be challenged, and to embrace the green policies and green ways of working.
So it's been an absolute pleasure as always. Thank you so much for joining, and thank you for coming on a little bit earlier. Sorry for rejigging everything, but yeah, thank you as always.
Likewise, keep up the good work. Bye.
Cheers, Joe. So that was Joe Bird, a recently re-elected Green Party councillor in the Wirral. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that interview and that conversation. Please do let me know what you thought in the chat. I always find conversation with Joe fascinating. And if you're interested in hearing more about Joe's journey, moving from the Labour Party to a period of independence and then finally to joining the Greens, the interview that I did with her on a previous episode of Bright Green Live is available on our YouTube channel. So you can head there and watch that at your leisure. Fascinating conversational story about that journey and the different experience she's had in the Green Party compared to that which she had in the Labour Party. Let me know what you thought about the conversation we just had, though. Still to come on the show, next up, we're going to be joined by Ellie Chowns. She's a Green Party councillor in Herefordshire and a former MEP for the Green Party. She's also the Green Party's parliamentary candidate for the North Herefordshire constituency. I'm going to speak to Ellie about the Green Party's election results in Herefordshire. Now, this is a part of the country where the Greens were in administration prior to this year's elections. They were in joint administration with a group of independents. Now, the Green Party made a couple of gains in this year's elections. However, their coalition partners, the independents, got absolutely routed by the Tories. The Tories actually gained seats in Herefordshire, one of the few places where that happened. So I'll be speaking to Ellie about what went on there. Why did the Tories gain seats? And what does it mean for the North Herefordshire constituency in the next general election? Following that, I'll be joined by Ben Jamal, who is the director of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign. This weekend is the 75th anniversary of the Nakba, when the state of Israel was created and hundreds of thousands of Palestinians were displaced from their land. I'll be speaking to Ben about why it's important to commemorate that and the relevance of the Nakba in Palestine today, as well, of course, given Israeli airstrikes and so on taking place in Gaza right now. We'll be talking a little bit about the situation in Palestine today. At 4:45, I'll be joined by Jodie Beck, who is from Liberty, the civil liberties, human rights organisation. We'll be speaking about the Public Order Act, which is that piece of legislation that was rushed through Parliament in advance of the King's coronation and was used partially to justify the arrests of, I think, over 40 protesters. Some of them weren't even protests. Some of them was just passers-by. Some of them wanted to go to the coronation to see the King for whatever reason, but were arrested nonetheless. Talking about the Public Order Act and its impact on the policing of protests with her. And finally, at 5:30, I'll speak to the final councillor I've got on today, which is Zoe Nicholson, who is a Green councillor in Lewes. I'll be speaking to Zoe about how the Green Party became the largest party on Lewes District Council and how the Tories went from having control of Lewes District Council to having absolutely zero councillors on that council. All that to come still on the rest of the show. I'll just quickly run through the chat as I can see a few messages have come on. So Akira says we need to eject anti-trans members. It's putting off people who might otherwise join. I'm assuming that's are at the Green Party. I would love to hear people's thoughts on that. I mean, Bright Green has always taken a position that we are vehemently in favour and support of trans rights, defending and extending them. And the Green Party obviously has the most radical policies on trans rights of any political party in the country, and has long supported LGBT rights. And personally, I think that's something we should be very, very proud of. And those members who are seeking to change those should either recognise that the party that they are a part of is a party which supports LGBT rights, is a party that supports LGBT people, and that includes trans rights and trans people, and either should accept that or indeed should move on. Jane Turner says that they knocked on thousands of doors on the Wirral in this year's elections campaign and spoke to almost no one who was enthusiastic about the current manifestation of the Labour Party. Not being Tories was their only selling point. That's a really, really interesting point, Jane, because I think that's been I think that has been a feature of the election that's been commented on a lot. And if you listen to focus groups, what you find is that there is obviously a huge wealth and depth of anger towards the Tories and towards Rishi Sunak and towards the government that hasn't yet translated into a wave of enthusiasm for the Labour Party. And actually, if you listen to focus groups, what tends to come through is that people either find Keir Starmer and the Labour Party to be a party that they don't really know what it stands for, or they find Keir Starmer to be untrustworthy and unprincipled. And I think that quite clearly has played out in these elections to an extent. Yes, the Labour Party made substantial gains across the country, but actually in areas where people were given the opportunity and the motivation to vote for a candidate that wasn't a Labour Party candidate, might have been a Green, in some places would have been a Lib Dem, actually they went for that. And you didn't see a huge uptick of the Labour vote in patches where Greens or the Liberal Democrats were campaigning. And so I think very clearly there is a distinct lack of enthusiasm for Labour under Keir Starmer, which you've highlighted as manifested in the patch that you were campaigning in. I found that in other patches as well. And I think that's something we've heard a lot of very recently. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. If you haven't already, please do hit subscribe and hit like. If you're just joining us and you're expecting to be hearing from Joe Bird in around 10-15 minutes time, basically we had to rejig things a little bit because one of our earlier guests wasn't able to make it. So I brought Joe on a little bit earlier so that we could keep the show as smooth with fewer breaks and gaps as possible. So if you wanted to catch that interview with Joe, just rewind about 15 minutes and you'll find it there. Akira says the Green Party doesn't eject members who are vocally anti-trans. Yeah, I mean, the Green Party's disciplinary processes are fundamentally broken. Everybody kind of agrees on that, and they need fixing. And obviously, you know, it's not good enough to blame the process, but at the moment, that's the kind of major bottleneck there. I think that, you know, there are disciplinary cases that have been ongoing for 2 or 3 years, which should have been resolved much quicker. And part of dealing with that issue is going to be fixing the disciplinary process. And so yeah, I'd encourage people to get involved in whatever way they can to tackle that, because you're right, the perception amongst some people that the Green Party is a safe haven for people who have hostile views towards trans rights and trans people, I think is one that's becoming an increasing concern. I've certainly actually heard that from people, you know, people who are active politically, but also people, I've literally had people say that to me on the doorstep when I've been campaigning as well. So clearly it needs to be tackled, and there's progress being made, but it's not fast enough is what I'd say to that. Thanks for your comments though, Akira. So please do, yeah, hit like, hit subscribe, and share the link to the show. I would love to get more questions in for our guests and also for me. I'm happy to answer anything about the interviews we've had, about Bright Green and its future direction, about the local elections that have just gone. Also, we've got local elections coming up in Northern Ireland next week. So this is something that the UK media hasn't really talked that much about, partially because normally the elections in the north of Ireland are combined with those in England, but they moved 2 weeks later because of the coronation this time around. But it's a really, really interesting set of elections in the north of Ireland. The moment the DUP, the Democratic Unionist Party, that's the militant right-wing Unionist Party, has the most councillors of any party in the north of Ireland across all the various different councils. Sinn Féin, which is the primary Republican Party in the north of Ireland, currently looks on track to win more seats than any other party this year. That would be really, really historic. We've already seen them become the largest party in Stormont in the Northern Ireland Assembly, which partially led to the DUP pulling out of the executive there. It's quite probable we're going to see Sinn Féin emerge as the largest party in local government, I think, definitely for the first time ever. There's also a bunch of other really interesting things at play in this year's elections. So in North of Ireland, last had elections in 2019. The Greens did very, very well in those elections. Went from 4 to 8 seats. Now the numbers are small, but the north of Ireland is small, so there aren't actually that many councillors. I think there's only 500 or 600, maybe not even that many. Someone can correct me in the chat. But the Greens doubled their representation in local councils across the country. I think they've got like 2 councillors maybe in Belfast and a handful of others dotted around the north of Ireland. There's a really good prospect the Greens could retain those. It'll be really interesting to see whether they manage to retain them and possibly also make gains. In the last Assembly elections at Stormont, unfortunately, the Green Party lost both of its MLAs, its Assembly members. In that election, it was a tough election for them. It'll be very interesting to see whether the Greens can hold on to their representation in local government in what will be a very changing landscape of local government in the north of Ireland, given that Sinn Féin are likely to emerge as the largest party. Those elections are taking place this Thursday. I haven't yet figured out what Bright Green's going to be doing for coverage for that. We may do a live stream. If we do, it'll probably be on Sunday, but I've not pinned it down yet. But if folks subscribe to the YouTube channel, they'll find out if we do a live stream. And also, if you head to our website, bright-green.org, and subscribe to our newsletter, we'll of course let you know if we're doing a live stream. So just to go through the chat again, so Jane Turner says, anyone with an interest in politics can see that the Labour Party isn't socialist. There were excellent Labour members helping with leafleting I think that's in the Wirral. Jen also says the entire Labour Party ward executives have resigned, left-wing candidates were deselected and right-wingers imposed, including former Tory councillors now standing for Labour. This is going to accelerate. Wow, I hadn't realised there were ex-Tory councillors standing for Labour. That's quite something. It says something about the state of the Labour Party when left-wingers and socialists are being expelled on the most spurious of grounds. Where there's what lots of people are describing as essentially a hostile environment towards left-wingers and socialists in the Labour Party, and yet former Tory councillors are allowed to stand for that party, and left-wingers are being deselected left, right, and centre from the Labour Party council groups, and indeed candidates for parliamentary seats are being blocked. Candidates on the left, that is, and the right are winning selections left, right, and centre, or rather, right and centre. Fascinating. Thanks for that, Jane. Adriana Spalinki says, I am in Hertfordshire. We have Labour to the... I'll be honest, I don't know where Hertfordshire is. Could you let me know where Hertfordshire is? They've given me a sort of series of clues. We have Labour to the east in Potters Bar, Boreham Wood, and we have Lib Dems to the west, Bushy. Would love for the Greens to target the Conservatives in the middle. Very interesting. I'll be honest, I don't know where Boreham Wood or Bushy are, so any more geographical clues would be much appreciated, Adriana. Very interesting. I don't know anything about that part of the world, although I don't know where it is. So Potters Bar, is that sort of Hertfordshire way? Maybe I'm wrong, but Adriana, you can let me know in the chat, or anyone else can let me know if they know where Hertfordshire is, but I don't have thoughts on it at the moment because I don't know where it is. For those of you who are just joining us, if you were expecting to be hearing from Joe Bird very, very shortly, because of one of our other guests having to drop out of being on the show. We brought Jo's interview forward, so I spoke to her at 2 o'clock. So if you rewind through the video to about 25 minutes ago, you'll be able to find that interview with Jo, if that's what you're joining for. So you can find that. But also, we've got an array of amazing guests still to come on the rest of the show, including next up, I'll be joined by Ellie Chowns, who is a Green Party councillor in Herefordshire, a former Green Party MEP, and the party's parliamentary candidate for the North Herefordshire constituency. At 4 o'clock, I'll be joined by Jamal, who is the director of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign, talking to him about the 75th anniversary of the Nakba. At 4:45, I'll be joined by Liberty's Policy and Campaigns Officer to talk about the Public Order Act and its impact on the policing of protests. And finally, at 5:30, I'll be joined by Lewes District Councillor Zoe Nicholson to talk about how the Green Party became the largest party in Lewes, and how the Tories went from running the council to 0 councillors in a matter of 10 years or something. Pretty amazing story, and Zoe will be telling us all about that. So if you're just joining us, please do hit subscribe, please do hit like. We're trying to hit 50 likes by the end of the show and 700 subscribers. At the moment, we're not on track. You can help make us on track by doing those things. If you have any questions for any of our guests, please do pop them in the chat. And of course, any questions for me as well, please do get them in the chat as well. Happy to answer questions on elections, on what's going on across the country, anything, any particular national issues you want to chat about, what Bright Green's doing, my favourite foods, anything else you want to know, please do get your questions in the chat and I will happily answer them. And also questions for our guests. The earlier questions come in for our guests, the more likely it is that I'm going to be able to get to them. So please do get them in the chat nice and early. I can see there's a flurry of people joining the call right now. It's possible that you're joining because you were hoping to hear from Jo Bird. Jo joined us at 2 o'clock, so about 25 minutes ago. Rewind 25 minutes in the video, you'll find that interview. We had to rearrange things for a number of reasons, so if that's what you're here for, do that. Please stick around for the rest of the interviews, which are coming up later on. You can also find a range of other interviews, including with the Deputy Leader of Mid Suffolk Council, the journalist and author Matt Kennard, and Gillian Mackay, the current Green Party, Scottish Green Party MSP, about chatted to her about her legislation to introduce buffer zones around abortion clinics. I've been talking at you for ages. I'm going to take a quick break. I would love to answer more of your questions, so please do get them in the chat and I will pick up as many of them as I can. Please do keep me company in the chat though, so let me know any questions that you have. I'll see you all in about 5 minutes time. Oh, hello, hello, welcome back. You're watching episode 7 of Bright Green Live. If you were joining us recently and trying to catch into with Joe Bird, which was originally billed at 2:30, that took place at 2, had to rejig things because of a cancellation. So you can rewind to the video about 35 minutes to catch that. I asked you all to put stuff in the chat whilst I was gone. You didn't. I feel aggrieved. But one thing that I would love for you to put in the chat is your suggestions and recommendations for guests that I can book on future episodes of this show. So this show goes live on the second Sunday of every single month. We've had over 50 guests thus far on the show. I would love to hear who you want to hear from in the future. So let me know in the chat if there's anyone that you think that I should get booked for future shows. And I'll do my best to get them booked. So let me know in the chat who you'd like to see on the show. For those of you just joining, just to let you know what's happened so far. So right at the start of the day, I spoke to Fergus Green, who is from the Student Activist Network People on Planet. Talked to him about the Green Party, not the Green Party, the student campaign to get fossil fuel companies prohibited from recruiting students on university campuses. That interview took place 4 hours ago, so rewind 4 hours and you'll find that. I then spoke to Gillian Mackay, the Scottish Green Party MSP, who is trying to introduce new legislation which would introduce buffer zones around abortion clinics in Scotland. I talked to her about what stage of the process that legislation is at and how people can support it. That was at 10:45, I think. 11 o'clock. It was 11 o'clock. So rewind 3.5 hours and you'll find that interview. I spoke to Matt Kennard, the co-author of a new book, Silent Coup, published by Bloomsbury. It's a book all about how corporations globally are undermining democracy and the systems that have been put in place to enable them to do that, including the investor-state dispute settlement system, which allows corporations to sue governments over policies they've introduced. It talks about the international aid system and how that is oriented towards supporting corporate interests and corporate profits rather than poverty alleviation, and much, much more besides. We had a conversation for about an hour about all the themes in that book. You can rewind to about 3 hours back in the show to find that. I then spoke to Rachel Eburne, the Deputy Leader of the Green Group on Mid Suffolk District Council, about how the Green Party became the majority party on that council. That conversation happened at 1:15, so rewind about an hour and a half and you'll find that. And then at 2 o'clock, I spoke to Joe Bird, the Green Party councillor one of the Green Party councillors in the Wirral. There's now 12. She's now the co-leader of the Green Group on the council. She was really interesting because she was elected first as a Labour councillor, defected to the Green Party, and was one of the first councillors making that journey to ever be re-elected for the Greens. So a really history-making moment for the party. Joe talked about all that and more. And we still have 4 amazing guests to come. 4 amazing guests to come on the remainder of the show. In the last 3 hours or so of today, I've got Ellie Chowns, the former MEP and now Green Party councillor in Herefordshire, talking about the local elections there and what it means for North Herefordshire, the parliamentary seat that she's standing in the next election. Jamal, the director of PSC, Palestine Solidarity Campaign, talking about the 75th anniversary of the Nakba, which is this weekend. Tens of thousands of people marched through London yesterday to commemorate that. I'll be talking to him about that and also the situation in Palestine right now. Jodie Beck is the Policy and Campaigns Officer at Liberty. I'll be speaking to her about the Public Order Act and what it means for the policing of protests. And finally, Zoe Nicholson, the Green Group leader on Lewes District Council. I'll be speaking to her about how that council went from having being Tory run to having 0 Tory councillors in the space of a decade, and the Greens' plans now that they're the largest party on the council. All that is to come. If that is exciting for you, please do hit the like button. It means that the show will appear on more people's feeds. And please also do get comments lined up in the chat. Not comments, questions lined up in the chat for our guests. The earlier they come in, the more likely I'm going to be able to put them to them. I feel really lonely today in terms of I've been doing all the work, asking the questions, but what I really want to do is ask you your questions. So please do pop them in the chat and I'll try and put as many of them to them as I can. Also, any questions you have for me about anything under the sun as well. So one of the major themes we've been talking about today has been the 2023 local elections. Now, the 2023 local elections were the most important in the history of the Green Party of England and Wales. They were the most important because the last time all the seats were up for election, the Greens won their most seats, the most seats they'd ever won in history. They doubled their representation on local councils overnight, gained almost 200 seats, and that meant that going into 2023, they were defending more seats than they ever had done before. So it was a hugely challenging set of elections for the Greens. You know, historically, the Greens have, been defending a couple of dozen, 3 dozen, 4 dozen seats at any one time. This time, they were defending over 200. Now, that in and of itself was a huge challenge. And so it was really, really important for the party to be able to demonstrate that it had the organisational capacity, the resource and the longevity to defend its representation in local government. That was important in and of itself. But also the Green Party had big ambitions to grow, and they showed that they could, gaining over 240 additional seats on top of the 200 or so they were defending already. It illustrates the Green Party is a major player in local government. There are now over 700 Green councillors, the most there's ever been at any time, far more than UKIP ever had at their peak. And the significance there in relation to UKIP is that whilst UKIP had a series of pretty successful election results in the mid-2010s, as soon as those seats came back up for re-election, they were wiped out. Green Party is very, very different. The Green Party managed to win big in 2019, defend big in 2023, and win big again, demonstrating that I think the party is now, completed its journey from being the biggest of the minor parties to being the smallest of the major parties. So, there was a long time where the Green Party was considered to be a fringe party in British politics, fairly, justifiably. For a long time, the party had no MPs, then it just had one MP, had a handful of councillors across the country. That's steadily grown and grown and grown to the point where now the Green Party is well solidified as the 4th largest party in local government, not just in England, but across the whole of the UK. And to my mind, that means that the Green Party has completed a stage of its journey in its political history, which is to go from being, as I say, the largest of the minor parties to the smallest of the major parties. There are now in England 4 significant parties in local government: the Tories, Labour, the Liberal Democrats and the Greens. That position has now been secured, and it's been secured quite, substantially. You look at some of the results that happened in this year's local elections. Mid Suffolk, the first time the Green Party has ever won majority control of a council anywhere in the country ever. Hugely significant. Obviously, I spoke to Rachel Eburne, the deputy leader of the Green Group on the council, earlier on this show about how that happened. The Greens are now in position to be able to implement their programme in Mid Suffolk without needing to negotiate with other parties. There were also other kind of really dramatic results that happened in this year's elections. East Hertfordshire, the Greens went from 2 to 19 seats, displacing the Tories, kicking them out of office, removing their majority and becoming the largest party. I spoke to Martin Butcher, who's one of the councillors in East Hertfordshire, on our election night live stream. You can go on our YouTube channel and find that to watch it at your leisure. East Hertfordshire was one of the most dramatic examples of the Greens becoming the largest party, but there were also lots of others as well. So Lewes is a place where the Greens are now the largest party on the council, have supplanted all the other parties in that position. In the process, they've eliminated all Tories from Lewes District Council, huge achievement. I'm going to be speaking to Zoe Nicholson, who's one of the councillors and in fact the leader of the Green Group on the council later on in this show. There are also other places like East Suffolk, a place whose name I cannot pronounce, Baberg, I don't know, somewhere else in Suffolk as well. Forest of Dean, Warwick, loads of places where the Greens are now the largest party. So what we're seeing here is that voters are willing to put their faith in the Green Party not just as a protest vote, not just to get their one local representative as a Green, but also to wield real power in local government, whether that's in majority in mid-Suffolk or as the largest party in other places across the country. Really, really significant in the Green Party's history. We haven't seen anything on this scale before. Now, part of that happens in a context of, a wider trend of voters selecting the best placed party in their local area to defeat the Tories, and that's definitely the case. We saw that with the Lib Dems performing well, Labour performing well, and the Greens performing well. In places where no other party was competitive, the most competitive anti-Tory candidate won or did well, and it's quite significant that's happening. We're seeing the rise of tactical voting in local elections across the country. Very, very interesting. What we've also seen, though, I think, is a massive ramping up of the Green Party's own organisational capacities and skill. The only reason that was able to happen, where people were able to select the Green Party as the best placed party to unseat the Tories, was because the Green Party was campaigning properly and hardly in more areas than ever before. Don't forget, this is the election where the Green Party stood more candidates than it ever has any time in its history. I think 41% of seats in this year's elections had a Green Party candidate on the ballot paper. I think over 1,000, not over 1,000, but quite substantially more candidates than ever before. The party was also running bigger campaigns in places where it won previously. Obviously, places like East Hertfordshire, to go from 2 to 19 seats in one election cycle requires you to, be running a much bigger campaign, but also running campaigns in places they never had done before. We had the Green Party gaining seats on councils for the first time ever in places like Southend-on-Sea, South Kesteven, other places that don't begin with the word South that escape me, but making inroads into local councils where they never had them before. This is really, really significant for the future of the Green Party. I think we won't see this number and scale of gains for quite a number of years for the Greens now. The reason for that isn't because I'm expecting there to be, a decline in the Green vote share, but actually the next set of elections in 2024, the local elections then, there are far fewer seats up for election than there were this year. So this year's elections, 2023, is the part of the cycle where there are far more seats up for election at any other time. There was something like over 8,000 councillors, lots of councils that have all-out elections where every single councillor is up for election. Hold them in this point of the election cycle. Next year, I think it's less than half the number of seats that are up for election. So you're not going to see those massive, you could unlikely to see that same number of gains simply because there are fewer council seats up for election. Similarly, in the following year, in 2025, that year, it's mostly county council seats that are up for election. You're likely to see Green gains unless something dramatic happens in the next 2 years. Quite a few of them will likely come in some of the patches where there were big gains this year, because a lot of the councils that elected this year are two-tier. So they have a district council and they also have a county council. But the county councils tend to have much bigger districts than district councils have wards. So it's much harder for the Greens to break through because they're covering a much wider area for an individual seat. And there are also less seats up for election. So this year was really, really significant, really important for the Greens. And I think we'll look back in history as 2023 being one of the most important years in the Green Party's history. Arguably, akin to 2010 when the Greens won their first MP when Karen Lucas was elected in Brighton Hove. If you're interested in analysis and all of this, then the best place to find it is, of course, Bright Green, both on our YouTube channel, where we have interviews with some of those councillors who got elected and other people who provide great insight and analysis of these things, including on previous shows, we've spoken to Elle Folan, who is the founder of the Stats for Lefties, the Twitter account blog that covers elections and polling and provides analysis from a left-wing perspective of all of that, but also with other guests as well. And on our website, we regularly publish news, comment pieces, analysis of all this and more. So if you're interested in this kind of stuff, which you're watching an 8-hour live stream about green politics and so on, then you probably are. Then please do hit subscribe to make sure you catch up on future interviews and videos. And also check out our website, bright-green.org. You can go on there, sign up to our newsletter, and then you won't miss any of the articles. We'll be joined by our next guest in about 10 minutes' time, so please do stay tuned. Just going to go to the chat. Please do get questions and comments in the chat on any of that I've just said, anything else you're interested in hearing about, but also questions, of course, for our guests. So Akira says, the coming general election will be key in converting local election results to general election. We will likely only get one shot at that. Yes, that's a really good point. The next general election is going to be really crucial. And people will be aware that the Green Party is targeting quite heavily a number of places. One of the most interesting them, of course, is Bristol. So Bristol West, the current parliamentary seat, or Bristol Central, as it will be after the boundary changes that are coming into force. That the new Bristol Central constituency is where Carla Denyer, the Green Party's co-leader, is standing. There are 20 councillors that represent wards within the best Bristol Central constituency. 17 of those are now represented by Greens. Very recently, a couple of months ago, the Greens won a by-election in one of those council wards. Patrick McAllister, the successful candidate, now councillor, was elected. I spoke to him on Bright Green Live a while ago. Bristol Central is going to be really, really interesting. The Greens are now the largest party on the council. And there's a really, really good prospect the Greens could have a fighting chance in Bristol Central after that. Next year, there are local elections in Bristol, which will be the first electoral test across the whole city as to the Greens' strength. Really interestingly, that year will be the first year since I think 2010. Someone correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. Where the council elections will actually determine who runs the council. That's because right now Bristol has the mayoral system, which means that the mayor is the one in charge of the executive, and the council is there to hold them to account. That was introduced, I think, in 2012. Recently, Bristol had a referendum on whether to keep the mayoral system. They voted to abolish the mayoral system, which means that after the next elections, whoever is the largest party, or indeed whoever has a majority, could be running the council. So we could, after the next set of elections, see the Green Party running Bristol Council. Could see substantial increases in the Green vote share, which will all bode well for the Green Party in the next general election. Akira says that the Greens need to target everywhere where they are the largest local party. I think I disagree on that. The reason I disagree with that is because there are now loads. There's like over a dozen places now where the Greens are the largest party on a council, I think. Practically, I can't see the Green Party having sufficient resource to target all of those areas. And what you might end up with, if that was what happened, is the Green Party coming second in lots of places rather than first in fewer. And realistically, at the moment, I think the prospects for the next general election, unless something dramatic changes, and something dramatic could change, there are, the Greens have at most the possibility of winning somewhere in the region of 4 or 5 parliamentary seats, and that would require a huge effort and a huge political shift. But if you were to target everywhere where the Greens are the largest party, that would be in places like Warwick and Forest of Dean, which I don't think realistically are going to be places where there's prospects for parliamentary growth. I might be wrong, but that's my view on that. So Ellie Chowns is one of those people who could be an MP at the next election. She's the Green Party's candidate in North Herefordshire and a councillor in Herefordshire on Herefordshire Council right now. She's going to be joining me about 5 minutes of time to talk about the Greens' prospects in the next general election in that constituency, and also what the elections in Herefordshire mean for the Greens. For context, in the local elections this year, the Greens made 2 net gains in Herefordshire. They were actually hoping to make many, many more. They were in advance. Locally, activists were telling me that they were hopeful of doubling their representation on the council. They only gained 2 more seats. It's a part of the country where the Greens were in administration. Prior to the election, they were jointly in administration with a group of independents. The independents got absolutely hammered in the elections in Herefordshire, and it was one of the few places in the country where the Tories made substantial gains, mostly at the expense of the independents. So I'm going to be talking to Ellie about all that, trying to unpick those election results, understand what it means in terms of the Green Party's prospects in the next general election in North Herefordshire, but also what we can understand as to what happened there and whether being an administration harmed the Greens' election chances. So if you're interested in all that, please do get questions for Ellie in the chat, because I'll be speaking to her in about 5 minutes' time. If you're just joining for that interview, please do hit subscribe and hit like if you haven't already. Hitting subscribe means that you'll get a little notification every single time that we go live. Hitting like, all that means is that this video will appear on more people's feeds. It will mean that if you're enjoying the show, other people will too, and they will get to see it as well. So please do hit like, please hit subscribe. We've got an aim to hit 700 subscribers by the end of the show. We're 17 short at the moment. I'm really hopeful we can do it. We can do it with your help. We're aiming to hit 50 likes by the end of the show as well. 28 to go. We can do it again with your hope. Hope won't get you anywhere. Your help will. Make sure you hit like, and please also share the link to the show on your social media channels, preferably using the hashtag #BrightGreenLive. It'll help the show out massively if you do that. As I say, Ellie Chowns will be joining us in around 5 minutes' time. I'm not seeing any questions in the chat yet for Ellie. Please do get questions lined up for her. I'd love to put your questions to her rather than just mine. So get them lined up when you're ready. If you're just joining us now, you're watching episode 7 of Bright Green Live. Bright Green Live is a show that goes live on the second Sunday of every month, where we bring together guests from across the UK's Green parties, the wider left, social movements, the Labour movements, and more. And I speak to them about the big issues happening in the country right now and a whole bunch of other stuff. So that's what you're watching. We've got 4 amazing guests still to come. Next up, we've got Ellie Chowns from the Green Party, Green Councillor in Herefordshire. We've then got Ben Jamal from Palestine Solidarity Campaign, Jodie Beck from Liberty, and Zoe Nicholson, a Green Councillor in Lewes, still to come. I'm seeing a flurry of things coming in the chat. How very, very exciting. Please do get your questions and questions for Ellie in the chat, and comments broadly also in the chat. I'm just going to have a flick through and see if there's anything lined up for Ellie. Okay, really interesting comment from someone called Dice George's YouTube. Welcome, Dice George. About the Liberal Democrats and the Greens. Dice George, I have a request for you. That question has been separated by the comments. Would you be able to summarize it and put it in a short comment in the chat, just so that I can see it all in one place? Because it's quite hard to follow alongside everything else that's going on there. Ellie's going to be joining me in just 2 minutes' time, so please do get questions in the chat for her, and I will try and put them to her. Yes, so please do comment questions in the chat. If you're just joining us, Ellie Chowns, the former MEP for the West Midlands and a Green Party councillor in Herefordshire, will be joining us imminently. Hold on 1 second. I'm just going to forward. She's struggling to get on the call. I'm just going to pass it on to her now. Apologies. Apologies, this is not great viewing. I am just going to send her the information she needs, and then we'll be able to get going with the show. Well, apologies everyone, that was me doing some admin. I think We are all good now, and Ellie's going to be joining us in a couple of seconds' time. And yes, I can see that Ellie has just joined the call. So whilst Ellie is connecting, I'll just do a brief introduction to who you're about to be hearing from. So Ellie Chowns is a former Green Party MEP for the West Midlands. She's also a councillor in Herefordshire and the Green Party's parliamentary candidate for the North Herefordshire constituency. Before we delve into our conversation, just wanted to say a massive thank you for joining us today, Ellie. How are you doing?
It's a pleasure, Chris. Thanks for having me. And I'm doing fine. Thank you. Managed to have a tiny bit of time sitting in the sunshine at lunchtime today. So that was great.
Excellent news. Lucky you. I've been stuck here since 10 a.m. So I'll get my sunshine when the show is done. So apologies if the link didn't get through to you, but you've got it now. You're here now. So let's crack on. So this year's local elections obviously were hugely significant and historic for the Green Party across the country. And in Herefordshire, the Greens made 2 net gains. This was something of a step forward, but it was quite substantially below what the Greens were hoping for. You know, in advance, local activists were saying that there was the prospect of the Greens doubling their seats on the council. Do you think the Green Party underperformed in Herefordshire in these elections?
I really wouldn't put it that way. But, you know, you've always got to be optimistic, but also not kind of over optimistic. We were actually tackling some really challenging seats against leaders of, we were standing against both the leader of the Conservative and the Liberal Democrat group. And we got great results in those wards, but not quite winning. One of the members of one of our candidates had this fantastic phrase saying that, you know, the people who didn't quite win this time are sort of councillors in waiting for next time. And I think that's a really sort of positive attitude. And we know that, you know, politics isn't about, it's a marathon, not a sprint. I keep on trotting out all of these kind of terrible cliches, but it totally is a marathon, not a sprint. And we are definitely in the marathon stage. You know, we've been in Herefordshire, we've kind of had some fantastic, really quick growth. Now we're in the sort of steady building phase. And, you know, there were several of the seats that we didn't quite win. We only lost quite narrowly, and that's a great basis for campaigning and winning next time. So yeah, no, it's not, you know, obviously we'd love to win everywhere where we stand, right, and everywhere where we campaign hard. But we had brilliant candidates, really high caliber of candidates, fantastic campaigns, and yeah, just pipped at the post a little bit. And one of the interesting factors there, I think, was that, you know, the Liberal Democrats stood absolutely everywhere in Herefordshire, refused to cooperate on any sort of, you know, focusing and targeting. And I think that's had an impact, unfortunately, locally.
So some of our viewers might not be aware, but the Greens, prior to these elections, were in joint administration with some independents. And in the elections this year, the independents got absolutely hammered. And the Tories, it's one of the few places in the country where the Tories made quite substantial gains. So what do you think went wrong there for the independents?
I think, I mean, you know, independents are independents. They kind of, by definition, you know, they do what it says on the tin. They work independently. We actually, interestingly, had 2 separate independent groups in Herefordshire, plus somebody else who is so independent that he won't go into any group. And I know that that's not unique to Herefordshire. I think Forest of Dean have got something similar. You know, there's so independents kind of by definition don't have the same structured approach to campaigning, I suppose, and the same level of infrastructure and support that we, you know, now do have available in the Green Party. So I think that, yeah, I'm really sad that so many of our fantastic independent colleagues lost their seats. I think, you know, 1 or 2 kind of people who were opposed to what the Greens and the independents and the coalition were trying to do have sort of been trying to say, oh, you know, we've got a mandate to, you know, the what the coalition was standing for has been wiped out. Actually, if you look at it, the independents and the Greens together got a larger share of the vote than the Lib Dems, despite standing in considerably fewer seats, and won more seats as well. And of course, the Green vote share grew significantly, and the number of Green councillors grew quite significantly too. So I think it would be a mistake to interpret the the results as you know, as the general public in Herefordshire kind of dismissing everything that the Greens stand for and that the coalition stood for. But I think that independents perhaps do struggle a bit more with campaigning than candidates who have the support of party infrastructure and a whole range of fantastic campaigners behind them.
So I guess you talked there about the what went on in the campaign and so on. And I guess one of the things that happened in the campaign is that the Tories, I guess, pushed quite hard critically of the administration's record in power in Herefordshire. And obviously in the context where the independents fell back and the Greens didn't make as many gains as they were hopeful for, what do you think, I guess, the impact of being in administration had on the election campaign? Do you think that the administration hurt you in the election campaign?
Sorry, that being in administration harmed us in the election campaign?
Yeah.
No, I'm really proud of what we've done as an administration. You know, we've cleared up a lot of messes that were there beforehand. We, you know, navigated the county successfully through the most difficult 4-year period in the history of the county, COVID and you know, 400-year floods and all of these sorts of things. So actually, you know, and the ongoing consequences of austerity and still further cuts in funding. So I think there's a great deal to be proud of in our record, and we've kind of talked about that in our website a bit. I think one thing that was very interesting, and this wasn't just a feature of the election campaign, but actually definitely part of the Conservative playbook, particularly the North Herefordshire Conservatives playbook for the last several years, has been to kind of talk about the Green Independent Coalition, really emphasising the Green, which is fascinating because the Greens were 25% of the coalition, 25% of the councillors, 25% of the cabinet members. And the Conservatives were really kind of desperate to paint it as, you know, this is a Green administration. But of course, as shown by the fact that Greens have won, even if we haven't won, you know, we haven't doubled our numbers, but we've still increased by 30% or something. As shown by that fact, you know, there's definitely no voter rejection of what Greens stand for here. There's a steady growth in support for what Greens stand for. But it's just quite fascinating to see that from the Conservative perspective. And I think this is quite often quite a localised thing. It's definitely more of a North Herefordshire than a South Herefordshire thing. Really sort of thinking, oh, you know, if we bang on about Greens being terrible, that'll be a vote winner for us. It's an incredibly sort of simplistic message. And one thing that was, you know, potentially a factor in Herefordshire is that they spent tens of thousands of pounds before the pre-election period officially kicked in distributing a pretend newspaper full of misinformation to a large proportion of the electorate here. And that's, you know, that sort of really negative campaigning is just, it's so disappointing, and it's so saddening, really, that, you know, if political discourse is, yeah, that a party, I mean, maybe we just have to expect it, but it's so disappointing that certain parties want to kind of drag political discourse down in that way and just be kind of really sort of, you know, very, very simplistic and deliberately misrepresenting information. And again, we published a really detailed fact-checking document in response to that. But, you know, we don't have tens of thousands of pounds to send a sort of positive newspaper in response to every doorstep. So, yeah, there's an element of money, again, playing a role in how campaigns happen. Yeah.
So I've not managed to catch up on the latest in terms of what's happening next. So moving beyond the election. So the Tories are now the largest party in Herefordshire again. What's the latest on who's going to be forming the next administration?
So the Tories have 21 councillors in a council of 53. So a majority is 27. They don't have a majority. And so that's quite an interesting position. Lib Dems have 12, Greens have 9, Independents for Herefordshire have 6, and then there are a few other smaller groups. So, you know, Lib Dems and Greens and Independents for Herefordshire together are 27 councillors, which is a majority. And of course, across the whole country, Greens and Independents work very constructively with Liberal Democrats in administration, in coalition administration, in all sorts of authorities. And so for me, the obvious thing is for the Lib Dems in Herefordshire to step into the opportunity for leadership that presents itself to them, and step in to, demonstrate that maturity and that readiness for local leadership, to draw together a coalition of as many groups as possible. And I've said repeatedly, I mean, ever since I got involved in politics, and definitely lots and lots of times recently, Greens we're keen on cooperation. We've got a long history of doing that. We believe in proportional politics. We believe in cooperative politics. And so, I'm really, really happy to cooperate with any local political groups wherever there is common ground. And I think, the constructive thing to do is identify where there is common ground and work around that. Beyond that, all I can tell you is that discussions are ongoing.
And when will we find out when's your annual council, or whenever you've got to elect a leader by?
Annual council is this Friday, coming Friday.
Okay, so conversations need to wrap up pretty quickly, it seems. So the other thing I wanted to ask you about is, so obviously you're the parliamentary candidate for North Herefordshire for the Green Party, which is one of the seats the Greens is agreed to targeting. And, at conference, you said that there's a real opportunity that the Greens will be able to win a seat off the Tories. What do you think these local elections that we've just seen mean for the North Herefordshire seat in the next general election?
I think there's lots to reflect on, definitely. I think we've learned some really interesting and useful lessons about the campaign playbook that will be used by by our opposition and by the Conservatives, the North Herefordshire Conservatives, particularly. And that's all really helpful, forewarned is forearmed. And I'm certain that there is more that we can do and better in terms of communication. And actually, we've got a new staff member starting work with us shortly, working especially on that. I think that, the election results that we've seen nationally really demonstrate that there is that appetite for change in places like Herefordshire, in rural areas, in traditionally conservative areas. There is that really strong appetite for change. And in some ways, having there's an advantage in being in opposition, isn't there? I mean, the places where Greens have made really strong gains in the local elections is where they've been able to say, look at how terrible things are nationally and look at how terrible things are locally. And it's all the Conservatives doing that. And what we've had in Herefordshire is, I suppose, a bit of, appalling local MP, really has been absolutely hopeless at defending Herefordshires interests, North Herefordshires interests, for years and years and years, has endlessly voted for cuts to local services, etc., and yet still, manages to spend tens of thousands of pounds somehow kind of blaming it on the people who are at local level in the council trying to fix the issues and really focus on the day-to-day, getting on with doing things in the best interests of local people. So what I take out of the local election results in Herefordshire specifically is a lot of lessons around communication. And I think that, that only makes our campaign stronger in the long term. And, I take a lot of hope from the national election results, and also a kind of sense of, whenever you don't quite win as big as you'd hoped you might do, there's always a bit of a sense of flipping out. We had fantastic candidates and they haven't quite got in, and they would definitely have been better than the people that have got in, but what's the alternative? What do you throw up your hands and you think, oh, well, we're never going to manage that then, let's kind of give up and go home. And just actually, no, of course not. The lesson is, right, we've got to do better, work smarter. Don't think we can possibly work harder, but we've got to learn how we work smarter, and and come back. And it's back to that marathon. I mean, I'm the worst person to talk about marathons. I couldn't run a marathon if my life depended on it. But it's that sense of being in for the long haul. And when I got involved in the Green Party, it's now 8 years ago now that I got involved in the Green Party. And I didn't get involved thinking, yes, you know, we're going to win power, loads of power in all sorts of places, and didn't do that at all. I got involved in the Green Party because I thought, I really believe in these principles and I want to stand up for them, and I want to be part of a kind of, you know, a drop in that ocean of shifting the dial in the direction of a more positive sort of politics. And I absolutely feel that we still are part of that. There's always going to be little bumps in the road and little ups and downs and everything. But if you gave up as soon as there was, you know, your success wasn't quite as enormous as you'd hoped it might be, you know, you that would be ridiculous. So actually, I'm taking a lot of kind of you know, fire in the belly from the, you know, the experiences that we've had in administration, from the current experiences of being in a very interesting no overall control situation. So who knows what's going to happen in the next week. And yeah, I think a lot of lessons that we can use really, really positive and creatively and proactively to strengthen our campaign to win the parliamentary seat too.
Well, we'll all be waiting to see what happens at your annual council on Friday as to what the next administration looks like. But Ellie, thank you so much for joining me today. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Pleasure. Thank you, Chris. Take care.
Thanks so much. So that was Ellie Chowns, the former Green Party MEP for the West Midlands, now a councillor in Herefordshire and the Green Party's parliamentary candidate for the North Herefordshire constituency. Please do let me know what you thought of that conversation in the chat. I'd love to hear your thoughts, particularly on what you think the results in Herefordshire mean for the party there, the prospect of a parliamentary seat in North Herefordshire, and yeah, what your assessment is as to what happened there, where the Greens made gains, but the Tories also made gains in Herefordshire this year. Still to come on the show, we've got 3 more amazing guests who will be with us throughout the last 2.5 hours of the show. I've got Ben Jamal, the director of Palestine Solidarity Campaign, joining me later on this afternoon. We're talking this weekend on the 75th anniversary of the Nakba, when the State of Israel was created and hundreds of thousands of Palestinians were displaced from their land. We'll also be talking about the ongoing situation in Palestine with the, you know, the current present situation where there's airstrikes taking place in Gaza right now from Israel. Also be looking at how people in the UK can support the struggle for liberation for the people of Palestine. Jodie Beck is Policy and Campaigns Officer at Liberty. We'll be discussing the impact of the Public Order Act on the way that protests are policed in light of what took place at the coronation weekend, when I think upwards of 40 people were arrested. Apparently, it seems some of them arrested for possessing a megaphone, some of them arresting for possessing rape alarms, some of them, it seems, were arrested for standing next to someone wearing a T-shirt. We're going to look at what the Public Order Act is and how it's impacted on policing. And finally, closing the show, I'll be speaking to Zoe Nicholson, the leader of the Green Group on Lewes District Council. I'll be talking to her about how the Green Party became the largest party on Lewes District Council and how they managed to eliminate every single Tory on the council along with other parties. That's all still to come. I'm very, very tired. I needed to take a quick break, so I'll be back in about 5 minutes' time. Please do get comments about the interviews you've heard so far in the chat. Please do get questions lined up for the remainder of our guests. Please do get any questions you have for me lined up in the chat as well. And of course, if you haven't already, make sure you hit like and subscribe. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Hello, welcome back. You're watching Bright Green Live. Thank you so much to all of you who've stuck with us on the show so far. I'm aware it's a very sunny day, so thank you for sticking with Bright Green throughout the show. I'd love to hear if anyone's been watching for the full 5.5 hours. Let me know if you've been here since the beginning. Absolute joy to have you. If you haven't been here since the beginning and you're just joining, please do hit the like button and the subscribe button. Basically, if you do those two things, it will mean that the show will appear in more people's feeds. So if you've been enjoying it or you're going to enjoy it, other people will too, and they'll get to see it if you hit those buttons. If you hit subscribe as well, it means that you won't miss out on any of the future shows, anything else we put out on the channel in the future. Now, if you're just joining us, I very recently spoke to Ellie Chowns, the Green Party councillor in Herefordshire, former Green Party MEP for the West Midlands. We spoke about the election results in Herefordshire, what happened there, what it means for the general election in the North Herefordshire constituency. You can rewind about 25-30 minutes and you'll find that interview. Jane Turner says that they've been watching since the start. Thank you so much, Jane, for being here since the very, very beginning. You're an absolute trooper. I hope you're not as tired as I am. Apologies that you've had to listen to my voice for so long. Given that you've been here the whole time, Jane, I'd love to know which has been your favourite interviews of the people that we've spoken to so far in the show. For those of you who are joining relatively recently, I'll be putting questions. I'm hoping to put questions that you have to the remainder of our guests to them. But the reality is I really struggle to pick those questions up during interviews. So if you have questions, please do get them lined up nice and early. To give you an overview of who we've still got to come, we've got Ben Jamal from Palestine Solidarity Campaign, talking about the 75th anniversary of the Nakba. We've got Jodie Beck from Liberty talking about the Public Order Act and its impact on protest policing. And we've also got Zoe Nicholson, a councillor in Lewes, to talk about how the Greens became the largest party in Lewes. If you've got any questions for any of those, please do put them in the chat. So Jane Turner says that Joe Bird was their favourite interview thus far, but they confessed that that was partially because they were part of Joe's successful re-election campaign. I also really enjoyed that interview with Joe. You can rewind back through the show if you haven't already seen it. I spoke to Joe at 2:00, so about 90 minutes ago. You can rewind and catch that interview. If you enjoyed that interview as well, I also spoke to Joe on a previous episode of Bright Green Live. That interview is available on our YouTube channel. You should be able to find it there. It was about 4 episodes ago now. But that interview that I did with Jo then was about the reasons why she defected to the Green Party, contrasting her experience as a Labour Party councillor and now as a Green Party councillor. And the interview I did today with her was obviously about her successful re-election and what it means for the Green Party. So Bright Green Live is a monthly show, and I really like to take suggestions from viewers as to who I should book on future shows. So if you have got people you think I should be speaking to, people you want to hear from, then please do let me know in the chat, and I'll try and book as many of them as I can. Also throughout the show, I am happy to take your questions on anything that we've been talking about, any of the interviews we've had, anything that's going on in politics more broadly, anything that Bright Green is up to, and anything else besides. So please do get any questions you have for me in the chat, and I'll try and do my very, very best to answer them. We've had questions earlier on about potential collaboration between the Greens and the Labour Party in light of the Tories tanking poll ratings. We've had questions about whether the Greens would stand aside for Jeremy Corbyn in Islington North if he stood as an independent. Lots of others. Please do get them in the chat. So you may not be aware, but Bright Green doesn't have the backing of billionaires and big business. We rely solely on the kind and generous support of people just like you. If you are able to, please do head to our website, bright-green.org/donate, and set up a regular donation. There is a link in the description to this video. I'm pointing because it should be below, but maybe it's above. Maybe I should do this. That's a weird dance. If you are able to, please set up a regular donation. We ask people to give about £5 a month. It's what enables us to run this show, to publish all the articles we publish, and all the other interviews and videos we are doing. Now, on the topic of videos we'll be putting out in the coming months, over the summer, the Green Party of England and Wales will be electing a new executive, commonly known as GPACs. Now, the elections to GPACs will be taking place over the course of the summer, and they're really, really important for the future of the party. The Green Party executive makes really important decisions about the financial well-being of the party, about how it's staffed, about elements of its political strategy, and is responsible for sort of overseeing the day-to-day management of the Green Party. The elections to GPACs take place in halves, so half the executive will be elected this year and half next year, and every member serves a 2-year term. This year, there are a series of posts that are up for election. Among those that will be up for election are the positions of treasurer, local party support coordinator, internal communications, and many, many more, which I have forgotten or have escaped my mind. I believe maybe that the election for the external communications is not this year. I think that was last year. There are other positions on the executive that are up this year, international coordinator being one of them. Now, these elections are really, really important, as I say, because the people who fill these roles sit on the executive and they take key decisions about the future and direction of the party, including its budgets, including how elements of its political campaigning and so on. It's one of the 2 primary governance bodies of the Green Party. Now, as part of our coverage of those elections, every single year now, we try and interview all of the candidates standing for office, where we take a deep dive into why they're standing and, of course, what they think are the biggest priorities for the Green Party and the improvements they want to see. So on our YouTube channel, starting from when the first candidates get announced, we will be interviewing all of those candidates, or as many of them as are willing to be interviewed by us. Unfortunately, some in the past have chosen not to subject themselves to an interview, but we'll be interviewing all the candidates on our YouTube channel. So if you subscribe, you'll be able to catch all of those. But also you'll be able to catch coverage on our website, bright-green.org, where we'll be running news pieces on everything that's going on in those election campaigns, where we'll have comment pieces from the candidates, analysis, and much, much more. I think this is really important that there's scrutiny and coverage of these internal elections, because turnout in these elections tends to be quite low. In the past, I think 6 or 7% is the average turnout in those elections. I'm sure someone watching will be able to say, actually, it's 8%. Fine, tell me what the real percentage is. But I think it's around 6, 7 or 8%. So a tiny proportion of members actually vote. Bright Green, I think, has an important role in communicating that these elections are happening and in giving members an informed choice about the candidates. So, as I say, those interviews will be on our YouTube channel. Subscribe if you want to see them, and also look at our website for more. Great, thank you, Akira. I think you popped a question in there for Jodie, our guest, who'll be talking about the Public Order Act. I'll try and put that to Jodie, who'll be joining me about 4:45. So that was an interjection. Apologies. What I was talking about was the Green Party executive elections, and as I was saying, turnout tends to be quite low. I think we need more. The party members need to have a more informed choice about those elections, and part of the way that we'll do that is by holding these series of interviews. I would love to get people's thoughts on the kinds of questions that people would like to see asked. So I'm expecting there to be candidates for those elections, which will take place from July to September. I'm expecting candidates to start announcing in the coming weeks. I'd love, when I start to get those interviews booked, to be able to put some of your questions to them. So please do get them in the chat now. Let us know on Twitter at BrightGRN. You can also follow me on Twitter at ChrisJarvisDIY if you want to drop me a line with any of your potential questions, things that you want to see those candidates asked. And as always, I'll try and ask as many of them as possible. So please do get in touch and let me know. The next episode of Bright Green Live is going to be on June the 11th. I currently have no guests booked for that show. But I will try and get Anastasia Weist on the show because she wasn't able to join us earlier. There's loads of other people I could be booking, but I'd love to hear from you who you'd like to hear from. So please do get any suggestions for guests in the chat, and I'll do my best to get them booked. Previous guests of the show, we've had over 50 of them now. You know what, I'm actually going to have a quick look and remind myself as to who some of the guests we've had on previously were, so that you can have a sense of the kinds of people that we have had on. So on previous episodes, we have had Alex Powell, an expert in migration law, talking about the government's latest anti-migrant legislation. We've had Maisha Begum from the Rana Plaza Solidarity Collective talking about the 10th anniversary of the Rana Plaza building collapse, the worst disaster in the garment industry's history that led to the deaths of many hundreds of garment workers. We've had Sian Berry, the former Green Party co-leader and London Assembly member, on. She was on the last episode of the show talking about the impact the Green Party has made on the London Assembly. I've spoken to Katie Montgomery, the YouTuber, activist and trans rights campaigner, talking about the EHRC, the Equality and Human Rights Commission, and its move towards seeking to redefine what sex and gender are in the Equality Act and the impact that could have on trans people and trans rights. I've had someone on from the campaign group Culture Unstained, which is campaigning to get cultural institutions to end their sponsorship relationships with the fossil fuel industry. I've spoken to someone from Extinction Rebellion, from Stop the War Coalition, from UCU, from the Green Party Northern Ireland, from Keeper NHS Public, and many, many, many more. You can catch all those videos on our YouTube channel. And please, 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 if you have any suggestions for other people that I could interview from the left, from the UK's Green parties, from social movements, campaign groups, trade unions, the Labour movement, and the arts, please do get those suggestions in the chat. I would love to hear who you think that I should be speaking to. As I said, you can catch all of those previous interviews on our YouTube channel. So if you haven't already, hit subscribe so that you can find them. And also, if you hit subscribe, basically is the answer. I don't know where my train of thought was going. Sorry, I was distracting by doing some admin when I should be speaking to you. You can hear my, basically, if you hear my voice slow and I'm looking at this side of the screen, and I appear to slow down what I'm saying and not really be paying attention to you, that's because I'm doing some admin, and apologies. My brain, 5.5 hours into a show, is less capable of doing more than one thing at once. So occasionally you will have to see the cogs whirring in my brain as I try and piece things together. If you're just joining us, Ben Jamal from Palestine Solidarity Campaign will be joining us very, very shortly. I'll be speaking to him about the 75th anniversary of the Nakba. I said there that I was really tired. I am so tired that I'm going to take another very, very brief break, top up my coffee, and then we'll rattle through the last bit of the show together. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to give a special shout out to the people that appear to be watching for a huge portion of the show. You are brilliant. Thank you. I love you all. Jane Turner, Akira Zilla, Adriana Spalinki, and others, thank you so much for joining throughout. You are brilliant and wonderful, and I'll see you all again in about 5 minutes' time. Hello, back. Sorry for that extra break. I'm tired. It's been a long old day. And I normally only do this once a month, but obviously I also did 2 live streams, election day and the day after. So I'm slightly fatigued from the length at which I've been staring at this bright light in front of me. But thank you so much for staying with us. Akira Zilla has asked in the chat for a reminder of how you can donate to Bright Green. You can donate to Bright Green at bright-green.org/donate. There's a link in the description to this video, but I'll also pop one in the chat for anyone who wishes to donate to Bright Green and keep what we are doing going. Please do click that link. And yeah, as I say, we're not funded by billionaires. We're not funded by big business. We rely solely on the kind and generous support of people just like you. It's what enables us to provide the coverage that we do. The fact that we aren't, backed by big business and billionaires steers the kind of coverage that we do. So for those of you who are watching the interview I did with Matt Kennard earlier, he talked about the way in which corporate funding, financing and advertising of media organizations impacts the kind of reporting they do. The best way to ensure that you get independent, radical, free, fair media is by funding it and supporting it if you are able to. So there's a link in the chat now where you can donate if you wish to. And thank you so much to everyone who is already a Bright Green donor. We've got dozens and dozens of you who are donating now, up from absolutely zero when I took over Bright Green 3 and a bit years ago now. So thank you so much to all of our donors for doing that. Very, very shortly, I'm going to be joined by Ben Jamal, the director of Palestine Solidarity Campaign, to talk about the 75th anniversary of the Nakba and what's going on at the moment in Palestine. Very, 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 very lucky to have Ben, because obviously it's an incredibly busy time for Palestine Solidarity Campaign. They organised a demonstration in London yesterday where tens of thousands of people marched in solidarity with the Palestinian people and to commemorate the 75th anniversary of the Nakba. So very lucky to have Ben. What I'd really love for people to do is over the next few minutes share the show link on your social media channels. It means that more people will be able to see this show. And we're very lucky to have Ben, and I would love for more people to hear from him, because it's a really important thing that he's going to be talking about, and the more people that can hear from him, the better. So please do share the show link on your socials if you haven't already, preferably using the hashtag BrightGreenLive. You know what? I've been checking Twitter all day, but I haven't been checking the other social media channels to see what's going on there. I'm just going to check them briefly now. Apologies for the intermission whilst I do so, but thank you for waiting patiently. Please do share the show link on them, basically, and then I'll give you a little special shout out if you do so. So thank you to Tawdry Hepburn, who has shared the link to the show on Mastodon. Thank you, Audrey. Is that's a pun, isn't it, on Audrey Hepburn, who I believe was a famous person from the past. When you're doing these shows and you're just reading the information that's presented to you, it can take a little while to compute what's actually being said. So please don't put any pun names in the chat or anything that I'll inevitably read out and not realise till afterwards that I've read out a rude name that is not a real one. So we are hurtling towards the end of the show. We've got 2 hours left. Thank you so much for those of you who've been with us since the start. Jane Turner, Akira Zilla, Adriana Splinky, all of you who've been here for the long haul. We've got 3 final guests to come. Next up is Ben Jamal from Palestine Solidarity Campaign. He's the director of Palestine Solidarity Campaign. I'll be speaking to him about the 75th anniversary of the Nakba. I then have Jodie Beck from Liberty, who we're going to speak about the Public Order Act, that draconian, awful piece of legislation that's really recently come in to that's really reshaped the right to protest in the UK. It was rushed through in advance of the coronation of Charles Windsor a week or so ago. I can't remember when it happened. A week ago, wasn't it? And that's the legislation that has basically been used as a as a mechanism through which upwards of 40 people were arrested at events related to that coronation. Many of them weren't protesting. They just happened to be, standing next to somebody who was wearing a T-shirt or indeed wearing a T-shirt themselves. So I'm going to be talking to Jodie about what that legislation is, what it means, its ramifications for democracy and for the right to protest. Closing the show, I'll then be joined by Zoe Nicholson, a Green Party councillor in Lewes. Lewes is one of the many places where the Greens are now the largest party on a council in the UK. The Greens went, I can't remember where they went from, but they're now, I think, on 19 seats, maybe 17 seats, a lot of seats, and the largest party. I'll be speaking to Zoe about how that happened and also how the council went from being Tory run about a decade ago to now having 0 Tory councillors on it altogether. So if you have any questions for those people, please do get them lined up in the chat. And if you're just joining us, if you haven't already, please do hit subscribe, please do hit like. And just let you know what's happened so far on the show. We have had 6 maybe guests so far that I've spoken to about a whole range of stuff. Kicking the show off, I spoke to Fergus Green from People and Planet about the Fossil Free Careers campaign. That's the campaign seeking to get universities to prevent fossil fuel companies from recruiting students on their campuses. That was at 10:15, so you can rewind through the show hours and hours and hours back to find that. I then spoke to Gillian Mackay, the Scottish Green Party MSP. She is leading the way in Scotland on seeking to get the introduction of buffer zones outside of abortion clinics. I spoke to her about 45 minutes after that at 11 o'clock. So if you rewind to about an hour into the show, you'll be able to find that interview. I then spoke to Matt Kennard for about an hour, really long conversation interview about this book, Silent Coup, How Corporations Overthrew Democracy. It's a brilliant book of investigative journalism, which chronicles how the mechanisms through which corporations and private companies have been able to develop a stranglehold on the economy, but also to undermine democracy through mechanisms which they can sue governments, through the international aid system, and much, much more. Fascinating conversation. Rewind to about 11:45 in the morning to find that one. I then spoke to Rachel Eburne. Really excited to speak to her because she is the deputy leader of the Green Group on Mid Suffolk Council. Mid Suffolk is the only council now in the country that has a Green Party majority. The Greens won a majority in Mid Suffolk this year. We spoke about how that happened, how the Green Party got to that position, and what their plans are now they're in office. I then spoke to a series of other Green Party councillors, including Joe Bird, who was recently re-elected in the Wirral, about what it means that ex-Labour councillors have been successfully re-elected as Greens. I spoke to Ellie Chowns, who is a Green councillor in Herefordshire and a former MEP, about what's going on in Herefordshire. So I can see now that our next guest has just joined the room, so I'm going to let them in. We'll start a little bit early. Hopefully that means we get a little bit longer with them. So I'll just let Ben join the call, and as Ben is connecting, I will just do a brief introduction so that you all know who you are about to hear from. So Ben Jamal is the director of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign, and we're going to be talking today about the 75th anniversary of the Nakba and what Palestine Solidarity Campaign has been doing to commemorate that. Before we delve into any of that, I just wanted to say a massive welcome to you, Ben. Thanks so much for joining us. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for the invitation to be here.
Well, thanks so much for joining us, Ben. So to kick things off, some of our viewers might not be aware of the Nakba and what it is. So I wondered if you could just talk us through what the Nakba is or was and why Nakba Day is commemorated.
Yeah, sure. And the Nakba is the Arabic word for catastrophe. And it describes the process of ethnic cleansing that occurred in 1948, really actually between 1947 and 1949, when over 750,000 Palestinians were expelled or forced to flee from their homes in what became the State of Israel. So that was 80% of the Palestinian population, and more than 500 towns and villages were destroyed, wiped off the face of the earth, and many massacres undertaken. But actually, I think I would say, really to understand that process in the Nakba, you have to go back before, and in some ways one could argue that the Nakba began, or certainly the foundations of the Nakba began to be laid at the end of the 19th century, early 20th century, when the ideology of Zionism began to be formed, became a political movement. And this, in essence, was the idea that the way of dealing with the appalling persecution of Jewish people across Europe was for Jewish people to found their own state, which eventually became a claim of a right to establish a state in historic Palestine. And then, of course, in 1917, the British Foreign Secretary, Balfour, issued a declaration where he said that the British government supported that aim. This was despite the fact that when that declaration was issued, once described as one people, the British giving the land that belonged to another people to a third people, the population of Palestine at that time was 94% Palestinian Arab and only 6% Jewish. So that laid the foundations. Then, of course, after the First World War, the League of Nations gave Britain control over the territory of Palestine under a mandate, and Britain oversaw a process of increasing the immigration of Jewish people, mostly from Europe, but also from elsewhere. But by the end of the Second World War, the population was still predominantly Palestinian Arab, 35% Jewish population. But in 1947, as I say, the process of Zionist forces prior to the establishment of the State of Israel began this process of ethnic cleansing that enabled the State of Israel to be founded with a Jewish majority, but only on the basis of having expelled the Palestinian population, including my grandparents and all of my extended family.
And so you've obviously talked there about the history there in terms of the foundation of the State of Israel and the role of Britain in that and so on. And obviously the history behind this is important to understand the situation that we see in Palestine today. But I wonder if you could talk a little bit about what you think the relevance and importance of the Nakba is in Palestine as we find it today.
Yes, and that's a very important question. And one of the messages yesterday, as your viewers will, I'm sure, know, more than 10,000 people marched through London in a march that we had organised in solidarity with the Palestinian people who were commemorating this weekend the Nakba. But a key message of that march is that the Nakba is commemorated not as a moment of collective and personal trauma rooted in the historical past, but as an ongoing process of colonisation, of dispossession, and of enforcement of a system of oppression through brutal militarized means. And again, it's worth looking at the history since 1948, but what that means for Palestinians now. Palestinians post 1948, those who lived in the State of Israel, so 20% of the population of Israel remained Palestinian Arab. Those were the 20% of Palestinians that were not expelled. They were subject up until 1967 to a life under military rule. So despite the fact that they were technically citizens of the state, they were subject to military law. That ended in 1967, but since then, Palestinian citizens of the state live under a whole body of laws that treat them as second-class citizens, that deny them full equality under the law. One example is a law that allows towns of a certain size inside Israel to elect committees that can decide who can live in the town. And this law allows those committees to exclude Palestinians from moving into these towns so that they can remain Jewish only on the basis that they might disturb, the wording is, you might disturb the social and cultural harmony of the town. And of course, in 1967, Israel occupied the remaining areas of historic Palestine that up to that point were ruled since 47 by Jordan and Egypt. And that's Gaza, the West Bank and East Jerusalem, occupied those areas, began a process of settlement that has continued in East Jerusalem and the West Bank. So Palestinians there still live under military occupation, and Israel is settling those areas, moving hundreds of thousands of settlers in violation of international law, taking Palestinian land to form towns for those Jewish settlers and depriving the rights of the Palestinian people who live there under a completely separate system of law. And Gaza was also subject to settlement up to 2007, but at that point Israel removed the settlers, but then imposed a siege on Gaza that continues to this day. Even David Cameron, not known as a friend of the Palestinian people, once described Gaza as the world's largest open-air prison. Israel controls the borders, controls who goes in, who goes out, even how much food Palestinians can receive going across the border. That continues to this day. And of course, Israel subjects Gaza to periodic military assaults. We've seen that in the past week. Maybe I can say a little bit more about that. And there are regular militarized attacks on Palestinians living in East Jerusalem and the West Bank. All of that together, Palestinians have been asserting this for decades, but now there's a consensus across the human rights community. Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, even B'Tselem, Israel's own leading human rights monitoring organization, have all in the last 18 months produced forensic reports that detail how this whole system of oppression, working in different ways, but across the whole territory of historic Palestine, in totality meets the definition of a system of apartheid.
So I want to talk about the airstrikes in Gaza, but before I do that, the last thing you mentioned there I wanted to pick up on, because you described the system that's in place as meeting the definition of apartheid. Now, there are, if you were to say that on other media outlets, that would be deemed to be quite a controversial statement. Now, for me, I think, looking at the situation, it demonstrably is the case that we are seeing a system of apartheid. But why do you think it is that claim, that argument that essentially Israel is operating as an apartheid state is so controversial?
Well, it's worth saying this first of all. The idea of regarding this as a disputable claim or even a controversial claim is an idea promulgated by Israel, really in order to close down conversation and to shield it from accountability. But it really isn't a controversial claim. It's not a term used in a pejorative way. In other words, it's not a term used to say we disapprove or we think this is somehow problematic. It's a term that's used very, very precisely. Apartheid has a legal definition. It's defined under the Rome Statute. And those reports, as I say, Palestinians have been asserting this for decades. But one of the tragedies of this situation is that Palestinian voices are often silenced, are not seen as relevant. But now the world is waking up to this because, as I said, of the reports from Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch and B'Tselem. Amnesty's in particular is forensic in detail, several hundred pages that goes into meticulous detail demonstrating why, in accordance with all of the aspects of the legal definition of apartheid, this system meets that definition. Sometimes people say, well, it can't be apartheid because it doesn't look exactly like South African apartheid. In other words, they will look at the state of Israel and say, well, the Palestinians can vote. You can even have Palestinian members of the parliament. Black South Africans were never given those rights. And that's a misnomer. South African apartheid was a particular version of the system of apartheid as defined under the Rome Statute. And it is true that Palestinians can vote and Palestinians can stand to be members of the Knesset, but what they can do as members of the Knesset is limited. They cannot change the fundamental system. They cannot change the basic laws that effectively enforce a whole body of laws, as I said, that in all sorts of ways, in terms of their rights of property ownership, in terms of their rights of settlement, in terms of a whole broad range of rights, say actually they're second-class citizens. Desmond Tutu actually said, in his view, what he witnessed when he made one of his several visits to Palestine was that Palestinians were suffering a worse form of apartheid than he experienced living as a black South African under South African apartheid. So it really isn't a controversial claim. Israel wants to make it a controversial claim, and also absurdly wants to indicate through this process of trying to redefine how we understand the hatred of the Jewish people, anti-Semitism, by saying it's actually anti-Semitic to use that label against Israel. That's obviously nonsensical. If the claim is accurate and can be backed up by evidence, then of course, how can it be a manifestation of hatred of a people? And that's and where Israel now finds itself is in the very difficult place of having to convince the world that the various human rights lawyers, that the United Nations Special Rapporteur, that the Human Rights Watch, that Amnesty International, in asserting this claim and providing the evidence, are all stating anti-Semitic narratives, are all anti-Semitic organizations.
And so next I wanted to talk about I guess what's happening on the ground right now. So over the last week or so, we've seen Israel launching a series of airstrikes in Gaza, an escalation that we're seeing again. Can you talk us through what's happening on the ground in Palestine right now?
Yeah, so obviously people would have seen this is one of those moments where some news about what's happening to the Palestinian people does break through to a degree to the mainstream, but it only tends to break through at moments where the descriptor that is used is there's been an escalation of violence. Usually this is also framed as Israel defending itself against a renewal of violence from Palestinians. But it's usually only regarded as newsworthy when in intense periods, lots of Palestinians are dying. So that does break through to the news, or there are Israeli casualties. And in the past week, what we've seen in Gaza is a renewal of strikes. The first strikes were launched by Israel. 33 Palestinians have been killed, including many children. We now have a ceasefire in Gaza, but this is an ongoing process. And actually, generally, there's a period of about a year, sometimes 2 years. We saw similar attacks last August that lasted a similar period of time, about a week. And of course, people remember in May 2021, we had a far more intensive process of Israeli bombardment over that month, killing 260 Palestinians, including 67 children. One Israeli military spokesperson once described this process as mowing the lawn, that every couple of years we need to effectively remind the Palestinians, as any form of resistance to Israel's oppression grows, we need to remind them of who holds military power. And so Palestinians are killed intensively. And then usually what happens, as I say, is we hear across the mainstream media and across the political mainstream, two narratives really. One, that Israel has a right to defend itself. And of course, the answer to that is any form of violence used to implement and sustain a system of oppression that violates international law and human rights is by definition illegitimate. And Palestinians under international law have a right to defend themselves against the system of apartheid and against military occupation. But the second narrative we always hear is, well, what's required now is a ceasefire. What's needed is an end to the violence a de-escalation so we can return to calm. But what calm means for Palestinians, we're seeing it right now. Right now, yesterday, a ceasefire has been declared. It will probably hold. But what happened immediately? Well, the day after the ceasefire, yesterday, after this ceasefire had been declared, more Palestinians were killed in the West Bank. And this continues a period, a process of ongoing repression that has been ramped up since the beginning of 2023 under an Israeli government that is the most ultra-nationalist far-right Israel's ever elected. Since the beginning of 2023 in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, Israel has killed over 150 Palestinians at the rate of roughly one a day. That doesn't tend to break through into the mainstream. Individual Palestinians being killed is not newsworthy. It's only newsworthy if they resist, if they respond, and there are Israeli casualties. So that's an ongoing process, this process of ongoing repression. And of course, alongside all of that, people in Gaza woke up today to a ceasefire. The bombs have stopped falling, but they woke up still living under a siege that has made life there. The UN once said if it wasn't lifted by 2020, then life would be unfit for human habitation. And it hasn't been lifted, and it continues. Over the past week, 50 homes have been destroyed and another 1,000 Palestinians rendered homeless. That process continues. It's a process of deliberate de-development of Gaza. That's still ongoing in Gaza. And whilst Palestinians, as I say, are subject to violent repression that's killed 150 in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, they're also subject to house demolitions. Last week, we saw a Palestinian primary school demolished. They are subject to the ongoing theft of their land, to the deprivation of their rights of movement, of assembly. Significant proportions of the Palestinian population are illegitimately detained in administrative detention. So all of this process, you are unable to sustain a military occupation on the people who choose not to be occupied without that constant threat of violence and constant means of brutal repression.
So before I ask you what people in the UK can do to support the Palestinian people, you talked there about the current government in Israel being, ultra-nationalist, and we've seen over the last decade, essentially, the Israeli government move further and further and further to the right, even after the various iterations it's been under. But one of the things we've seen in the last 6 months is in Israel itself, in response to Benjamin Netanyahu's attempted judicial overhaul, a mass movement campaigning against those judicial reforms and against the Israeli government. Now, I spoke to Danielle Betts from Yakad recently. Yakad is a Zionist organization, but one that campaigns for a so-called peace settlement with Israel. Now, I spoke to Danielle about those protests and whether they'd seen a shifting in Israeli attitudes towards the occupation, given there's been this quite substantial, historically unprecedented within Israel, resistance to the Israeli government on a particular issue, whether that shifted attitudes towards the occupation and whether that had started to change the way that Israeli citizens saw the occupation. And she said that she could see that starting to happen. That was something that the Palestinian ambassador to the UK very much disagreed with. In an interview with Novara Media, he said that there had been no shift and people hadn't been making connection between the Israeli government's policies there and in terms of occupation. What's your sense of that? Do you think that the movement against the judicial overhauls could translate into some solidarity between Israeli citizens and Palestinians around the occupation?
Well, I'd say this, and you're right, there have been very, very significant protests from opposition forces on the ground in Israel, unprecedented in terms of the scale of them. And we had the unusual experience. Netanyahu visited a month or so ago, and as always, we met him with the demonstration. We had the unusual experience of having a couple of 100 yards along from us on the pavement in Whitehall, a demonstration of expatriate Israelis and liberal Zionists protesting against his visit. with Israeli flags. Now, here is the issue, and the ambassador is right about this. What is the substance of the protests? What were those protesting outside Downing Street protesting about? And they were protesting on the basis of Netanyahu's government being a threat to Israeli democracy. So that Israeli democracy was in peril. And in particular, they were focused on his attacks on the independence of Israel's judiciary. And that is true. This far-right government is threatening the democratic rights of Jewish citizens of Israel. And it is also, alongside being the most ultra-nationalist far-right government, the most misogynistic and homophobic government that Israel has ever elected. So it is threatening the democratic rights of Jewish citizens. But the reality for Palestinians is that Israel has never been a democracy. The judiciary whose independence those protesters are so concerned about is the same judiciary that has green-lighted many of the laws I spoke about that discriminate against Palestinians, has green-lighted the right for Israel in defiance of international law to settle on Palestinian land, to colonize Palestinian land. So for Jewish citizens, this government represents a difference in kind. For Palestinians, it represents a difference in degree. Now, is there anything that is positive about these protests? Well, there is in one way, which is what it is doing is opening up a conversation for people about holding Israel to account, which that notion that Israel should be treated like any other state, that when it violates international law, it should be held to account, that when it has policies that are deeply problematic in terms of repression of rights, it should be held to account, is a narrative that is suppressed when it comes to its treatment of Palestinians and is seen as politically illegitimate. But what we've seen here is people beginning a conversation about holding Israel to account. We have seen the European Union recently saying it would not hold a meeting with Ben Gvir, one of the ministers in the Israeli government who's a self-declared proud racist, proud fascist. We have seen Jewish business leaders in the States threatening to withdraw investments from Israel unless Netanyahu changes policy. They're not concerned in relation to the rights of Palestinian people, but what it is doing is actually opening up the space to say, actually, Israel needs to be held to account in the same way that any state violating international law and human rights should be held to account through sanctions and through processes of boycott and divestment.
So that leads me perfectly onto my final question for you, which is how can people in the UK today support the struggle for liberation for the Palestinian people?
And Chris, there's a very simple answer I can give to that. And Omar Barghouti, the co-founder of the Boycott, Divestment and Sanctions movement, always gives a very good answer. I've had the privilege of being alongside him on many platforms. And for those of your viewers who received the Tribune, you would have seen an interview with Omar Barghouti where he repeats this assertion. And also that interview that's in the Tribune, if you go on PSC's YouTube, you can see the full interview with the editor of the Tribune. And he says, I'm always asked this question, what can we do to support you? And I said, I always give the same answer, which is do us no harm. And what does that mean? It means end your complicity. And what does that mean? Well, what Omar is talking about is the reality that Israel cannot sustain its system of apartheid, just as South Africa couldn't, without the complicit support of governments internationally, of public bodies, and of companies and corporations. So what is asked of us is not an act of solidarity that's an act of charity or simple empathy, but is an act that seeks to end British complicity. That means taking action to end the complicity of our government, which continues to support Israel militarily, diplomatically, financially. But it means targeting complicit companies like Barclays that continue to provide the financing for the companies that are arming Israel. It means targeting companies like Puma who sponsor the Israeli Football Association, that has football teams in settlements that are, illegal settlements on Palestinian land. So those are the actions we need to take. We also have a very specific task, because the growth of the boycott, divestment and sanctions movement globally is what gives us most optimism about the potential for Israel to be held to account. But Israel is reacting to that. And it is doing that by trying to persuade allies across the globe to introduce laws to try to suppress support for boycott, divestment and sanctions. We are about to see here in the UK our own version of such a law, the anti-boycott law, that is going to effectively stop public bodies, so local councils, local government pension schemes, universities, if they want to make decisions not to invest in companies that are complicit in violations of international law or human rights abuses, that they will not be able to do that unless the government itself supports taking action against those states. That threatens not just the rights of people who want to campaign on Palestine, but also those who want to campaign on other issues, fossil fuel divestment. And that's why we've been successful in bringing together a coalition of more than 60 organizations, Friends of the Earth, Greenpeace, Liberty, the Quakers, the Methodist Church, Amnesty International, many, many others, who are coming together to say this violates fundamental rights of freedom of expression. It violates our right to say that public bodies have a responsibility to invest ethically, and this law must be opposed. So that's one task for everybody. Come together, put pressure on members of Parliament, put pressure on members of the House of Lords to defeat this bill, but also, as we defend the space, join boycott, divestment and sanctions campaign. So Israel is held to account in the same way that every state should be held to account if it seeks to trample on human rights or violate international law.
Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us today. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks, Chris. Good to be here.
So that was Ben Jamal, the director of Palestine Solidarity Campaign. Please do let me know in the chat on YouTube what you thought of that conversation. I'd love to hear your thoughts. It was an absolute privilege to be joined by Ben this afternoon. As Ben said, there's loads of ways that you can support the Palestinian people. Then he suggested joining your local BDS or Palestine Solidarity Campaign group. If you Google those two things, you'll be able to find them. He also mentioned Tribune. Now, my issue of Tribune came through the door yesterday, so I haven't yet managed to get around to reading all of the articles in it on the Nakba, but the latest issue of Tribune covers the Nakba in depth, including that interview that he mentioned. So I'd really recommend, if you don't have a subscription to Tribune, get one. Tribune is a brilliant magazine, but also buy this issue if you're interested in learning more about the Nakba and the movement of solidarity with the Palestinian people. As I say, let me know your thoughts about the interview in the chat. And if you haven't already, please do hit subscribe. Please do hit like. It means that you'll be able to make sure that more people see the rest of the show. We are hurtling towards the final stretch of the show. I just have two final guests who will be joining me for the rest of the day. We'll be going until 6 p.m. In the meantime, I have two final guests. The next of them is Jodie Beck, who is the Policy and Campaigns Officer at Liberty. We're going to be discussing the Public Order Act, the latest anti-democratic piece of legislation the government has passed. That's the bill, the act of law now that was used to justify the arrests that were made at the coronation of Charles Windsor very recently. I'm going to be speaking to Jodie about that legislation and what its implications have been for the policing of protest. I've already got some questions lined up in the chat for her, but if you've got more, please do pop them in there. And finally, closing the show, I'll be joined by Zoe Nicholson, a Green Party councillor in Lewes. The Greens are now the largest political group on the council in Lewes. Zoe's the group leader, and I'm going to be speaking about how they became the largest group, how there are no more Tories on the council after 10 years ago, the Tories were running the council, so what's happened there? And I'll be talking about the next administration in Lewes and what it will consist of. If you are looking forward to all that and more, other people will be too. So make sure you hit like and share a link to the stream on your social media channels. I'm going to be taking a quick break. I know it's another break, but I'm getting very tired. So I'm going to take a very, very quick break so I can stop staring at the screen. I would love to see your comments, thoughts on the interviews we've had so far in the chat, and also any questions you have for our final two guests, and any questions you have for me. So get them in the chat now, and I'll come back to them when I return. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to Bright Green Live. We have just under 90 minutes left of the show. Thank you so much for those of you who've joined us and stayed with us since the start, and also those of you who've dotted in and out throughout. All viewers are equal, but some viewers are more equal than others, especially those who've been with us since the start and have been sending lovely messages in the chat, sharing the show link on social media, all of that jazz. Especially and my favorite viewers are those who've hit the like button and hit subscribe. So please do that if you haven't already. Very, very shortly, I'm going to be joined by my penultimate guest, who is Jodie Beck, the Policy and Campaigns Officer at Liberty. Jodie is going to be talking to me about the Public Order Act, the latest anti-democratic legislation the government has passed, which fundamentally undermines the right to protest in the UK. I've seen I've got some questions in the chat already on that. Please do get any other questions you have for Jodie in the chat as well. And whilst I've got you, you might not be aware from the high production values, from the fact that you've seen me scrabbling around, sort of doing a bit of production as well as doing presenting. It might surprise you to know that we don't have the backing of billionaires and big business. We rely solely on the kind and generous support of people just like you. If you are able to, please do head to bright-green.org/donate to set up a regular donation to support this show, to support Bright Green and support everything that we do. As I said, we have 2 more guests to come, but we have had an array of guests with us throughout the show. The last person I spoke to was Ben Jamal, and we spoke about the 75th anniversary of the Nakba, the event which led to the displacement of 750,000 Palestinians from their land, and has profound implications for Palestinian people to this day. We also spoke about what's going on in Palestine right now with the Israeli airstrikes that have taken place over the last week in Gaza, and the situation facing people in Palestine. I started that interview about 4 o'clock with Ben, so you can rewind half an hour and find that. Before that, I've spoken to a whole bunch of other people throughout the show, including, if you're interested in the conversation I had with Ben about Palestine, if you didn't catch the interview earlier I did with Matt Kennard, then you can rewind through the show and catch that, because I spoke to Ben about the role of, not Ben, I spoke to Matt about the role of private companies in enforcing the occupation of Palestine. So his latest book, co-written with Claire Provost, Silent Coup, How Corporations Overthrew Democracy, includes a section on private security firms and private military companies. And in that, he talks about the role that private companies play in enforcing the occupation in Palestine. So you can go back and watch that interview with Matt if you want to hear more about the occupation and, yeah, specifically the role of private companies in it. Now, that interview was at 11:45, so you can rewind and catch that if you wish to. Going to be chatting to Jodie in about 5 minutes' time, but I can see a question has just come in the chat from Akira, asking, is the Green Party targeting elections of police and crime commissioners in 2025 so that the Greens can influence policing priorities? That's a really good question. I don't know the answer to that question, but historically the Greens have not prioritised campaigning in police and crime commissioner elections. One of the reasons is that the Greens opposed the introduction of those positions. The Green Party. His line was that that was a politicisation of the police, and that having directly elected police and crime commissioners meant that you essentially have a politicisation of the process for policing. Now, that doesn't mean the Greens haven't stood in elections. They have done, and there've been some candidates who've done brilliant work in that post. So Claire Lake, who stood for I don't know what the area is, maybe Avon Police. Someone will correct me. That have done really, really important work in those elections. But generally speaking, the Greens haven't prioritised those elections. One of the reasons is, as I said, because of the view that it's a process by which the police is being politicised. Another reason is the fact that there's like a £5,000 deposit, I think, to stand in those elections, which is why sometimes Greens haven't stood, because it's £5,000 that isn't necessarily going to be recouped. And the third reason is that the areas that they cover are huge, and so it's very, very hard to actually win. That's why it hasn't been prioritised. I think now police and crime commissioner elections are going to be elected the first past the post, whereas historically they've been used use the same system as mayoral elections, that means it's even more challenging. So the short answer, Akira, is I don't really know, but I'd be surprised if we see the Greens doing lots of campaigning in those elections. But would be interested in hearing other people's thoughts. So my next guest is going to be Jodie Beck from Liberty, talking about the Public Order Act and its impact on the policing of protests. I can see that we've had some questions come in already. So Jane Turner's put in a great series of comments and has got a question, which is, how can we separate the right to protest from the cause that the protest is about in the minds of the public? So I guess this legislation has come through in a context of, the government seeking to crack down, as they say, on protests from groups like Just Stop Oil and Extinction Rebellion and the tactics that they've used. So that's kind of been at the forefront of the public messaging and conversation around this is that. So the right to protest has been pegged and tied to those groups. So I'll ask Jodie that question that you put there, Jane, because I think it's a very, very interesting one. Akira's also got a question in the chat for Jodie. So again, please do get more questions in the chat for Jodie Beck, who will be joining me very, very shortly. Jodie, of course, is the campaigns officer at Liberty, and we're going to be speaking about the Public Order Act. Apologies if I'm losing my voice. I have been speaking to you through the medium of this camera and this microphone for just shy of 7 hours now, so I'm feeling a little hoarse, but I'm going to get through it. But apologies if my voice starts to break a little bit, but we'll get there. We'll get through it, I promise. And we've got our two final guests to close the show. If you're just joining us and you didn't catch the interviews earlier on, feel free to rewind at your leisure to see the rest of the interviews. Our last guest was Ben Jamal from Palestine Solidarity Campaign. I spoke to him about 40 minutes ago, so you can rewind and watch that if you wish to. If you're enjoying the show and have enjoyed the interviews, please do share the show link on your social media channels. That's the best way to ensure that more people get to see the conversations that we're having. Alongside, of course, pressing the subscribe and the like button, which again just means that more people will get to see the conversation we're having. So I can see that Jodie is just joining the call, so I'm going to let her into the room. And as Jodie joins the call, I'll just give you a brief introduction to her so that you all know who you're going to be hearing from. So Jodie Beck is Policy and Campaigns Officer at Liberty, and we're going to be speaking about the Public Order Act, the latest anti-democratic, anti-protest legislation that the government has passed. But before we delve into any of that, Jodie, thank you so much for joining me. It's an absolute pleasure. How are you doing today?
Hi, Chris. Thanks so much for having me. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm pretty tired. I'm 7 hours in, but we're nearly there. We're near the end. So my energy is sort of raising through the tiredness into the joy of freedom, which will be coming soon. So we're going to talk about the Public Order Act, but the context in which we're talking about this in is at the coronation that took place last weekend. The policing of protests was thrown into the spotlight as a result of a series of arrests that were made at those at the time of the coronation, some of it seemingly completely unrelated to the coronation. What's your understanding of what happened last weekend?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I think the starting point for this is if we go back to the week before the coronation, so the run up to it, there was kind of a toxic cocktail of lots of different measures and pieces of legislation that were passed with the intention of those powers being used for the coronation. So we had the Public Order Act gaining royal assent on the Tuesday before and coming into force the day after, which I'm sure we'll get onto about, the implications of that. We had a statutory instrument rushed through and immediately made into force by the Home Secretary, which for context, a statutory instrument, it doesn't go through the same stage as a big piece of legislation would. So that was kind of, a diktat by the Home Secretary. And what that did was lower the threshold of serious disruption from significant to more than minor. So the police could impose restrictions on protest if they were felt to possibly be more than minor or kind of disrupt to a more than minor degree, whatever that actually means. That's a whole other question. And then the third significant thing was that facial recognition technology was also kind of announced to be rolled out through Westminster. So you had a toxic combination of really repressive and restrictive measures and pieces of legislation that were passed in on the run up to the coronation. And so obviously what happened during the coronation is, as you say, we saw a range of arrests, both of protesters, people that were going to protest, people who were protesting, but also people who were just going about their, daily activities. We saw 6 members of Republic arrested, with a statement from the Met on the Monday night afterwards stating that they believed items found alongside a number of placards could be used as lock-on devices. We saw journalists arrested, Rich Felgate, who was a filmmaker. He was arrested while he was filming a Just Stop Oil supporter holding a banner on the pavement near the coronation route. And he was arrested on the basis of conspiracy to commit a public nuisance, which was quite a common thread throughout the weekend. We saw numerous folks arrested for wearing Just Stop Oil t-shirts. And then I guess branching out of kind of protest for a second, we I'm sure viewers have seen this already, but members of the Westminster Night Safety team were arrested, and they're a voluntary group that have been working in the borough for many years, doing things like handing out rape alarms to reduce violence against women and girls, and they were arrested and held for many hours. And then we had, the case of Alice Chambers, who was going along to watch the coronation, and she was arrested because she was nearby some Just Stop Oil protesters and then held for 13 hours. So, it was a real broad, I guess, the result of what was a zero tolerance approach being taken by the Met, but also, that I guess, in my mind, was a top-down instruction from the government itself, given the powers that were kind of pushed through just days before the coronation.
So obviously we talked a little bit, and you mentioned it there, about the Public Order Act being introduced just before the coronation. Now, this is something that's been talked about a little bit in relation to the protests in the wider media conversation, but I wondered if you could sort of set out what the Public Order Act is and what it means for the right to protest.
Yeah, sure. So, as I just said, the proximity between the royal assent of the Public Order Act and the coronation is really interesting, because, even if our starting point is believing that we do need more Public Order Act powers, and I'm sure actually that's not your position or anyone viewing this as position, it's certainly not mine, but that it kind of begs the question, if royal assent of the Public Order Act happened on Tuesday and the powers came into force on Wednesday, how would the police even know how to use those powers? Like, what's their understanding of the powers? It's 24 hours, and usually, just to kind of put that in context, usually commencement of a piece of legislation is 2 months, at least 2 months after royal assent. So, that indicates that there's some amount of time to operationalize whatever the piece of legislation says. But more generally, the Public Order Act is, the government's latest attack on protest. It was kind of laid before Parliament just a few months after the Policing Act passed, which was, another piece of anti-protest legislation that I'm sure we'll talk about a little later. But the Public Order Act contains, a wide range of new protest-related offences, whether that's locking on or going equipped to lock on, which we saw used during the coronation to kind of criminalise the Republic protesters. It contains things like a tunnelling offence, kind of speaking to the tactics used by some particular groups. But it also expands existing police powers like stop and search to a protest-specific context, and also includes something called serious disruption prevention orders, which is essentially ASBOs for protesters, which can see named individuals banned from going to protest. So it's a deeply concerning and repressive piece of legislation. And the arrests over the coronation weekend showed what Liberty and others have been saying for months and months and months in our campaigning against the bill, that the powers in the Public Order Act are so broad, and therefore the misuse of those powers, as we saw over the coronation weekend, is actually not surprising if we look at actually what the legislation says. So taking the locking on example, Liberty and others warned that, you know, the offence of going equipped to lock on could be used to stop protests before they even start, and that's what we saw with Republic, because they were the police found luggage straps amongst their placards and believed that that was a locking on device. And when it was first introduced, a member of the House of Lords, Lord Paddock, who was he was staunchly opposed to this legislation, he offered an example which I think is quite illuminating. He said, you could buy a tube of super glue to repair a broken chair at home, then get caught up in a protest and be accused of going equipped to lock on. So it's so incredibly broad. But I think if we think about how the locking on offence, for example, links to other things in the bill, like stop and search. So within the stop and search power, there's a list of prohibited objects. And actually what a prohibited object is, as defined by this bill, is something that can be used in the course of or in connection with a protest. So it's a whole host of items that, you know, could bring you right under the nose of a police officer who could stop and search you, which we know, and we talk a lot at Liberty about how that, you know, that's a deeply traumatic process, being, you know, searched by a police officer, one that is, you know, not felt equally if we think about the rates of stop and search and how racialized that is, with, you know, young black boys being the group of people that are most often stopped and searched. And, you know, more broadly, I think the Public Order Act is just another significant expansion of police powers across the board at a time when trust and confidence in policing is at an all-time low. And the policing of the coronation is just kind of the latest in Britain's kind of quite shameful history in policing protest. You know, we saw around the Queen's death, the Metropolitan Police had to apologise because yet again they were arresting folks that were just going out to voice their opinions and protest against the monarchy. You know, we had folks who were just holding up a blank sheet of paper and were threatened with arrest. And then we've seen it, you know, with the policing of the Sarah Everard vigil and the police violence that took place there. So actually, I think sometimes it's really easy to view all of this as quite surprising. But if we think about, you know, the direction of travel by the police, but also by the government in terms of the kind of slew of legislation that they've been passing over recent years, it really isn't.
Yeah, and I think so. You mentioned there, I guess the wider context of different legislation on this stuff, and you also mentioned the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Act, which I guess came into force about a year ago now. Obviously, that led to a significant sort of resistance movement to that piece of legislation. You saw the sort of uprising in Bristol and protest elsewhere under the kind of Kill the Bill banner. But you know, when that legislation came in, it was, you know, deemed to be an incredibly draconian piece of legislation for a number of reasons. And now we've got the Public Order Act coming in as well. How do these two pieces of legislation relate to each other, given that it already seemed like the government was giving huge more powers to the police around this stuff prior with the Policing Act? How do these two, the Policing Act and the Public Order Act, relate to each other?
Yeah, so they have an interesting relationship, to say the least. So yeah, you're right in saying, you know, the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Act, it was kind of touted as the government's landmark policing and crime legislation. You know, public order and protest was only one seemingly small chunk of that, despite it having huge consequences for our right to protest. You know, it contained other things around, you know, clamping down on Gypsy and traveller rights and other things around sentencing, etc. But yeah, the PCSC Act, bill, when it was first kind of tabled, sparked huge, you know, movement against it, you know, in light of the murder of Sarah Everard. You know, seeing this huge expansion of police powers, we saw such a huge movement, you know, take to the streets to say no, like to voice their opposition. And I think in some ways that's why there was a huge campaign against the bill. It was really sparked on the streets by people, you know, coming out in kind of thousands. In terms of its relationship to the Public Order Act, so the PCSC Act, it had a bunch of new powers for the police to restrict protests. The headline power there was enabling the police to restrict protests that were too noisy and to be able to make a judgment on a noise level. And although that's deeply concerning, it's also absurd, because how, like, if you give the power, the police, to kind of interpret how they, I guess, make a judgment on what is too noisy, that they're just not going to be able to do that there's no consistent way of doing that. But also it's just totally wrong, given the nature of how central noise is to protest. You know, it's how we make our voices heard, it's how we stand up to power. So all along there was this real deep understanding by campaigners working against this bill that, you know, it's a direct clampdown on the movements that are taken to the streets now, whether that's, you know, environmental groups like XR and Just Stop Oil, or Black Lives Matter, who were obviously protesting a lot throughout the summer of 2020. And it also contained a lot of powers for the Home Secretary of the day to define what serious disruption means. And that's been a common thread throughout the PCSC Act, but also the Public Order Act now. So when the piece of legislation was passing through Parliament, the government decided to add a bunch of new measures to that bill when the bill had already passed through the Commons. So they did that in November 2021. That was when the PCSC bill was already in the Lords, and parliamentary procedure says that if a piece of legislation is passed through the Commons, anything that is introduced into the bill when it's in the Lords, if it is booted out in the Lords, it can't be added back in again. And so in November 2021, the government literally added everything that is in the Public Order Act now, the one that passed a couple of weeks ago. They tried to add that to the PCSC Act in November 2021. And then in January 2022, the House of Lords resoundingly rejected all of those measures. So it's a real cross-party opposition to this. You know, and I think it's important to say that, you know, it was genuinely cross-party, but a lot of the opposition, especially the Conservative opposition, was around the procedural point. You know, you can't make laws in this way, you can't add things in willy-nilly when you feel like it. We're booting this out because you should have done this properly. But it was a really interesting coalition of I guess peers in the House of Lords that came together against that. I think there was around 14 government defeats in total, so it was huge. And then the government, that bill became the PCSC Act, and then literally 2 months later we had the Public Order Bill, which was all of the stuff that got booted out back into another bill. And this is a real pattern from this government. You know, it's happened across many different bills, but especially with protest. I know earlier I spoke about a statutory instrument that came in the week before the coronation. That statutory instrument that lowers the threshold of serious disruption is something that the Lords booted out of the Public Order Act that was gained royal assent. So, you know, this is the government's way of just throwing powers in that they know actually doesn't command, they don't command public support, regardless of however the government wants to whip up a narrative around Just Stop Oil or XR disrupting ordinary people's lives. Like, I think across the board, like, people actually don't buy into that. And, you know, I think something we've tried to do at Liberty when we're campaigning on this is like speak about the universality of protest. You know, you never, especially under a cost of living crisis, which I think is a really important example, you never know when you might need to take to the streets to use protest as a tool for making your voices heard. You know, we've spoken to campaigners who, you know, renters' rights campaigners, for example, who work with people that are being evicted to mobilise outside of their housing association's building to demand change, or people that, you know, mobilised with people in their community who'd maybe never been on a protest before to save their local library. Like, I think, you know, trying to speak to how important this is for all of us, despite what the government is trying to do. So yeah.
And so I wanted to ask you about sort of what a better way of governing protests would be and look like. But before I do that, I've got a great question that's come in on the chat from somebody who's asking about how we, I guess, make the current situation better on the assumption that, you know, we're going to be stuck with these pieces of legislation for the coming few years at least. So Akira Zilla has asked, one of the biggest issues with public order legislation is that the police who enforce it have little understanding of it. And that speaks to what we were talking about earlier, I guess, in terms of the time in which the Public Order Act was passed and then its implementation. So what can and should be done to address that in terms of ensuring that the police actually understand what powers they really do have, and how they can enforce the legislation that we currently have, notwithstanding that we want to get rid of that legislation and that framework, which we'll talk about next.
Yeah, that's a really great question. And it's a tricky one, actually, because I think the immediate thing is to talk about training police officers or offering guidance. But even that feels deeply imperfect as a solution, because the powers they actually have are really harmful, and putting it simply, they just shouldn't have those powers. And so I think repeal is the obvious answer in it, but I think it really needs to be centered in our demands for what needs to happen now. But I think what that question's made me think of is, I think over the past couple of weeks, when we've seen the environment for protest shrink with this new legislation, it's important not to feel that protesting is illegal. It's not. It's just being restricted. The environment is more hostile for protest now, I think it's fair to say, but people should keep protesting. And I think the question is, how do we do that safely? One practical thing that comes to mind is, you know, getting to grips with what your rights are. In protest now, Liberty have just kind of released a bunch of resources that break down this legislation and really, yeah, kind of offer some practical advice on what this means for whether you're organising a protest or whether you're just attending a protest. And also, I think promoting the work of legal observers is really important. So those are, you know, independent observers who go along to protest. They hand out little bus cards with your rights on them, and they, yeah, I guess, independently monitor the policing of protests. And that kind of, the function of legal observation, I think, is really, really important in it's almost like kind of, yeah, I guess what we can build in our movement groups and in our communities to like keep ourselves safe. But I think, you know, my mind does just keep going back to the repeal question, because, you know, the direction of travel from this government is one that, you know, it's almost like they see a new tactic, which oftentimes isn't new. It's just more of an urgent tactic because people don't feel like their voice is being heard. Like locking on, we know, has been used throughout history by lots of different groups. It's not a new tactic, even though it is being used more frequently recently. What they're doing is they're creating legislation to respond directly to those tactics. And that is the concerning thing, because that doesn't just affect those groups, and those groups will continue to move to more urgent routes if the tactics that they've previously used have been criminalised. So yeah, repeal is at the centre, but I think, yeah, thinking practically about safety and how we keep protesting and using this route is really important.
So finally then, so obviously we've talked about the Public Order Act, talked about the Police, Crime, Sentencing and Courts Act, but they're just part of a wider trend of legislation we've seen over the last few decades, which has restricted the right to protest in the UK, whether it be, you know, anti-trade union legislation, loads of different bits and pieces. Now, you said that you keep going back to the repeal question. So what I wanted to ask you really is, we've had this raft of legislation that has tightened and introduced new restrictions on the right to protest. What would be a better model for governing the right to protest in the UK?
Yeah, it's a really great question. And I think, you know, the I think it feels important to say that, you know, under a government that continues to pass such repressive legislation, it's really quite hard to think about the more visionary stuff. Like, actually, what should this system look like? Because I think we're squeezed into these, you know, this kind of damage control work a lot of the time. But I wanted to, just in answering this question, I wanted to promote the work of Netpol. I'd really encourage like kind of viewers to check them out. They actually produced a charter for freedom of assembly rights, where they really think broadly about, you know, yeah, what are the conditions we need to protest safely and to be able to have this, you know, our freedom of assembly kind of protected. And they talk about the need to move beyond the framework of state facilitation of protests. So at the moment, we always talk about, you know, the police have a duty to facilitate protest, rather than we need our right to protest protected. We don't just need it facilitated, we need it protected. In line with international guidelines, you know, the United Nations have been banging on about this for so long. So how do we move away from the language of public order, which is so woolly and is used by police to justify a range of restrictions on protest? And then, yeah, moving towards protection, which acknowledges that those expressing a political message should have a heightened level of protection, and that, you know, disruption is inherent within protest, and, you know, public order and disruption, they're always going to be kind of coupled together in legislation that will just, you know, fuel the increase of criminal offences, the increase of, you know, misuse of powers and arrests, etc. However, I think the important thing to say about that, about, you know, when people are expressing a political message, how is that protected? That needs to be situated within a framework of anti-oppression. And Netpol, in their kind of charter, they talk about how those protections, yeah, they need to be based on equality and non-discrimination. So that means prohibiting discrimination against participants in an assembly or at a protest. So thinking about, you know, how accessing protests and taking part in protests looks different for everybody. Like, what does it mean to be a disabled person and go to protests? Like, what accommodations do you need to make that accessible? And also protecting participants and organisers of protests who were targeted by other groups, by the far right. And yeah, what does that look like? Because, yeah, and like, how do we balance the need for greater protections for protests, but also acknowledging that there are people that protest on demands that are actively harmful to particular groups in society. And I think, again, kind of, I want to go back to repeal, just because although it feels like almost like low-hanging fruit, I think it's something we really need to keep on all of our agendas, all of our campaigning and political agendas as we approach election season. You know, we've seen parties in the past couple of weeks not really commit to repealing this legislation. And I think that's something we need to really keep top of mind, as going hand in hand with the more visionary and building work that we need to do to really create a protective landscape for protest.
Jodie, thank you so much for giving up a portion of your Sunday evening to chat to me. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thanks so much for joining us.
No worries, thanks.
So that was Jodie Beck from Liberty. I would love to hear your thoughts on that conversation. Please do let me know what you thought about it in the chat. Yeah, really great to get into the detail of what's actually going on when it comes to the restriction of the right to protest, and also to get those ideas for what a proper, effective system for governing the right to protest would look like. We're into the final hour of the show. We have just one interview left today. I would love for more people to get sight of these interviews. So the best way you can do that is, firstly, to hit the subscribe button. Secondly, to hit like. That means that more people will see the video in their YouTube feeds. And thirdly, to share the link to the show's stream. We'll be speaking to our final guest, Zoe Nicholson, the Green Party councillor in Lewes, in about 15 to 20 minutes time. Please do stick around. I'd love to put your questions to Zoe, so get them in the chat and I'll try and get them, as many of them, to her as possible. I'm going to take my final break of the day before our last interview. I'll be back in 5 minutes time. Thank you so much for sticking with us. I'll see you all in 5 minutes. We are back and we're hurtling towards the end of the show. We've just got one final guest left. Zoe Nicholson will be joining us very, very shortly. Thank you so much to everyone who's been with us since the beginning. Let me know if you're still in there. You've been here from the start. I'd love to hear that you've been here since for the whole time. You've boycotted the Sun, not the newspaper, but the actual star in the sky, and instead spent your day listening to me and my wonderful guests. So apologies, I'm very, very hoarse. Our final guest of the day is going to be Zoe Nicholson. She is a Green Party councillor in Lewes. She's the leader of the Green Group on the council. Probably also going to be the leader of the council, because the Greens are now the largest party on Lewes District Council. And I'm going to be talking to her about how they became the largest party and what the priorities are going to be in Lewes, and much, much more besides. So yeah, I'm going to be speaking to Zoe very, very shortly. In the meantime, please do get any questions you have for Zoe in the chat. I'd also love to hear what you thought of the interview so far. Thank you to Jane Turner, who is still here. He's been with me for 7 hours and 19 minutes. Thank you, Jane, for sticking with us for the whole show, listening to our amazing guests thus far. If you're just joining us, we've had an amazing group of people speak to us today, including Jodie Beck from Liberty, who I spoke to about an hour ago. Was it an hour ago? About half an hour ago. I spoke to Ben Jamal from Palestine Solidarity Campaign about the 75th anniversary of the Nakba. I spoke to Ellie Chowns, who's a Green Party councillor in Herefordshire and a former Green Party MEP, about the election results there. I also spoke to Joe Bird, a Green councillor in the Wirral, one of the first Green councillors who is re-elected as a Green, having first been elected as a Labour councillor, one of the 4 Greens who managed that this year in the local elections, about what that means for the Green Party. Earlier on still in the afternoon, I spoke to Rachel Eburne, who's the deputy leader of the Greens on Mid-Suffolk Council. We spoke about the Greens becoming the largest political group on Mid-Suffolk Council, and indeed having a majority on Mid-Suffolk Council, the first time that's happened anywhere in the country ever, and how that happened and what the Greens are planning on doing now. In the morning, I spoke to Matt Kennard, the author of this book, Silent Coup: How Corporations Overthrew Democracy. We spoke about his book and about the ways in which corporate influence and interests and powers and profit have been prioritised through various mechanisms, including the international aid system and so on. For about an hour, we had a lengthy conversation about that book. Prior to that, I spoke to Gillian Mackay, who is a Green Party MSP, and she's been campaigning and trying to introduce legislation to introduce buffer zones around abortion clinics in Scotland. And kicking off the show, I spoke to Fergus Green from People and Planet about the Fossil Free Careers campaign. If you're just joining us and you missed all that, do not worry, you will not miss out. Firstly, the whole of the show will live on YouTube, so you can rewind and watch it at your leisure. And in the coming week or so, I'll be publishing individual videos of all the interviews that have happened today, so you can still watch them back as you please. You can also watch back all the previous episodes of Bright Green Live. There have been 6 of them. We've had over 50 guests on the show so far. You can go back on our YouTube channel and watch any of those. There's a whole playlist where you can watch the full episodes, or if you go to the interviews playlist on our channel, then you can find all the interviews there and watch them at your leisure. See guests including Zach Plansky, the Green Party of England Wales Deputy Leader, Maggie Chapman, the Green Party MSP, Mark Sawatka from the PCS Union, the General Secretary of PCS. We've had guests from the Labour Party, from campaign groups like Culture Unstained and Just Stop Oil and Extinction Rebellion and others. They're all on our YouTube channel and you can watch them back at any time. The next episode of Bright Green Live is going to be on June the 11th. We don't have any guests currently booked for that, so if you have suggestions for who I should be speaking to then, please do get them in the chat. Anyone you want to hear from across the left in the UK, please do pop them in the chat. I would love to get your ideas for who you want to hear from. If you want to hear from them, you will like to watch it. So let me know who you want me to interview and speak. Think big, think bold, think whoever you would like to hear me speak to, and I'll do my very, very best to speak to them. And if you're joining us now and you haven't done already, please hit subscribe, please hit like, and please share the show link so that more people will be able to hear from our guests, including our final guest, Zoe Nicholson, the Lewes District Councillor. Zoe's going to be joining us in about 5 minutes' time. Before we bring Zoe in, I just wanted to briefly remind you that this Thursday, voters in the north of Ireland will go to the polls in this year's local elections. Now, these local elections are really, really important, as all local elections are, obviously, but they're particularly important in the north of Ireland because it looks like Sinn Féin, the primary Republican party in the north of Ireland, are going to win the most seats across the country in that election. Now, that's never happened before. Currently, the DUP, the Democratic Unionist Party, that's the militant right-wing fundamentalist unionist party in the north of Ireland, currently have the most seats. There's never been, I think there's never been a nationalist party that's had the most seats, and definitely Sinn Féin never have done. In 2019, the last time these seats were up for election, two parties did particularly well, better than they had done before. The first of those was the Alliance Party. That's a cross-party liberal party that cross-community liberal party, I should say, that seeks to move the North of Ireland beyond the Republican unionist conflict of the past. They did particularly well, gaining lots of seats. The Green Party also doubled its representation in local government in the North of Ireland. It's going to be very, very interesting to see whether the Greens and the Alliance Party will maintain their position and indeed potentially grow. Bright Green will be covering those elections. I think I'm going to be doing a live stream to bring you the results and analysis of those results, possibly with some guests from some of the political parties in there. I'll try and get someone booked from the Greens. I'll try and get someone booked from Sinn Féin and the SDLP and others, and we can have a conversation about what happened in those local elections. I haven't yet sorted out the details of that. It's probably going to be next Sunday, but I've not yet pinned it down, so don't hold me to that. The best way that you can make sure that you don't miss it is firstly to hit subscribe. That means you'll get a notification when we go live. But secondly, to subscribe to our newsletter. You can do that on our website, bright-green.org. That way you'll get a little email when we go live, and you'll see also all the articles and news analysis that we put on our website. Articles like the one that I published earlier this week exclusively on the Green Party's membership growth since the last set of local elections. So between Thursday, when polls closed in the English local elections, and Tuesday, 800 people joined the Green Party, a significant growth in the party's membership. We broke that story, and those are the kinds of news coverage that you won't get anywhere but Bright Green. So if you subscribe to the newsletter, then you will get all that in your inbox. We send an email once a week on a Sunday, and occasionally in between. We don't spam you, we don't bombard you, we're not going to ruin your lives in your inbox, don't worry. If you're interested in keeping on top of all the articles and videos that we put out, subscribe to our newsletter to keep on top of it. Those of you just tuning in now, thank you so much for joining us. Please do hit like and subscribe. I'm going to be joined by Zoe Nicholson, a Green Party councillor in Lewes, very, very soon. Get yourself comfortable. Get ready to hear from Zoe. She's one of 4 councillors that I've spoken to so far today about the 2023 local election results. If you're interested in those other interviews, you can rewind and find them. I spoke to Mid Suffolk Deputy Leader Rachel Eburne about how the Greens won a majority on Mid Suffolk Council and what their plans are. I spoke to Joe Bird, who's recently re-elected in the Wirral. And I spoke to, who did I speak to? Ellie Chowns, a Green councillor in Herefordshire, and the Green Party's parliamentary candidate for North Herefordshire, which is one of the parliamentary seats the Greens are optimistic about doing well in the next general election. So you can rewind and watch any of those interviews. I was hoping also to speak to Anastasia Weist, who is a newly elected councillor in Manchester. The reason I wanted to speak to Anastasia was that in Manchester, the Greens have 4 councillors. They've started to make inroads in Manchester in a council that has a huge Labour majority. It's over 80 Labour councillors. And I wanted to speak to her about how Greens can have influence and make change in areas like Manchester, where there is such a big Labour majority. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to make it in the end. So I'm going to hopefully get her on a future episode of Bright Green Live so that you all get to hear her thoughts on all of that. But that's the past and a little bit of the future. But right now, I'm going to be joined by Zoe Nicholson very, very shortly, leader of the Green Group on Lewes District Council. And I'm going to be speaking to Zoe about how the Green Party became the largest party on the council at this year's local elections, and how the Tories went from having control of the council to having 0 councillors there. And also we're going to be talking about what's next for Lewes, what does the next administration look like, what are the Greens' top priorities over the next 4 years, and much, much more besides. So stay tuned. In 2 minutes' time, I'm going to be joined by Zoe. If you have questions for Zoe, please do get them in the chat nice and early. The earlier you get them to me, the more likely it is that I'll be able to put them to her. Thank you so much for the people who are flooding in now. Please do get questions for Zoe in the chat. And as I say, I'll get as many of them to her as possible. And please do hit like as you're just joining now and subscribe as well. Apologies for the breaks for water. I've been going for 7.5 hours. I'm dehydrated. I'm parched. My throat hurts. Please forgive me that you have to watch me try and get through some water. But we are where we are, and we're nearly there. We are nearly there. In the meantime, please do get questions for Zoe in the chat, because I want to get as many of your questions to her as possible. I've been asking loads of my questions today. I want to ask more of yours. Zoe's just joined the call, so I'll let her in. And as Zoe connects to the call, I'll just do a brief introduction so you know who you're hearing from. So Zoe Nicholson is the leader of the Green Group on Lewes District Council, a council where the Green Party is now the largest party, and a council which is a Tory-free zone as a result of the last set of local elections. We're going to be talking about that and much more besides. Before we delve into that, Zoe, it's an absolute pleasure to have you joining us. How are you doing today?
I'm great, thanks, Chris, although I have spent the day catching up on work, given that last week was a bit of a lost week. But yeah, I'm good, thanks. And it's lovely to be here. Thanks for inviting me.
Sorry that you've had to spend your Sunday catching up on work, but hopefully this is a bit of a break from that. So the Greens, as I said, are now the largest political party on Lewes District Council. How did that happen?
Well, it happened because over the last 6 or 7 years, we've had a very clear strategy. One that was about taking Conservative seats right the way across the district. This latest set that we've won, we really started in earnest in just before the general election in 2019. And we've been working hard in all of those wards. There were 8 wards, but 10 in particular that we've been working in over the last 4 years. And, we had amazing candidates, people who voters and residents liked, respected, who worked hard, demonstrated that they were councillors in the background, or I don't know what you call it, almost councillors but not yet councillors, and they won the popular vote right the way across those seats without fail. It was astonishing. You could watch them come in at the count. It was just it was so exciting.
So one part of the story of Lewes is the Greens' growth and rise. The other part of the story is the disappearance of the Tories. So 8 years ago, the Tories were pretty dominant in the district. They were running the council with a majority. They've now gone to having no councillors at all. What's behind this? Is it demographic change in the area, or is it an indictment on their record locally and nationally? What's the story behind that defeat of the Tories?
Well, I guess in 2019, we were the only party that took Conservative seats. Everybody else was sort of struggling, and then in this latest set of elections, so that's not strictly true actually. Our Labour colleagues in the Kemp Town part of our constituency, we're like a district that's divided into currently two different constituencies. But in 2019, Labour broke into the Kemp Town part of the constituent district. With 3 seats being out in the cold being out in the cold for 47 years, and I guess the thing that's changed is both all of our mutual capability to remove Conservatives and I think it's partly it's a number of factors. One is that when we took over control of the council in 2019, we demonstrated that a new kind of politics was possible, and that actually a new kind of compassionate, caring, sensible, focused governance of the council and running of the council was possible. And when I knocked on doors, people did, when you ask people, well, what do you think of the way that we're running the council? Of course, people have complaints and things that they might, moan about. Everybody does, right? But in general, what people said was, well, actually, you've done quite a good job. That was one factor. So it was built on a kind of sense of positivity. The second thing was that obviously I met, as you must have done, knocking on doors, in this latest campaign, lots and lots of Conservative voters who simply couldn't do it anymore, who couldn't carry on voting, lifelong Conservative voters. And generally they fell into two categories. Right? One was they liked our candidates. Our candidates looked like people who were going to care about the local area, were more likely to, protect green spaces, were more committed to doing stuff, were showing that they were doing things. And then there were also voters who, were upset by how the Conservatives have behaved nationally. But I would say really locally, it's much more about how we presented ourselves, and the good job that we'd done meant that actually our candidates became attractive to people.
So I want to talk about sort of next steps on the council, but before I do that, just to focus in a little bit more on the local election campaign. So obviously you talked there about the Greens being in administration, joint administration prior to this set of elections, and you're one of the success stories there, I guess, in terms of going into these elections in administration and coming out on the other side, making gains. There are other places where that's happened as well, so Lancaster and elsewhere. But there are some places where that didn't happen. The most obvious one being Brighton, but also York. I wondered if you had any reflections on that in terms of how you've managed to go into an election in administration in Lewes, come out the other side, still making gains, whereas other places it's been more challenging.
I guess, Chris, I would say, look, the stakes are a hell of a lot lower in a district council, right? As you know, when you're running a council as complex and as challenged as York or Brighton, where you're facing, really hard decisions between, children's services, protecting children, and street homelessness, to, decades of decimation of cuts. It's an incredibly difficult job to do. So running a district council is actually a hell of a lot easier. I'm not going to say that it's not challenging in other ways, but it's just not the same league. So I think there's a context there. I think the fact is that Brighton, our colleagues in Brighton, really suffered from that context and being handed over, frankly, coming into power, some way into the administration, and being handed a whole set of decisions that they then had to later on implement and then got blamed for. And they suffered from, the incumbency factor in a way that we really didn't, because some of the challenges that we face are less high profile for some of our residents. And then also, we didn't suffer the attacks from other political parties in quite the same way, and that's not to do with the fact that we were in any form of pre-electoral pact, because we absolutely were not, but more because I guess we all had skin in the game to make sure that we came out of this election well, and that's how, it's remarkable. I didn't expect us to leave this election with no Conservatives. I actually didn't expect some of our I expected us to do well, because I was on the ground, right, and you get a feel for it, but I didn't expect our other partners to do quite as well as they'd done. And to remove the Conservatives, is across the board without an electoral pact is a pretty astonishing accomplishment, and I think says a lot for how well we've done as an administration, and I really don't think it's helpful to be compared to Brighton or York. They've had a unique set of circumstances to deal with, and I guess there'll be some, soul searching and learning to be made that we all need to make. So I'm looking forward to discussing that with colleagues in Brighton and York as the months progress.
So let's talk then about next steps. So obviously you've emerged as the largest party. I haven't kept up with what's happened hugely since then. So you've been asked to form an administration. Do we yet know the details of that, how are negotiations going and so on?
No, we don't. So, I mean, I think the thing I can say is that we've hosted a number of conversations with our Labour and Liberal Democrat colleagues. And conversations are going well. We're certainly from my perspective, we're wanting to try and pull together a three-way alliance if we can, and that feels like in the best interest of the whole district, because we're served by two different constituencies. And we're still in conversation. We got a week to go till our full council meeting, so we're working it through.
When is your annual council, by the way? When can we expect to know the details?
It's Monday, next Monday. It's Monday the 22nd at 6 p.m. or something.
Okay, so that's the deadline.
Yeah.
But yeah, great. So I guess then, assuming that you're going to be in administration, what are your top priorities for Lewes for the next 4 years?
Yeah, so I mean, our top priorities are a continuation of the ones that we've had already as an organisation and as a cooperative alliance. One is to make sure that we get the basics right for residents, that we can answer the phones on time, that we can give people what they need and get their problems answered first time. The second is to make sure that, we are progressing towards our 2030 net zero target right the way across the district and working alongside a whole range of partners. The other, I guess, is about making sure that we serve our tenants really well, and particularly in the context of a cost of living crisis. I'm deeply concerned. In fact, I get contact from tenants and residents pretty much daily with scary stories of people feeling like they've got less and less choice in terms of paying the rent or heating or eating or buying school uniforms or just the basic kind of stuff. So that's a particular priority for us. And the fourth one will be about making sure that we increase the biodiversity of our area, but equally protecting our green spaces, and challenging the government over its ridiculous planning framework that builds houses in non-sustainable houses in green spaces and doesn't build in brownfield first. So making sure we've got the right homes in the right place for people.
Zoe, thank you so much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Great. Okay. Cheerio. Thanks very much, Chris. Nice to see you.
You too. So that was Zoe Nicholson, the leader of the Green Group on Lewes District Council, and perhaps by next Monday, the leader of Lewes District Council. Let me know what you thought about that interview in the chat, and let me know what you thought about the whole show in the chat. We are going to be wrapping up very, very shortly. Thank you so much to everyone who stayed with us throughout. Please do get any final comments you have about the show, about our interviews in the chat. I would love to read them out. So now is your final chance before I wrap up for the day. A few final things, bits and pieces to wrap up with before I let you all leave. First of all, I've been saying it, I've been banging on about it the whole show. If you haven't done already, please do hit the like button. Please do hit subscribe. It helps us out massively at Bright Green. It means more people get to see these shows. It means that you never miss out on anything we put out on Bright Green in the future. And of course, most importantly of all, it makes me very happy. So if you want to make me happy, hit subscribe, hit like. Our next episode of Bright Green Live is going to be broadcast on the 11th of June. Please do pop that in your diaries. I don't have any guests booked for that yet, so who knows who I'll be speaking to, but I'm sure there will be exciting people, as they often and always are. If you have suggestions for who I should book, please do get them in the chat. You can contact us on social media. We're on the Twitters at BrightGRN on the Twitters. On Facebook, we're facebook.com/BrightGRN. On the Instagrams, we are at Bright Green Online, and we're also on the Mastodons at Bright Green on the UK server. So get in touch. Firstly, follow us on there so that you don't miss out on anything we're doing, but also get in touch if you have suggestions for guests on future shows. You can also sign up to our newsletter on our website, bright-green.org. It goes out every Sunday. After I've finished this show, I'll be writing our next one. The fun never stops. It lands in your inbox every Sunday. Occasionally we'll send you ones in between, but please do sign up if you haven't already, bright-green.org. And of course, we're not funded by billionaires. We don't have the backing of big business. We rely solely on the kind and generous support and donations of people just like you. If you are able to donate, please do set up a regular donation. You can head to our website, bright-green.org/donate. There's a link in the description where you can find where to donate. We ask people to donate just £5 a month, and it will help us out massively. It means we can put on more of these shows. It means that we can continue all of our coverage and continue to provide news, comment, analysis of the left in the UK, of Green parties, Labour movements, social movements, and so much more. bright-green.org/donate. Just going to rattle through some comments before we wrap up. So Paul Norman, my eyes are a bit fuzzy from the bright lights, says, didn't manage to catch your show from the beginning, but enjoyed hearing about the successes. Thanks so much for tuning in, Paul. Luckily for you, the show will still be on YouTube after I've gone off air, and I'll be uploading all of the interviews as individual videos, so you've missed anything, you can still catch it. Jane Turner says, thanks. No, Jane, thanks to you. You've been with me since 10 a.m. Thank you so much for all the time that you've been sat listening to me and my amazing guests. It's been a pleasure to hopefully bring something interesting, informative, engaging, and inspiring to your Sunday day, because it's been the whole day. So you can hear that I'm losing my mind a bit. I'm going to leave it there. Thank you all so much for joining us, for joining me. I've been Chris. I'm the editor of Bright Green. You've been watching episode 7 of Bright Green Live. Thank you so much for joining me, and I will see you all very,